The cruise liner struck a reef. I opened my eyes faintly. Before me was a dirty beach, dense coconut palms, and the boundless sea. It was a deserted island. Am I alive? Struggling to stand, I gasped heavily for breath. I wondered what had happened to the rest of my colleagues. We had been on a corporate trip. Our general director, Soo-yoon, had taken the entire staff on a cruise. No one expected the liner to run aground on a reef. I stood up and looked around. At the water's edge, where the waves washed the sand, lay a woman's figure. It was her. I rushed forward. Lying on the sand was Soo-yoon. Her face was pale and twisted with pain, her delicate brows furrowed, her long white legs slightly parted. She had clearly swallowed too much water. I bent down and began performing artificial respiration. I am Yi-fong, a simple low-level employee. In ordinary life, I wouldn't even dare to look at her. But now, on this island, I suddenly had a chance for such close contact. Gulp. I swallowed hard and pressed my lips against hers. Her lips were sweet, fragrant. The taste turned out unexpectedly pleasant. As I breathed air into her lungs, the most forbidden fantasies swarmed in my mind. Some time passed, and suddenly she opened her eyes. Instead of gratitude, I received a resounding slap. My cheek burned from the blow. She screamed, calling me a pervert. I tried to explain myself, but all I heard in return was her scorn. Moreover, she recalled the words of Wang Tao, my supervisor, who had always tried to drown me. That bastard constantly poured filth on me, painting me before Soo-yoon as vile and obscene. And worst of all, he had stolen away the girl I had dated for 3 years, buying her with sweet promises and money. Now, even here, on a deserted island, she looked at me through the prism of his words. To her, I was still a disgusting type. She picked up a stone and ordered me to stay away. I felt anger. I had saved her, and yet she not only failed to appreciate it but also insulted me. In the office, I would have kept silent for the sake of my salary. But here, on this island, where survival was uncertain, I had no intention of enduring humiliation. We settled in different spots beneath the palms, about 10 meters apart. A cold war arose between us. The sun blazed mercilessly. She was tormented by thirst, her strength dwindling after vomiting. I, however, sat calmly with eyes closed, as if resting. Half an hour later, she came up to me and asked for fresh water. I opened my eyes and, with a lazy smirk, reminded her that she herself had wanted to keep away from me. Irritated, she turned away again. Later I heard her cry out. But it was no beast. Soo-yoon was sitting on the sand, clutching her bruised hip. She had tried to climb a palm for coconuts and had fallen down. She turned to me again, now desperate. Help me get the coconuts. Do this, and later, when we're rescued, I'll give you a promotion and a raise. I sneered coldly. For me, who had grown up by the sea, climbing a palm was nothing. But her arrogant tone gnawed at me. Even here, on this island, she still acted like a director. I said, if you want coconuts, I'll lift you onto my shoulders. She blushed and grew angry. In a skirt, it was humiliating. But she had no choice. Taking off her shoes, she carefully stood on my shoulders. I lifted her light body with ease. A faint fragrance drifted from her, and heat spread through me. Soo-yoon was a rich woman, a pure and untouchable beauty, more stunning than many actresses. In ordinary life, I would never have been able to approach her. But now her legs stood upon my shoulders, her skirt barely covering her body, and I felt her warmth so close. My thoughts grew dirtier and dirtier. And I couldn't resist. I lifted my head. Yi-fong had just started to lift his head when Soo-yoon, above him, lowered her head and shouted. Still a little short, you stand on tiptoe. Yi-fong was startled, embarrassed to look up, and stood on tiptoe with both feet, raising himself a bit. Did you reach it? Ah? Still just a little short. You push harder. Soo-yoon's voice was filled with excitement. Oh, got it, finally reached it. Soo-yoon shouted, her voice full of joy. Then, a coconut dropped down, followed by a second, then a third. After she had picked 5 in a row, Yi-fong was already a bit tired. One coconut brushed past Yi-feng's nose and slammed heavily onto the sand. Yi-fong was shocked. If that had hit his head, wouldn't it have split his skull open? Damn. Be careful. Yi-fong instinctively looked up and saw the view under her skirt. His eyes widened. It was black lace. I didn't mean it. Soo-yoon lowered her head and looked at Yi-fong, but saw him staring under her. She screamed and fell straight from his shoulders. It hurts. Soo-yoon held her but, tears coming to her eyes. Get up. Yi-fong tried to help her. Get lost, you damn pervert, peeping freak, disgusting. Soo-yoon slapped his arm hard. What Wang Tao said was right. Yi-fong really was a creep, even peeping at that place of hers. Yi-feng's face turned dark, and he walked away carrying 2 coconuts. He picked up a sharp reef stone, scraped the coconut's outer skin, then carefully cut the shell again and again. Soon, he was drinking the milky coconut juice. Meanwhile, Suyun awkwardly lifted a coconut over her head and smashed it hard on a reef. Each strike made her chest shake violently. Yifeng, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Normally Suyun dressed conservatively, but with her buttons undone, she was surprisingly big. Suyun had already noticed Yifeng's method, but her pride wouldn't let her copy it. Yifeng drank his coconut juice coldly, already laughing in his heart. He never thought that usually capable President Su would have such a childish side, like a sulking child. Huff, huff, huff. Suyun wasted another coconut. Breathing heavily, she secretly glanced at Yifeng. Helpless, she had no choice but to imitate him, using a sharp reef stone to cut again and again. Sensing Yifeng's mocking gaze, she glared angrily. What are you looking at? I didn't copy you. Actually, I already thought of this way long ago. You've got issues. Yifeng muttered helplessly. By now it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the sun still scorching. Yifeng and Suyun had both drunk coconut juice, and their Cold War resumed. They stayed 10 meters apart, ignoring each other. Yifeng touched his stomach, 2 meals missed, and he was hungry. But what was there to eat on this deserted island? Yifeng stood up and walked east along the beach. When she saw him about to disappear from view, Suyun panicked and stood up too. Where are you going? I forbid you to leave. Out here in the wilderness, if Yifeng left, she would be all alone. Where I go is none of your business. With that, Yifeng's figure disappeared behind the rocks. Suyun swallowed hard and sat down under the coconut tree again. But her eyes kept anxiously glancing toward the rocks. After a while, Suyun suddenly felt the urge to pee. She lifted her skirt, ready to go into the forest. But it looked dark and eerie, and she was afraid of wild animals. Forget it, just on the beach. Suyun hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly lifted her skirt and pulled her panties down to her knees. But her eyes stayed fixed on the rocks, afraid Yifeng would suddenly return. Behind the rocks, Yifeng had caught 3 fish in the shallow waters. Having grown up in a fishing village, catching fish was nothing to him. Holding the fish, Yifeng looked toward the forest, planning to gather branches to roast them. He went into the forest, picked up some sticks, and circled back. I'm back. Yifeng suddenly emerged from the forest, and immediately saw a big white butt in front of him, with droplets of water falling down. Suyun, still watching the rocks, didn't know Yifeng would appear from behind. Ah? Startled, Suyun tried to pull up her panties, but in her panic, she only made things worse. With one tug, she tore them. Yifeng opened his mouth wide, stunned as he stared at Suyun. Just now, he had seen everything. He hadn't expected that not only was Suyun's face beautiful, but even her second face was so perfect. Her panties ruined, Suyun could only lower her skirt, glaring at Yifeng with utter disgust. You bastard, you're such a pervert, sneaking up behind me to peep. Suyun was furious, storming toward Yifeng. I wasn't peeping at you. I went to get sticks to roast the fish. How was I supposed to know that the great President Su would just pee anywhere? Still making excuses? I'll slap your filthy face. Suyun raised her hand to slap him. Get lost. Yifeng pushed her away, but by accident, his left hand grabbed something soft and smooth, with amazing elasticity. Suyun froze, then quickly covered her chest and backed away, staring at Yifeng in fear. You've got some nerve. When we get back, I'll fire you for sure. Suyun shouted. Yifeng's face darkened, and he sneered, Fire me then, I don't want the damn job anyway. You. Suyun was at a loss for words. She didn't know how else to threaten him. Yifeng couldn't be bothered with her. She still had strength now, but after going hungry for a while, she would bow her head. He took a stick, placed some dry wood shavings on a dead branch, and began spinning the stick to start a fire. After some effort, a spark finally lit. Yifeng gently added dry twigs, the fire grew stronger, and he skewered the fish on branches, roasting them over the flames. Before long, the fish sizzled with oil, releasing a rich fragrance. Suyun stared at the 3 fat fish, her mouth watering. She hadn't eaten in 2 meals, her stomach growling with hunger. She hesitated, but couldn't resist any longer, and walked over. Yifeng, I forgive you. Give me a fish to eat, and I'll let the past go. Suyun swallowed and looked at him. Save it, I don't need your forgiveness. Yifeng sneered. She was still putting on airs, acting like she was above him, as if this were still the company. What a joke. Today, he was going to fix Suyun's rotten attitude. He'd show her who the boss really was on this deserted island. You. Suyun frowned, turned angrily, and walked away. Soon, the fish were roasted. Yifeng picked one up and bit into it, his mouth full of oil, deliciously fragrant. Suyun sat not far away watching, even hungrier, her vision blurring. She swallowed and stood up, walking toward Yifeng. Yifeng, it was my fault earlier, I misunderstood you. I apologize. Can you give me a fish to eat? Suyun bit her lip, looking at Yifeng. This time her tone finally softened. Yifeng gnawed on the roasted fish, looked Suyun up and down, and spat out fish bones. President Su, sorry, but even these 3 fish aren't enough for me. If you want to eat, go catch them yourself. Yifeng, I beg you, I'm really starving to death. If not a whole fish, then at least half. Suyun took a deep breath, pressed down her anger, and pleaded. Since you look so pitiful, here's half. Yifeng handed her the half-eaten roasted fish. You want me to eat what you've already eaten? Suyun looked disgusted and said helplessly, give me half of a new one. Eat it or don't. Yifeng sneered and threw the half-eaten fish on the ground. Why can't you just give me half of a new one? Suyun frowned. No. Just this half. Eat it if you want, if not, forget it. Yifeng picked up another fish and continued eating. Suyun looked at the half-eaten fish on the ground, furious and resentful, but helpless. After struggling for a while, her hunger unbearable, she was about to pick it up and eat when suddenly a figure appeared. Supervisor Wang, you're alive. Seeing Wang Tao alive, Suyun was overwhelmed with excitement, as if seeing a family member. Yifeng frowned when he saw Wang Tao. That bastard was still alive. Yes, President Su, you're alive too, I'm relieved. You don't know how worried I was about you. Wang Tao looked at Suyun and smiled, then turned to Yifeng, who was sitting on the ground eating roasted fish. Coughing, he put on airs and said, well, Yifeng, your luck's not bad. You survived and even got roasted fish to eat. Not bad. I'm hungry too, give me one. If you want to eat, catch them yourself. These fish aren't even enough for me. Yifeng gnawed at his fish, showing Wang Tao no respect. At the company, he had endured Wang Tao's bullying. But here on the island, he would not. What the hell did you say? Me eating your fish is giving you face. Don't be ungrateful. Wang Tao, used to barking orders at the company, was enraged when Yifeng resisted. Supervisor Wang, ignore that lunatic. Didn't you win the survival championship before? If he can catch fish, you surely can do better. Let's go to the rocks and catch some. Then we'll eat and won't give him any. Suyun quickly said, here on this island, your survival skills are better than his. Let him show off now. Later, he'll come begging us. Yes, President Su, don't worry. Follow me, and you'll eat well. Wang Tao said proudly. The 2 of them left for the rocks. Yifeng finished the last fish. After a long time, Suyun and Wang Tao returned, both empty-handed. Yifeng wasn't surprised. Catching fish wasn't easy, even for him it had taken effort. Wang Tao, a fake survival champion, catching fish? Impossible. From a distance, he heard Wang Tao making excuses. President Su, I really am a survival champion, but I was just too hungry, that's why I didn't catch any fish. Their voices drew closer as they returned. Suyun's face was pale. After 2 missed meals, she had no strength left. That useless Wang Tao came over, glaring at Yifeng and said coldly, Yifeng, I'll give you a chance. Go catch a few fish. Then I'll forgive you. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Catch your mother's fish. Get lost. Yifeng snorted coldly. What the hell did you say? You think I'm giving you a choice? Wang Tao exploded. He had already been doubted by Suyun at the shore. Now he seized the chance to vent his anger and cover up his incompetence. If I don't deal with you, you won't know your place. Wang Tao roared and charged, punching Yifeng in the chest. But though tall, his body had long been weakened by wine and women. He had no strength. Fuck off. Yifeng kicked him, sending Wang Tao down on the sand. Don't mess with me here. I won't tolerate it. Wang Tao hadn't expected Yifeng to be so strong. He might not be his match, so he didn't dare act tough anymore, only swallowed his anger. The sky darkened, and a cool breeze blew from the sea. Suyun, starving to faintness, looked at Yifeng and said, Yifeng, see can you catch us some fish? No, Yifeng said flatly. Suyun almost coughed blood in anger, but her stomach was truly empty. At worst, I'll buy them. When we're rescued, I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Suyun said. No. Hearing 10,000, Yifeng only wanted to laugh. Who knew if they'd even get rescued? That promise was nothing but empty words. Time passed slowly, until about 8 or 9 at night. The island's weather was strange. In the day, 40 degrees of scorching heat, at night, the temperature dropped to around 10. Suyun hugged her knees tightly. She was cold, hungry, and tired. Wang Tao couldn't take it first. Staggering, he walked up to Yifeng. Yifeng, 20,000 per fish. Go catch some for us. Wang Tao said weakly. Heh, no. Yifeng said playfully. 50,000 per fish, 50,000. Don't push it too far. Wang Tao's eyes bulged, on the verge of breaking down. At this point, Suyun also came over. Yifeng, I guarantee it, 50,000 per fish. As long as you provide my food and water until rescue comes, when we return I'll give you 500,000. Suyun said seriously. She wasn't short of money, but if Yifeng didn't catch fish, she could starve to death. Fine. But besides money, I want something else. 500,000, Yifeng was tempted. Rescue wasn't certain, but if it came, at least there was reward. And Suyun was already at her limit. If she didn't eat soon, she might die. If they were stuck on this island for life, having a woman would be far better than not. Now that Suyun was starving, if he made an excessive demand, she would have no choice but to agree. You still want something else? Suyun's heart sank. Seeing Yifeng's look, she felt uneasy, frowned tightly, and said coldly, I'm telling you, don't push your luck. I can only give you money. Don't even think of anything else. Forget it then. What use is money on a deserted island? Yifeng sneered. If Suyun still stayed this stubborn, he didn't care if she starved to death. Only a tamed lamb was interesting. Suyun swallowed, her stomach growling loudly. Then, what condition do you want? Simple. Call me husband once. If you call me, I'll catch you a fish. Yifeng leaned forward, looking as if he was very trustworthy. In your dreams. Suyun's face was full of anger. As a high and mighty female president, to call this loser husband was worse than death. Don't be like that. Just one word, husband. Think about how delicious fish meat is. And the ocean here is unpolluted, the fish fresh and tasty. Yifeng tempted her. Gurgle. It wasn't Suyun's stomach, but Wang Tao's. He came over with a hopeful face. Yifeng, how about this, if I imitate a woman's voice and call you husband, to satisfy your emptiness, will you also give me a fish? Slap. Yifeng smacked him. Disgusting. But after being slapped, Wang Tao crawled over again. Then, how about this, if I persuade President Su to call you husband, can you also reward me with a fish? Wang Tao asked unwillingly. Yifeng ignored him, picking his teeth with a stick. Suyun, beside them, was shocked. She hadn't expected Wang Tao to betray so easily. She had once liked Wang Tao, but now her face was full of disappointment. Yifeng, so your meaning is, if I call you husband, I get to eat fish? Suyun asked. Yes. Yifeng nodded. He had planned it, first make Suyun call him husband, then peel away this cold president layer by layer. Who, husband? Suyun said humiliatingly. Louder. Yifeng barked without mercy. You. Suyun's face flushed red, her eyes filled with shock and humiliation. Who, spanned. After Suyun said it, tears slid down her white cheeks. That's more like it. Yifeng finally went to the shallow sea. That night, luck was good, many lanternfish were feeding. Soon, Yifeng caught 5 or 6 fish. As he rounded the rocks, he saw that useless Wang Tao talking to Suyun. So Yifeng hid behind the rocks and listened with the sea breeze. President Su, now is a special time. Just endure that loser, flatter him, so we can survive. Once we're back in civilization, I'll have my big brother teach him a lesson. Wang Tao said. But Suyun's face was cold. Wang Tao, didn't you say you were a survival champion? Why can Yifeng do it but you can't? Haven't I been starving for days? When Yifeng gives you fish later, just secretly pass it to me. Once I'm full, I can catch lots and lots of fish. Then we'll never have to beg that loser again. Wang Tao said selfishly. You're sure once you're full you can catch fish? Suyun doubted him. President Su, didn't I show you my championship certificate? Don't you trust me? Back then, Wang Tao had bought a fake certificate online, making Suyun trust him. Fine, I'll believe you one more time. Suyun nodded. Yifeng decided the time was right, deliberately making loud footsteps as he returned to the fire. President Su, this fish is yours. The rest are mine. Yifeng said, tossing a small fish to Suyun. Suyun picked it up and exchanged a look with Wang Tao. Yifeng had already seen through their little trick, but he didn't expose it. He wanted this spoiled fool to clearly see Wang Tao's true face. Soon, Suyun roasted the fish. Yifeng, I want to go eat near the rocks, is that okay? Do as you like. Yifeng nodded indifferently. So the two of them went behind the rocks. Suyun, dizzy with hunger, still handed the roasted fish to Wang Tao, unwilling to suffer Yifeng's humiliation. That useless Wang Tao devoured it in a few bites. Supervisor Wang, now can you catch fish? Suyun asked. President Su, now that I've eaten, why catch fish? Remember, I'm a Taekwondo black belt. Follow me, I'll make Yifeng obediently catch fish. Wang Tao's meaning was clear, he wanted to use force to make Yifeng catch fish. No, if you can catch fish, do it yourself. Why must you fight? Suyun wasn't pleased. She faintly felt tricked. Come on, just watch the show. Wang Tao patted his chest, then tied a black cloth around his waist for ritual. Yifeng was dozing when the two came back. But Wang Tao's aura had changed, looking murderous. What are you doing? Yifeng watched him warily. By logic, this trash should be catching fish. What am I doing? Yifeng, cards on the table. I'm a Taekwondo black belt. Now I order you to catch 50 fish, or else I'll beat you. Wang Tao posed in a taekwondo stance. But his steps were weak, all show, no power. Beat me? Then try. Yifeng almost laughed. From a martial arts village, he could tell at a glance Wang Tao had no skill. Ah, take my whirlwind kick. Wang Tao mustered strength, spinning in the air with a fancy kick. Yifeng raised his leg and kicked. Wang Tao flew 2 meters, landing curled up like a shrimp. Wang Tao, why are you beaten again? Suyun nearly fainted. After a while, Wang Tao weakly stood, then vomited the roasted fish. President Su, my stomach hurts, it must be too long since I practiced taekwondo, I'm rusty. That trash. Wang Tao started making excuses again. You. Suyun's body weakened, collapsing on the sand in hunger. Hope shattered, her heart sank into despair. Taekwondo black belt, truly impressive, respect, respect. Yifeng mocked, then looked at Suyun. He saw her slowly close her eyes, as if dead. Shit, don't die. He quickly lifted her up. She hadn't yet become his shape, dying now was a waste. So he roasted a fish, tore off small pieces, and put them in Suyun's mouth. A dog mustn't be fed too full, or it won't obey. And a dog like Wang Tao even less so, if fed, it would bite its master. After 2 mouthfuls, Suyun finally woke. Yifeng, is there more? Suyun looked at the remaining roasted fish. There's none. From now on, you're not allowed to call my name. You have to call me husband, or even dead ghost if you like. Yifeng said seriously. You? A blush crept onto Suyun's pale face. She glanced once at that useless Wang Tao, then withdrew her gaze, her eyes slowly firming. Dead ghost, is there more fish to eat? Suyun asked. You really know how to take advantage, huh? But there's no fish today, wait until morning. Now go to sleep. After saying that, Yifeng lay down again by the fire. The night was very cold. At first Wang Tao sprawled out like a big character, but soon curled into an S shape. Suyun hugged her knees tightly, her whole body trembling. With no food in her stomach, the cold struck especially fast. By midnight, Suyun couldn't bear it anymore. She had to find someone to huddle with for warmth. She first looked at Wang Tao. He was lying in his own vomit, his body curled up like a U. By contrast, Yifeng was much cleaner. In her extreme fear of cold, she quietly squeezed against Yifeng's back. Yifeng was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt 2 springy things pressing into his back. He rubbed his eyes and looked back. It was Suyun. Could it be? Did I underestimate my charm? Several question marks popped up on Yifeng's forehead. Whatever, Yifeng turned over and pulled Suyun's soft body into his arms. At dawn, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. The next moment, his eyes widened. That useless Wang Tao was gnawing on a raw fish, growling as if guarding food. Wang Tao, why can't you keep your hands clean? Stealing my fish? Yifeng roared, startling Suyun awake in his arms. Hearing the voice, Wang Tao swallowed the fish in one gulp. What do you mean, dirty hands? It's just a fish. When we go back, I'll give you 1,000 yuan, isn't that enough? Wang Tao said shamelessly. Enough your mother. Yifeng kicked him. What else could he do? Got Wang Tao. Wang Tao turned to Suyun. President Su, as a dignified CEO, how could you sleep pressed against him? Tell me, didn't he push against you in the night? Suyun's face flushed red with shame. Shut up. He definitely did. Men know men best. President Su, come to me, so he doesn't take advantage of you. Wang Tao shouted. Yifeng was about to teach Wang Tao a lesson, but after hearing this, he stopped. He wanted to see what Suyun would choose. If Suyun still sided with Wang Tao, then there was no reason to be soft anymore. Shut up. You braggart, you can't catch fish, can't fight. Tell me, those fake certificates of yours, where did you get them? Finally, Suyun's CEO intelligence switched on. Before, she had assumed Wang Tao was trustworthy. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief, sat back down, and waited to see how this trash would explain. Me? I really am a survival champion, and I really am a taekwondo black belt. Wang Tao still refused to admit defeat. This trash liked to brag about being capable of anything, to attract women's attention. That trick often worked. Nowadays, women misled by social media thought the world was full of rich, tall, handsome men. So only liars could meet their expectations. You liar, braggart, I'll never listen to you again. After cursing him, Suyun turned to Yifeng. Yifeng, from now on, the fish you catch will be for us too, not for him. President Su, don't be like that. No matter what, I'm still your trusted aide. Wang Tao was dumbfounded. But Yifeng's face went cold. Yifeng? Is that what you call me? Call me husband. And another thing, why should my fish be shared between us two? Only if I give it to you, you can eat. If I don't, you go hungry. Suyun said nothing, obediently lowering her head. All right, wife, I was a bit harsh earlier. It's just that I still don't fully trust you. Once we've spent more time together and built trust, I won't treat you this way. Yifeng softened a little. From now on, I'll listen to you. Suyun nodded. Good. Roast these 2 fish. That will be our breakfast today. Yifeng leaned back, ordering Suyun to work. He couldn't waste his energy, he had to save strength for dealing with Wang Tao and the dangers of the island. When the fish were roasted, Suyun hesitated, then handed the bigger one to Yifeng. Yi, dead ghost, eat your fish. At last, Suyun changed the way she addressed him. Yifeng, satisfied, took the fish and bit into it, praising, wife, you learn fast. Already roasting fish with 70% of my skill. Oh. Suyun lowered her head, nibbling the fish in small bites. Wang Tao squatted in front of them, staring straight at the roasted fish, drooling. Yifeng, there's not much meat on the fish head. Can I have it? Wang Tao asked. Call me daddy, and I'll reward you. Yifeng said playfully. What? You? Wang Tao exploded, but his rage lasted only 3 seconds. Daddy. His eyes turned bloodshot. Catch! Yifeng threw the fish head far away. Wang Tao, like a husky, howled and ran after it. Meanwhile, Suyun finished her fish. I'll go gather some firewood. I can't just eat for free. Wait. You're my wife now. How could you do rough work? Hey, son, get over here. Yifeng waved at Wang Tao. Suyun froze for a moment, but inside, she felt an odd warmth. It startled her. Before, many rich heirs had given her cars and bags worth millions, yet her heart never stirred. Why now, on this deserted island, over just a fish, did she feel warmth? No. Suyun, you can't be so cheap. Wang Tao's eyes lit up. He rushed over, since Suyun still had another fish head. Go fetch some firewood from the forest. Then you can eat that fish head. All right, I'll go right now. Wang Tao barked excitedly and dashed into the forest. Yifeng smiled with satisfaction. Back at the company, Wang Tao often lorded over him. At last, revenge. A while later, Wang Tao came back carrying a big pile of firewood, looking at Yifeng expectantly. I brought the firewood. Now I can have the fish head, right? He asked. No, Yifeng said flatly. Why? You're breaking your word. Wang Tao fumed, but he couldn't beat Yifeng, so he only glared with bloodshot eyes. Yifeng sneered inwardly. He wanted Wang Tao to get used to his inconsistency. That way, if someday he didn't keep a promise, Wang Tao wouldn't hold a grudge. After all, fetching firewood was something anyone could do. But catching fish was a skill. At the same time, he did it for Suyun to see, so that if someday he didn't give her fish, she wouldn't resent him either. Sure enough, Suyun's attitude became much more compliant. I don't keep my word, so what can you do? Yifeng spread his hands. Me? Angry, Wang Tao shrank to the side, muttering under his breath. After a while, the sun slowly rose. Suyun suddenly picked up a stick and walked toward the open beach. What are you doing? Yifeng frowned. I want to write SOS on the sand. If a rescue plane passes by, they can see it. Suyun replied. I already said, you're my wife. Leave this rough work to Wang Tao. After saying this, Yifeng waved at Wang Tao. Wang Tao, come here. Go write a big SOS on the beach, at least 200 square meters. If you do it well, you'll get the leftover fish head at noon. Wang Tao quickly stood up, but immediately shrank back down. What if you break your word again? After being tricked once, he didn't want it to happen a second time. Are you writing or not? Yifeng asked bluntly. Wang Tao hesitated again. If he didn't write, he might starve to death. If he wrote, even if he was fooled, at least there was still a chance. So, dizzy and weak, Wang Tao picked up the stick. Suyun's heart was full of conflict. She hated Yifeng's overbearing ways, but deep inside, she actually felt a trace of superiority. At least she wasn't as miserable as Wang Tao. She even enjoyed being treated like the mistress of the house. Thinking of this, Suyun sat down next to Yifeng, slowly becoming obedient. Wife, last night so you wouldn't freeze, you pressed my arm with your head all night. Now my arm is sore to death. Yifeng pretended to hammer his own shoulder. I'll massage it for you? Suyun said instinctively, then immediately regretted it. How could I let you? Go ahead. Yifeng turned his back toward her. So Suyun began massaging his shoulders. Wang Tao, writing SOS under the burning sun, saw the two of them being intimate in the shade. His whole body trembled, and he quickly turned away. He couldn't let that bastard Yifeng see the hatred on his face, or else he wouldn't get food at noon. When I get back, I'll have someone break his legs. Yes, I must. I'll make him go to work in a wheelchair. Then I'll tease him on purpose. Ha, that'll be fun. Thinking this, Wang Tao smiled. In the future, any hard work, let Wang Tao do it. We'll keep our strength. Yifeng pointed at Wang Tao, smiling foolishly in the distance. This? Isn't that too cruel? Suyun felt uneasy. Cruel? Yifeng sneered. Back at the company, he had a girlfriend named Qinli. They were together for over a year. Then this trash Wang Tao parachuted in and, within 3 days, used sweet words to take Qinli away. Stealing his girlfriend was one thing, but Wang Tao flaunted her in front of him every day, making Yifeng lose sleep for a month. Don't worry about how cruel I am. Now my legs are sore. Massage them too, Yifeng said flatly. It seemed Suyun wasn't fully tamed yet, still missing a little. To her surprise, Suyun felt a twinge of pity. After all, since they landed, Yifeng had been working non-stop. This high and mighty female president finally began to feel empathy for an ordinary man. Just then, a scream came from the forest. All three looked toward the trees. Soon, a beautiful woman ran out, clutching her thigh. Help! I was bitten by a poisonous snake. When Suyun saw the girl, she ran over joyfully. Shaoli, you're still alive. That's great. Suyun grabbed Qinli's hand. President Su, seeing you alive, I'm relieved. But I don't think I can last. Just now, when I went to relieve myself, a snake bit me. Qinli cried loudly. Suyun didn't know what to do at first, but soon thought of something. Wang Tao, come here. Your girlfriend's been bitten by a snake. If you suck the poison out, she'll be saved. At that moment, Qinli noticed Wang Tao, tan like a native under the sun. Tao, thank goodness. Suck the poison out for me. Maybe I won't have to die. Qinli, as if grabbing her last hope, staggered toward him. Wang Tao's face was full of joy, but when he heard this, he recoiled in fear. If I suck the poison, won't I die too? I'm not sucking it. He shook his head furiously. Then what do I do? Qinli cried again. Wang Tao's eyes rolled. Honey, didn't you practice yoga? You can bend down and suck it yourself. But I never trained that far. I can't reach. Tao, remember when you chased me? You swore eternal love, never leaving me. Now you won't even suck out some poison for me. Qinli wept. Wang Tao looked embarrassed, but this useless man had plenty of excuses. Lili, you're bitten, I'm sad too. But sometimes, better one person dies than two. Besides, I need to protect President Su. You're her best friend, surely you don't want her to be in danger. After saying this, Wang Tao even gave Suyun a suggestive smile. He knew Qinli was going to die, so he was already looking for a new woman. Suyun's face was blank, almost nauseated. She suddenly turned to Yifeng. Yifeng, no, husband, Shaoli was bitten by a snake. You're capable, you must have a way to save her. Yifeng had once shared feelings with Qinli. He hesitated, then said, gather more firewood, or else her cremation won't burn clean. Yifeng, you petty waste. Qinli stopped crying, pointing at Yifeng and cursing him. Yifeng ignored her, sitting down to roast fish. Heavens! How miserable I am. Seeing him ignore her, Qinli wept loudly again. Husband, you're a good man, please help Shaoli. We're all from the same company. Suyun walked over and leaned against Yifeng, her soft body lightly pressing on his strong arm. How can I help? She was bitten in a sensitive place, and I'm not her boyfriend. Yifeng calmly turned the roasting fish. This. Suyun was helpless, then turned to Wang Tao again. Wang Tao, you really won't do it? President Su, I don't want to die. And to be honest, when I first joined the company, the one I liked wasn't her. As for who I really like, you should already feel it. Wang Tao looked deeply at Suyun, making her shiver with goosebumps. Yifeng, help me suck out the poison. Even if not for me as your ex, at least for letting you play with me for a year. Qinli cried. Play with you? Didn't you play with me too? We just used each other. You couldn't hook a rich man, so you came to me to practice. And once you mastered your skills, you kicked me away immediately, didn't you? Yifeng said calmly. Qinli was silent. That was indeed her way of thinking back then. Husband, for my sake, please save Shaoli, alright? She's my best friend. Suyun pleaded. Suyun, you're becoming more and more unruly. Yifeng's expression turned cold. This? Fine, as long as you save Shaoli, I'll agree to one condition of yours. As Suyun said this, her pretty face flushed red. Hearing that, Yifeng's heart grew hot. Any condition? He glanced at Suyun's figure. After breaking up with Qinli, she had been the one he fantasized about every night. You? Facing Yifeng's lustful gaze, she couldn't help but press her legs together. President Su, please agree to him, or I'll die. Qinli urged. Huff. Yifeng, as long as you save Shaoli, I'll agree to any request you have. Suyun nodded heavily. But Yifeng leaned back. Looking at Suyun's unwilling face, as if he disgusted her. Don't force yourself. If you don't want to, then forget it. Yifeng said calmly. Yifeng, I'm not forcing myself. Save Shaoli quickly, or the poison will spread to her heart. Suyun gritted her teeth. I think we better forget it. You're not doing this willingly. Yifeng shifted lazily. Chen Li was furious, almost spitting blood. She wanted to rush over and kill him. Husband, I really do mean it. Actually, you're handsome and capable. I'm sincere. Suyun forced herself to look willing. Inside, she hated Yifeng to death. Making her, a dignified CEO, lower herself to beg without dignity, all for her best friend. You may be willing, but I'm not. I, Yifeng, am a man who values purity. Yifeng said seriously. You bastard, hurry and save Xiaoli, I really want to hit you. Suyun flared up, swinging her fists. Hey, don't hit, I'll go, alright? Can't a husband joke with his wife? Yifeng laughed, finally walking over to Chen Li. Where did the snake bite? Yifeng asked coldly. On my upper thigh. Chen Li blushed. It sure knows where to bite. Take off your pants, I'll suck the poison out. Yifeng said. Chen Li glanced at Wang Tao in the distance, then gritted her teeth and slowly pulled her pants halfway down. Just then, Wang Tao suddenly rushed over, furious. Touch my girlfriend and I'll kill you. Wang Tao's face was red, his neck bulging, holding a stick. Wang Tao, earlier I told you to suck it and you refused. Now Yifeng is doing it and you're jealous? What do you want? Suyun quickly blocked him. Me? Wang Tao was speechless. Either you suck or Yifeng does. Choose. Suyun's chest rose and fell with anger. Fine, let Yifeng do it. President Su, I feel Yifeng and Chen Li are a pair, and we too. Wang Tao hesitated. Shut up. Suyun turned her head away. By then, Yifeng had already brought his face close to Chen Li's wound. On her thigh was a mole, the bite right on it. Spread your legs a bit, I can't reach the wound. Yifeng said sternly. Ah? Chen Li blushed scarlet, but still spread her legs wider. The shameful act couldn't be more degrading. Yifeng quickly saw the wound. There was only a little blood, not discolored. He squeezed the spot, no bubbles came out. He was certain, the snake wasn't poisonous. But he had to fake it, otherwise how would Suyun keep her promise? So he plucked a few leaves, chewed them, and spat them onto the wound. Alright, I used herbs to neutralize the poison. Do you feel better now? Yifeng asked. Ah? It really does feel better. Chen Li rejoiced, slowly pulling her pants back up. Wang Tao hurried over to hold her. Wife, thank goodness. I was so worried. Even though I didn't save you just now, do you know how much I suffered inside? With another woman present, Wang Tao started pretending again, especially in front of his girlfriend. Chen Li pulled her hand away coldly. Wife, you must be starving. There's fish here, I'll roast some for you. Wang Tao pointed at Yifeng's fish, revealing his true motive. Sure enough, Chen Li's face softened a little. Then roast it quickly, I haven't eaten for days. Chen Li said. Alright. Wang Tao strode toward the fish, but Yifeng blocked him. Supervisor Wang, you're generous with things that aren't yours. Yifeng sneered. Hey! Your ex just lost blood, she needs nutrition. You'd let her die? Wang Tao shouted. She's your girlfriend, not mine. Catch your own fish. Yifeng crossed his arms. Wang Tao, helpless, returned to Chen Li. Wife, I can't help it. See? Yifeng won't share his fish. Chen Li glared at Yifeng. Yifeng, you're this stingy? Stingy? I just saved your life, and you forgot already? Didn't Wang Tao say he's a survival champion? Let him catch fish for you. Yifeng sneered. Suyun blushed deeply. They had all been fooled by Wang Tao's bragging. How embarrassing. That's right, Tao, you're the survival champion. Catch fish for me, I'm starving. Chen Li urged. Of course, no problem. Watch me. Wang Tao, forced to save face, grabbed a stick and marched toward the rocks. As expected, half an hour later, he came back empty-handed. Tao, where's the fish? Chen Li asked in disappointment. I've been starving for days, and Yifeng kicked me. Otherwise I'd have caught plenty. Wang Tao made excuses again. Ah? Chen Li's face was full of despair. Yifeng watched coldly. Suyun's eyes on Wang Tao were icy, no trace of trust left. Then what do I do? I'll starve to death. Chen Li squatted, stealing glances at Yifeng's fish. Yifeng, lend me that fish, please? When we return, I'll pay you 10 times. Chen Li asked. Lend my ass. Even I can catch fish, and your boyfriend's supposed to be a survival champion. Let him help you. Yifeng said, putting his fish back on the fire. Just then, Suyun pointed to the distance. Look! There's a suitcase floating on the sea. Maybe it has food inside, she shouted. Yifeng looked closely, and sure enough, a pink suitcase was floating on the sea. Maybe it had clothes and some useful things inside. So he put down the roasted fish and walked toward the sea. The waves crashed onto the beach one after another, then flowed back into the sea. Going to get the suitcase now might mean being dragged into the deep ocean. So Yifeng looked at Wang Tao. Wang Tao, go bring the suitcase back, and I'll give you 2 fish. I'm not going. What if I get dragged into the deep sea? Wang Tao shook his head hard. Maybe there's food inside the suitcase. Yifeng tempted him. Ah? Wang Tao hesitated for 3 seconds, then suddenly looked at Chenli. Wife, you go bring the suitcase back, maybe there's really food inside. This useless man wouldn't risk himself, but urged his girlfriend instead. Ah, but I can't swim. Chenli shook her head. At that moment, Suyun spoke, I'll go. I have to do something, I can't just eat for free. After saying this, Suyun lifted her skirt and slowly walked toward the beach. This made Yifeng feel a little moved. Suyun was stubborn, but at least she didn't like to take advantage. Forget it, wife, I'll go. Yifeng sighed, took off his shirt and pants, revealing a lean, strong body. Suyun's pretty face turned red, her eyes shining. Yifeng's muscles weren't bulky like those from a gym. Instead, they had a wild, aggressive feeling that made her heart pound like a deer. Thinking of this, she secretly lowered her gaze, then quickly covered her mouth. So big. Without comparison, there was no harm. Wang Tao, feeling inferior, covered his own part. Yifeng dived straight into the sea. The waves were fierce, but with a few strokes he grabbed the suitcase. Yet when he tried to swim back, the receding waves pushed him toward the deep sea again and again. Within moments, Yifeng felt half his strength was gone. He took a deep breath, and when a wave pushed forward, he threw the suitcase hard toward the beach. Then he dived underwater, swimming quickly toward the shore. Swimming underwater, the waves affected him less. After much effort, Yifeng crawled back onto the beach, gasping. Just then, he saw Wang Tao secretly eating his roasted fish. Chenli stood by, staring eagerly. Tao, leave me some, leave me some. Chenli begged. Get away. Wang Tao pushed Chenli aside and quickly finished the fish. At that moment, Suyun ran over, sand stuck to her body. Yifeng, you finally came back. I tried to stop Wang Tao, but he pushed me down. Suyun said anxiously. Yifeng nodded, set the suitcase on the sand, and strode toward Wang Tao. Wang Tao swallowed the last bite, stood up slowly, and looked Yifeng in the eyes without fear. Wang Tao, you useless trash, you need a beating. Spit the fish back out. Yifeng said coldly. Ha ha ha, Yifeng, before I lost to you because I hadn't eaten. Now it's different. If you've got guts, come on. Wang Tao struck a taekwondo stance. Fuck off. The two fought quickly, but after only 3 moves Wang Tao was down on the sand, even kicked in the face. Still pretending? Yifeng sneered. Wang Tao said nothing, standing up in humiliation and brushing the sand off. Wang Tao, you can't even beat Yifeng? Didn't you say you were a taekwondo black belt? Chenli looked shocked. That's because I just ate fish, my body hasn't digested yet, so my reaction is slower. If I were full and rested an hour, even 10 Yifengs couldn't beat me. Even after being beaten, Wang Tao still bragged. Oh. Chenli held her stomach. She was starving. Yifeng opened the suitcase. Inside were some women's underwear and a few bags of snacks. Suyun was overjoyed. She quickly tossed a bag of snacks to Chenli. Shaoli, catch. Chenli, starving, tore open the bag and poured it all into her mouth. Before he could stop her, the snacks were gone. Suyun, next time, without my permission, if you act on your own, don't blame me for leaving you behind. Yifeng said coldly. Husband, I was wrong. Suyun admitted with some shame. After all, Yifeng had risked his life to bring the suitcase back. Yifeng searched through the suitcase, and suddenly saw a box of Durex. Both of them froze slightly, glanced at each other, then quickly looked away. Suyun's face turned red, her hands fiddling with her skirt. This can be used to hold water. Yifeng, as if possessed, slipped the box into his pocket. Suyun said nothing, only picked out a pair of shorts. She liked cleanliness, and wearing the same underwear for over a day was uncomfortable. After a while, everything in the suitcase was sorted. There was also a makeup bag with a small eyebrow knife. That knife could be used to cut open fish bellies, so no need to tear by hand anymore. The rest didn't seem useful. Let's go. Yifeng dragged the suitcase back to the fire with Suyun. Wang Tao and Chenli sat under another coconut tree. Now the 4 were split into 2 camps. But Wang Tao's camp was unstable. Chenli kept sneaking hungry glances at Yifeng. Wife, why do you keep looking at him? Sure, he's good at survival, but if I weren't hungry, I wouldn't be worse. Besides, what's the point of survival skills? Back in society, he's still just a poor loser. Wang Tao quickly tried to reassure Chenli. Sure enough, Chenli withdrew her gaze and held his arm. Yifeng sighed. Having been with Chenli for a year, he knew her well, she would never stay with a weak man. By noon, Yifeng felt a little hungry. Wife, I'll go catch some more fish. Stay here and wait for me. With that, Yifeng walked to the shallow sea. During the day, fish were scarce. He caught only 2, barely enough for 2 people. But he didn't plan to catch more anyway. Otherwise Wang Tao might steal them again. Huh? What fruit is this? I've never seen it before. Yi Feng hurried to a small tree. On it grew 3 white fruits. But as he approached, the fruits shrank as if alive. Strange. His instinct told him these fruits were unusual. He quickly plucked the last one before it vanished. The other 2 had already shrunk out of sight. Yi Feng swallowed hard, then bit his teeth and swallowed the fruit whole. The next moment, a wave of heat swept through Yi Feng's whole body. The strength he had just lost instantly returned, and the heat seemed to still be moving inside him. So amazing! Could it be a ginseng fruit? Yi Feng was overjoyed and felt much more energetic. So he walked back to the beach with light steps. As soon as he arrived, he saw Wang Tao and Su Yun pulling at the suitcase like in a tug-of-war. "President Su, give me the snacks from the suitcase," Wang Tao shouted. "No," Yi Feng risked his life to bring this back. Su Yun pulled hard. "We're on the same side, how can you side with that useless Yi Feng?" After saying this, Wang Tao pushed Su Yun down onto the sand. "Wang Tao, you dog, what are you doing?" Yi Feng was furious. Wang Tao jumped in fright, quickly dropped the suitcase, and ran back to his camp. Now he was a bit afraid of Yi Feng. Yi Feng first helped Su Yun up, then checked the suitcase. Luckily, nothing was missing. But his anger was out of control. "Wife, you roast the fish first." Yi Feng stood up, ready to deal with Wang Tao, but Su Yun quickly grabbed his arm. Husband, don't go. You need to save your strength." Su Yun looked at him with concern. "It's fine, wife. To deal with that trash Wang Tao, I don't need much strength." With that, Yi Feng walked up to Wang Tao. A trace of fear flashed across Wang Tao's face, but when his eyes fell on Chen Li, he regained his confidence. No matter what, he couldn't lose face in front of his girlfriend, he had to act like a man. "Yi Feng, now that I've digested my food, do you really think you can still beat me?" Wang Tao said seriously, taking a fighting stance. "Fuck off." This time, Yi Feng directly lifted Wang Tao up and slammed him hard onto the sand. A big imprint appeared in the sand. Yi Feng froze for a moment. He felt his strength had doubled compared to before. With Wang Tao's height and weight, yet he had lifted him so easily. Could it be because of that white fruit? "Ah! Yi Feng, I feel like my bones are broken. If I die, you'll be fully responsible." Wang Tao lay on the sand wailing. Luckily, it was sand. If it had been concrete, he might really have broken apart. Yi Feng stepped on his face. "Next time you cause trouble, I'll break both your legs." "Got it." Don't fight, Chen Li quickly rushed over to stop them. She felt torn. If she didn't please Yi Feng, she might starve, but if she didn't please Wang Tao, then once they got back, she couldn't be the girlfriend of a rich man anymore. She had seen Wang Tao's family background before, living in a villa, far better than Yi Feng. Yi Feng released Wang Tao and strode back to the fire. "Husband, time to eat fish." Su Yun took down a fish, tore off a piece of meat, and gently fed it into Yi Feng's mouth. Just now, Yi Feng had fought fiercely and looked so strong, it stirred something in her heart. No matter when, women admired strength, and Yi Feng was clearly a strong man. "Wife, you eat some too." Yi Feng tore off some meat and fed Su Yun. From a distance, Chen Li watched them feed each other, and for some reason, her heart felt sour. "Yi Feng used to be my boyfriend, didn't he? President Su, how can you steal my man?" Wang Tao was burning with rage, grinding his teeth almost to pieces. "Don't worry, wife. With Starlink invented, the rescue team will find us in less than a day. When we return to society, I'll marry you." Wang Tao painted a big promise. Chen Li's body trembled slightly at those words. Marrying a rich man was her ultimate goal. Gurgle. Her stomach growled. "Tao, will you really marry me? But, can you get me something to eat first? I only had a small bag of snacks, and now I feel even hungrier." Chen Li held her stomach. "Eat? All you know is eat. Don't you know I'm struggling too? A woman should learn endurance. If you can't even handle this, how can you be my woman in the future?" The useless man lashed out in shame. "Oh." Chen Li lowered her head with red eyes, then secretly glanced at Yi Feng again. "Don't look at him. You're my woman. I want your body and heart to be 100% loyal to me." Wang Tao roared. "Don't go too far, Wang Tao." Chen Li finally snapped. "Too far? Isn't this just the loyalty between boyfriend and girlfriend? I promise not to find another woman, and you don't look at another man." Wang Tao said righteously. Yi Feng couldn't listen anymore, but he didn't step in. After all, Chen Li had dumped him before, he could only watch and secretly enjoy the show. After finishing the fish, Yi Feng suddenly rested his head on Su Yun's thigh, preparing for a nap. Su Yun's legs tensed, but in the end, she didn't push him away. "Have you two quarreled enough? Yi Feng is trying to sleep." Su Yun finally spoke. She didn't know why, but she suddenly stood by Yi Feng's side. Happiness came from comparison. The couple over there didn't even know where their next meal was coming from, but with Yifeng, she had food and drink. Yifeng closed his eyes, a faint approving smile on his lips. No one knew how long he had slept, but soon he was woken by a noise. Ah! It's here, finally here. It was Chen-Li's excited voice. Yifeng quickly opened his eyes. Was the rescue plane here? But when he looked carefully, he saw Wang Tao swaggering back, carrying a sea turtle. His attitude was like a triumphant general. Chen-Li ran over to take it, but immediately covered her nose. "This turtle is dead?" she asked in surprise. "Of course, could I catch a live one? It's not completely rotten yet, let's roast it quickly," Wang Tao said, then walked over with Chen-Li proudly. "Yifeng, don't think you're the only one. I'm not bad either. See this turtle? Enough to feed me 3 or 4 meals, no problem lasting until rescue." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Su Yun. "Congratulations," Yifeng said calmly. "Congratulations is useless. I won't share it with you." Wang Tao then sat right by the fire, ready to roast the whole turtle. "Hey! Get away. This fire is mine. Make your own fire." Yifeng looked down at him. "Huh? Just borrow your fire for a while, what do you lose? You're that stingy?" Wang Tao's face turned red with anger. At this moment, Chen-Li spoke. "Tao, you're the survival champion. Let's make our own fire, don't always beg others." Fine. I just wanted it easier. Watch me." Wang Tao returned to his camp. He carefully recalled how Yifeng had made fire, then picked up a stick and started rubbing. Yifeng watched coldly. This fool didn't even put dry shavings underneath. Like that, even in 10,000 years, he wouldn't get a fire. Sure enough, an hour later, Wang Tao's hands were full of blisters, and he was drenched in sweat. "Aga! My hands are killing me." Wang Tao threw the stick far away. "Tao, what's wrong?" Chen-Li looked disappointed. "I don't know why, but suddenly I just can't make fire anymore." Wang Tao sat weakly on the ground. With no other choice, Chen-Li walked toward Yifeng. "Yifeng, can you lend me a spark? When I get the fire started, I'll help you collect some dry wood." This time, Chen-Li lowered herself a lot. "Lend you my ass, let your champion make the fire," Yifeng said lazily, while putting his hand on Su Yun's thigh. Su Yun's face flushed red, and she quickly pressed his hand down, otherwise it would wander deeper. "You!" Chen-Li glared angrily at Yifeng. At this time, Wang Tao walked over. "Yifeng, if I bring you a bundle of dry wood, that should be worth a little fire from you, right?" Wang Tao asked. Yifeng thought for a moment, then nodded. "Fine." So Wang Tao and Chen-Li went into the forest, and soon came back with a bundle of dry wood. "See? This pile is enough for 1 or 2 days." He squatted down, ready to borrow fire. But Yifeng suddenly kicked over and put out Wang Tao's spark. "You, breaking your word again?" Wang Tao was furious. If he had a knife now, he might really kill Yifeng. "No, this would just cancels out the fish you stole from me at noon." Yifeng sneered. Revenge doesn't come late, he remembered everything clearly. At this moment, Chen-Li suddenly said cleverly, "Then I'll go collect another pile of wood, that should be worth your fire, right? I don't need more wood now, didn't Wang Tao already bring me a bundle?" Yifeng pointed at the firewood beside Wang Tao. "Aga!" His powerless roar echoed across the beach, startling a flock of seabirds into flight. Su Yun glanced at Chen-Li, feeling a bit sorry for her, but didn't speak. "Wife, do you want to plead for Chen-Li?" Yifeng asked. No, but we're all from the same company, I can't help but feel a little soft," Su Yun said. "Fine. Chen-Li, since my wife spoke, I'll let you borrow fire, but only tonight." Yifeng sneered. "That means I still have to wait hours?" Chen-Li held her stomach. But Wang Tao perked up, he had stolen some fish at noon and wasn't hungry. "Come on, wife, can't you endure just 1 meal?" He dragged Chen-Li away. Yifeng sniffed the air. The turtle's rotten stench was getting stronger. Finally, evening came. Chen-Li quickly ran over. "Take this torch." Yifeng handed her a flame. But when Chen-Li happily lit the fire, she saw worms crawling from the turtle's mouth and nostrils. Even with fire it's useless. The turtle's full of maggots. Chen-Li gagged. Wang Tao frowned hard. "Damn you, Yifeng. You deliberately delayed till night so the turtle would rot before lending me fire. Now how am I supposed to eat?" Wang Tao stormed over. "Not my problem. Rotten stuff can still be eaten. Haven't you seen Bear Grylls eat maggots?" Yifeng said mischievously. Wang Tao thought about it, then went back to roast the turtle. The smell was awful. Chen-Li quickly ran to the upwind side. Before long, Wang Tao had roasted the turtle. He tore off the head, forced himself, and chewed. After just a few bites, he clutched his stomach and vomited. "Ha ha ha!" Yifeng couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. He hadn't thought Wang Tao would be so stupid as to eat maggots. You're terrible, Suyun lightly hit Yifeng's shoulder. It felt more like a massage. Chenli looked at Wang Tao, then at Yifeng. Gritting her teeth, she walked straight to Yifeng. Yifeng, can I follow you? Chenli asked. That's not good. I'm afraid President Su will misunderstand, and so will your boyfriend. Yifeng looked troubled. Ah Feng, even though we broke up, deep down I've always loved you. Every night when I think about our memories, I can't help but cry. Chenli said emotionally. Disgusting, aren't you? Yifeng frowned, feeling like he had swallowed a fly. But Suyun spoke. Ah Feng, she's telling the truth. After breaking up with you, she said she wasn't happy. Just help her, okay? Then the two of us can serve you together, keep watch, collect wood. Please? Suyun shook Yifeng's arm. No, I'm a man of loyalty. How can I let two women serve me? That would be too hard for me. Yifeng shook his head firmly. Just do it for me, okay? Suyun pleaded. She really was close to Chenli. Yifeng knew the truth was mostly that Chenli flattered her, making this silly girl happy. Wife, for you, I'll suffer a little. After all, I love you. Yifeng spoke sweetly, then turned to Chenli. Chenli, I allow you to join my camp. His tone toward Chenli was cold. This woman had no principles, she followed whoever had money. She needed to be watched. Great, Yifeng, I knew you still had feelings for me. Chenli quickly squatted by the fire. Don't flatter yourself. I let you join so you can take better care of me and Suyun. From now on, at night, you'll stand guard, fan away mosquitoes, and add wood to the fire. Most importantly, whenever there's work, you must do it without me telling you. Because I don't like repeating myself. The day I have to tell you, will be the day I kick you out. Understand? Yifeng's tone hardened, his expression serious. Chenli's smile slowly faded. She looked at him in disbelief. Ah Feng, you weren't like this before. Back then, when I was sick, you biked 10 kilometers to see me and held me until I slept. Once at midnight, I wanted iced milk tea, and you biked more than 10 kilometers to buy it for me. But now, why are you like this? Before, I was a fool. I'm not anymore. Now, I want you to pay it back. Yifeng said bluntly. If she hadn't brought it up, fine. But now, he remembered how he had been a lapdog, and it disgusted him. Ah Feng, don't be like this. I know you still love me, don't you? Chenli pressed. Chenli, if you want to eat and drink with me, then do as I say. If not, leave now. Yifeng pointed toward Wang Tao. Wang Tao, that useless man, was forcing himself to swallow pieces of half-rotten meat. Chenli felt sick just watching, but at last she nodded in humiliation, tears streaming down. Yifeng, from now on, I'll listen to you, Chenli said obediently. Call me Brother Feng. Who told you to just call me Yifeng? Yifeng scolded her loudly without mercy. You, Brother Feng. Chenli's dignity was ground into the dirt. She felt worse than death, and hatred began to grow in her heart. Seeing her submit, Yifeng softened his tone. As long as you behave well and gain my trust, you don't always have to act like a servant. You can enjoy equal treatment with me, no need to divide master and follower. He gave her a little sweetness. Chenli wiped her tears, her eyes suddenly firm, as if she had just eaten the capitalist's pie, now full of fighting spirit. As long as I serve Yifeng and President Su well on this island, I can eat my fill. Then, when we return to society, President Su will definitely trust me more, life and death friendship. By then, I'll get promoted and rich, and reach the peak of life. No matter how you count it, this business is not a loss. Thinking of this, Chenli turned her tears into a smile. Yifeng looked at her strangely, then cuddled with Suyun again. His hands were restless, teasing Suyun until she almost lost control. No, if this went on, Yifeng would completely break through her defenses. So Suyun suddenly acted spoiled. Husband, you're so good at catching fish, can you teach me and Xiaoli too? Teach you? Yifeng narrowed his eyes, sneering inside. Fine. Let's go to the shallow sea. I'll teach you how to fish. Oh, and bring valuables with you, in case wild dogs take them. After saying this, Yifeng glanced at Wang Tao, who was eavesdropping in the distance. Then the three went to the shallow sea. Yifeng picked up a wooden spear, aiming at a fish. See? Judge the fish's path, then stab at its head. When scared, fish swim forward, so if you aim at the head, you'll actually hit the back. He finished, then swish, the spear flew out. A 2lbs fish was lifted by Yifeng. Amazing, Yifeng, husband, you're amazing. Suyun clapped. Chenli also looked delighted, carefully memorizing his posture and moves. In the cracks of the reef, Wang Tao was secretly copying. But Yifeng already noticed. If watching a few times was enough to learn, it would be too easy. Each fish had different habits. What he just showed was only 1% of his skills. After a few more demonstrations, Suyun was eager to try. Just then, Wang Tao came out with a wooden spear, looking confident. President Su, wife, I ate half a turtle earlier, my strength is back. Now I can catch fish too. Wang Tao pretended proudly. Really? Suyun looked doubtful. Chen Li's eyes lit up, looking at Wang Tao with hope. After all, Wang Tao was a rich second generation. She had to think long term, not just about food. Watch me. Wang Tao stood on a rock, copying Yi Feng, aiming at a fish's head. But this kind of fish scattered when frightened, not swimming forward. Take my spear. Puff. He hit nothing, instead scaring most fish into the deep sea. Wang Tao, you, Suyun started to speak but stopped. Wang Tao blushed, I'm a little rusty. My last survival training was 3 years ago. Let me practice a few times. He failed over 10 times in a row. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had already speared 5 fish, enough for 3 people. Chen Li quickly went to him, her soft body brushing against him. Ah Feng, you're amazing. This? Amazing? Fine, just a little better than the so-called champion. Yi Feng said. Wang Tao went crazy, smashing his stick hard against a rock. Let's go roast fish. Don't disturb the champion fishing. Yi Feng laughed. Suyun couldn't help but giggle. The 3 walked back to the beach and soon disappeared from the reef. Wang Tao gnashed his teeth, sitting on the rock. His eyes swept around and spotted a fruit nearby. He swallowed, ran over, but found only a pit. The fruit had been eaten. Still, a little pulp was left on it. He picked it up and chewed. Better than starving. He didn't care and gnawed seriously. A wave of heat surged through his body. From half dead, he suddenly felt full of energy. Could it be my luck turned? Did I eat some immortal fruit? Thinking this, Wang Tao punched the air. The force was much stronger, about a third more powerful than before. At that moment, his eyes narrowed, and a sly smile crossed his face. Yi Feng, you think you can fight? Now, I'll make you my slave. With that thought, Wang Tao strode toward the beach. There, he saw Chen Li feeding Yi Feng, who looked reluctant. Bitch, I'll clean house first. Wang Tao took a deep breath, like a hero returning from a cliffside martial arts training, and walked to Chen Li. You're my girlfriend, and you please him? You ungrateful slut. He slapped Chen Li hard across the face, nearly deforming it. Ah? Chen Li fell onto the sand. Wang Tao savored the feel. It really was much stronger than before. Yi Feng pulled Suyun up. Wang Tao, even a dog's owner must be respected. Chen Li is at least working for me now. What are you doing? This is my family matter, none of your business. Wang Tao grabbed Chen Li's hair and kicked her into a shrimp curl. Yi Feng crossed his arms, watching him bully at home. Ha ha ha, I've mastered peerless martial arts. President Su, I know you've endured till now, but I can handle it now. I'm fine now. Leave Yi Feng, that loser. Wang Tao said confidently. Suyun shook her head. Now I feel you're more disgusting than Yi Feng. Oh no, I didn't mean that, husband, let me explain. Suyun's flustered look was so cute. Yi Feng stroked her hair. It's fine, I understand. Before, Wang Tao often badmouthed him in front of Suyun, painting him as disgusting. Her bias was normal. Yi Feng, stop pretending. Let's duel, man to man. Axi ba. Wang Tao posed in taekwondo stance. Fine. The two fought again. This time, Yi Feng did feel Wang Tao was stronger, but still far behind. After 3 more moves, Wang Tao was lying flat on the beach, one of his front teeth knocked out. Yi Feng clapped his hands. Trash will always be trash, wasting my time. After saying that, he went back to put his arm around Suyun. Wang Tao struggled to get up, when suddenly a graceful figure flashed before him. Chen Li kicked him right in his family jewels. Ah! My balls, my balls. Wang Tao rolled on the ground in agony. I'm not so easy to bully either. After that, Chen Li returned to Yi Feng's side. After a while, Wang Tao weakly went back to another campfire. Watching Yi Feng flirt with the 2 beauties, he could only swallow his bitterness in silence. When we get back, I'll get some guys to break your legs. Wang Tao cursed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. After a while, Suyun and Chen Li went hand in hand into the woods to pee. When they came back, Suyun looked at Yi Feng with a mysterious smile. Hubby, guess what I just found? Suyun laughed. Did you find Chen Li's parents' corpses? Yi Feng's face grew serious. Chen Li's expression immediately darkened. Back then, the reason she dumped Yi Feng had partly to do with her parents. They were practical people, thinking Wang Tao had a better future. No, I found chili peppers. Usually the fish tastes bland, but with chili peppers it'll be delicious. She opened her palm as she spoke. Yi Feng froze. These aren't ordinary chilies, they're Indian ghost peppers. Ghost peppers are still just peppers, aren't they? Suyun looked puzzled. Wife, you don't understand. Our bodies can't be compared to our brothers from India. They've been drinking Ganges water for years and are immune to poison. To them ghost peppers are nothing. But to us, one bite and we'll ascend on the spot. Yifeng explained. Ah, that's too bad then. Suyun was about to throw the ghost peppers away. Wait, keep them. Maybe they'll come in handy. Yifeng finished, then glanced at Wang Tao in the distance with a sly grin. That trash loves stealing fish, doesn't he? Tomorrow morning, I'll pretend to roast a fish, coat it with ghost pepper, and leave with the two girls. That guy is sure to steal and eat it, let him learn a lesson. How can you guard against a thief every single day? It's too draining. Just then, a voice came from the woods. Lily, is that you? A middle-aged couple walked out. Ah, Dad, Mom, thank goodness, you're alive too. Chen Li's face lit up with joy, and she rushed forward to hug them. Yifeng's face darkened. It was his ex-father-in-law Chen Jihua, and his ex-mother-in-law Bai Guifan. My precious daughter, as long as you're alive, your father and I can rest easy. Bai Guifan gently patted Chen Li's back. Then her eyes swept around and suddenly spotted Su Yun. Ah? President Su, you're alive too. Heaven has opened its eyes, good people survived. The couple hurried over to Su Yun, fussing over her warmly. Not just me, look, Yifeng is alive too. Su Yun pointed at Yifeng. Immediately, two sharp gazes shot at him. Bai Guifan's face darkened. This trash is alive too? Looks like heaven only half opened its eyes. Mom, please say less. Actually, Yifeng isn't that bad. Chen Li whispered. Not bad? He's a poor nobody, doesn't know how to deal with people, doesn't know drinking table etiquette. What future can someone like that have? My foolish daughter, choosing Wang Tao was the right choice. Too bad we don't know how Tao is doing now. This time it was Chen Jihua speaking. Ah, Uncle Chen, I'm still alive. Wang Tao hurriedly ran over. Child, oh, you don't know how I've worried about you two these past days. You're alive, that's what matters. Chen Jihua hugged Wang Tao. Suddenly his stomach growled loudly. His face reddened. Wang Tao, your aunt and I are starving. You're the wilderness survival champion, can you get us something to eat? Bai Guifan also looked at him expectantly. Ah? Wang Tao hesitated. Chen Li looked embarrassed. Of course, no problem, watch me. Not wanting to lose face, Wang Tao picked up a spear and led the two elders toward the shallows. But Chen Li was still standing beside Yifeng. Chen Jihua turned back. Lily, what are you standing there for? Hurry and follow, don't stay with that trashy Yifeng, or Tao might misunderstand. Yes, Lily, come here to Mom. Bai Guifan also called out. Chen Li had no choice but to follow, glancing back at every step. Then Chen Jihua looked at Su Yun. President Su, what are you doing? Come with us, we're on the same side. Don't stay with that guy. Su Yun sighed and shook her head firmly. President Su, you may be the boss, but you're still young. Stay away from scum. You don't know how Yifeng tricked my daughter back then. Don't let trash like him fool you. Some trash talks big but has no real ability. Bai Guifan said earnestly. Auntie, actually, Yifeng is very capable. He can catch fish. Su Yun hinted. If she said outright that Wang Tao was useless, the couple might blow up. Yifeng couldn't hold his anger. Mother-in-law, I don't like what you're saying. Back then, Chen Li and I were together willingly. And the first time, she was the one who asked me out and made me pay the bill. How did it turn into me tricking her? What did you say? Our Lily asked you to pay? Hopeless. A man like you, quibbling over such a small thing, will never achieve anything. President Su, if you really won't come with us, then take care of yourself. With that, the four of them disappeared among the rocks. Don't be angry, hubby, I'll roast fish for you. It's almost dark. Su Yun comforted Yifeng. All right? Yifeng sat down. After eating, the four returned. But Chen Li's parents looked unhappy. From afar, Wang Tao's voice was heard making excuses. That's how it is, I haven't eaten in days, and Yifeng even knocked out one of my teeth, otherwise I'd have caught a pile of fish already. Child, no need to explain, your uncle and I believe you. It's all that trashy Feng's fault, beating you like this. When we get back, I'll report him to the police. Bai Guifan weakly comforted him. These past days, she and Chen Jihua had survived only on wild greens, without any fat to replenish them. The four sat by another campfire, saying little. Chen Li hesitated, then walked toward Yifeng. Daughter, what are you doing? Chen Jihua quickly stopped her. Dad, you've been hungry so long. I'll ask Yifeng to lend us 3 fish. Chen Li said. Don't borrow from him. I, Chen Jihua, care about my reputation in the company. How can I borrow from trash? Chen Jihua declared righteously. However, Bai Guifan pushed him and said, Old man, let's fill our stomachs first. Right now everything looks double to me. At worst, when we go back, I'll apply to the board to give him a little more bonus. Bai Guifan worked in the finance department, and Chen Jihua was the warehouse manager. The two held important positions in the company. All right? But I think doing this is too humiliating. The old man was still muttering. Chen Li finally walked over slowly. "A Feng, can you lend me 2 fish?" "Lend what? Don't waste time, just go back." Yi Feng held Suyun with one arm while roasting fish with the other. The 3 in the distance were secretly eavesdropping. At this moment, Bai Guifan couldn't hold back anymore, striding over. "You won't even lend 2 fish? What will it take for you to agree?" A 40-year-old woman is like a tigress, and since Chen Jihua couldn't satisfy her, her temper was fiery. "Wife, Xiaoli, come back. We must have dignity, don't beg him." Chen Jihua, who had always put on airs, finally spoke. Mother and daughter looked at each other and had no choice but to sit back down. Yi Feng soon roasted 2 fish, feeding each other with Suyun, acting very intimate. Chen Jihua sighed. President Su is still too young. She'll regret it in the future. "Old man, at a time like this you still care about that? We should be solving the food problem." Bai Guifan said angrily. "How to solve it? We can only wait until Atao's wounds heal, then he can catch fish for us." "Right, Atao?" Chen Jihua asked. Yes, once I recover I can catch fish." Wang Tao quickly nodded. He had eaten a Dead Sea turtle to barely hang on. But Chen Li's family couldn't hold on anymore. By now it was near midnight, and the 4 of them lay down on the beach, curling up like worms. With no food in their stomachs, their body temperature was very low. The next day quickly came. Yi Feng got up early. Suyun's face showed a bit of pity. "Hubby, I'll go catch them a few fish. Don't touch the ones you caught." After speaking, she took the spear and ran to the shallows. When Suyun completely disappeared, Yi Feng sneered coldly, placed the remaining 3 fish on the fire, then took out the ghost peppers and crushed them with a stone into juice. A pungent smell instantly spread, making Yi Feng's eyes water. Ghost peppers were indeed powerful. When the fish were ready, Yi Feng poured the ghost pepper juice all over them. A strong aroma drifted far away. The 4 on the opposite side couldn't sleep, secretly peeking this way. "Ow, suddenly my stomach hurts badly. I have to go into the woods." Yi Feng held his stomach and then looked into the distance. "Wang Tao, while I'm gone, don't steal my grilled fish." "Who the hell would steal your grilled fish? Am I that kind of person?" Wang Tao's face flushed red as he cursed back. Yi Feng sneered in his heart and pretended to hurry into the woods. From behind the trees, he peeked through the leaves toward the beach. The 4 of them stared fixedly at the 3 grilled fish. In just 2 minutes, Wang Tao stood up. "What are you doing? Really going to steal?" Chen Jihua scolded, but he couldn't stop swallowing his saliva. "Uncle, don't worry. At worst, when we go back I'll repay him 100 times. Wang Tao said and ran toward the fish. After grabbing them, he ignored the burning heat and swallowed them directly. Yes, he swallowed, without even chewing. "Hey, good son-in-law, at least leave me a little." Bai Guifan shouted from a distance. Hunger had ruined her image as a beautiful woman. But Wang Tao only stuffed his mouth, ignoring his mother-in-law's words. In just a short while, Wang Tao swallowed all 3 fish. "Ah Tao, you didn't even think to leave me some?" Bai Guifan grew angry. "Sorry, I was too hungry just now. I accidentally ate it all." Wang Tao apologized. "You." Bai Guifan almost fainted. "Auntie, it's fine. Among the 4 of us, only I can catch fish. As long as I'm full, I can catch a lot for you." After hearing this, Bai Guifan fell silent, her face ugly. Yi Feng felt the time was right and rushed out of the woods. "Wang Tao, you really can't change your nature. Tell me, did you steal my fish?" Yi Feng questioned loudly. Wang Tao rolled his eyes. "Bullshit, I'm not the only one on this beach. There are seabirds too." "Yes, seabirds stole it." After speaking, Wang Tao felt his mouth swelling. "If it was seabirds, then fine. Anyway, I smeared ghost pepper all over those fish. After eating, they'll have bloody diarrhea for 3 days." Yi Feng said with a wicked grin. "Ah?" Wang Tao finally realized. His mouth and stomach were burning, and the pain grew stronger. "You." Before he could finish, Wang Tao clutched his stomach and collapsed, rolling on the ground in agony. Chen Jihua and Chen Li rushed to check on him. Bai Guifan swallowed hard, but looked toward Yi Feng in the distance. She was really starving. So she gritted her teeth and walked over to Yi Feng. "A Feng, as long as you catch us a few fish, when we go back, I'll let Lily continue with you." "Sorry, I don't love her anymore." Yi Feng shook his head. "Then what will it take for you to agree?" Bai Guifan's expression suddenly shifted. Yi Feng had eaten at her house before. She had keenly noticed that Yi Feng often secretly peeked at her. Bai Guifan was confident in her figure. Since marrying Chen Jihua, she had hardly done housework, hiring maids instead. So even at 40, her looks and figure were no worse than a freshly graduated college girl. What's more, she had the experience that young girls didn't. "Don't waste time." Yi Feng shook his head firmly, but his gaze was slowly drawn. When Bai Guifan lowered her head, her neckline opened wide, faintly revealing her full, fair chest. In this regard, Su Yun and Chen Li couldn't compare. Bai Guifan knew well, seizing the chance, Yi Feng, good boy, as long as you guarantee our food on this deserted island, I can trade anything with you. You understand? Her words were full of seduction, making Yi Feng's heart stir. Indeed, he did have some thoughts about Bai Guifan. After all, he was a normal man. In the finance department, Bai Guifan was considered a flower. Though usually cold and harsh, that only made her more of a conquest, and with her voluptuous figure, she was very alluring. Well? Bai Guifan gave him a flirty look behind her husband's back. Yi Feng was about to answer when Su Yun appeared from the reef. She was holding a fish, smiling brightly. I'm back. Su Yun had caught a fish for the first time, so she was very happy. Bai Guifan glanced at the small fish and felt disappointed. Then she leaned closer and said mysteriously, how about this, Feng, tonight, when they're all asleep, let's sneak into the woods and talk about the conditions again. Don't worry, I'll agree to any condition you ask. After saying this, she suddenly bit her lip, then left. In fact, Bai Guifan also had her own troubles. If her husband was good in that area, her temper wouldn't be so fiery. So be it. Anyway, this deal could satisfy both her stomach and her body, so why not? At worst, when they got back, she would bury this matter deep inside her heart forever. Su Yun still didn't know Bai Guifan's scheme. She voluntarily handed over the fish, Aunt Bai, take this. The fish is a bit small, but it's enough to fill the stomach a little. Then thank you, President Su. Bai Guifan took the fish, but Wang Tao, who was lying weakly on the ground, shouted, Auntie, give it to me. My stomach hurts so badly, burning hot, I feel like I'm dying. Please let me eat a normal fish to ease it, otherwise I'll really die. No, if I don't eat, I'll starve to death. Bai Guifan frowned and said. Chen Jihua quickly said, Wife, give it to Ah Tao. He really looks like he's in pain. If you treat him well now, he'll be filial to us in the future. Yes, Mom, give it to Brother Tao. Maybe the rescue team will come soon. We won't miss this one small fish. Chen Li also spoke to Bai Guifan. Wang Tao swallowed his saliva and said, Auntie, Uncle is right. If you help me now, in my most difficult time, later I will definitely treat you and Uncle like my own parents. Bai Guifan hesitated too. But who could be sure when the rescue team would come? What if they didn't arrive for a long time? While she was struggling, Chen Jihua directly grabbed the fish, roasted it, and gave it to Wang Tao. Wang Tao took it and immediately swallowed it in big bites. Bai Guifan's face turned green. Su Yun was speechless. She had worked so hard to catch a fish, and in the end Wang Tao ate it again. Yi Feng saw the scene and sneered in his heart. He pulled Su Yun into his arms and onto his lap. Su Yun sat down but instantly jumped up. What's wrong? Why such a big reaction? Su Yun pointed at Yi Feng's pants. Yi Feng's old face turned red. I always react like this. Wife, you actually caught a fish just now, you're learning fast. Of course, I'm not weak. Su Yun looked proud. This was the first time in her life she caught a fish, and she felt she had improved a lot. You're still far off. How about this, I'll teach you to catch fish. Yi Feng said, then took Su Yun to the shallows. He taught while catching, and soon caught more than 10 fish. But for some reason, in his mind, Bai Guifan's words kept echoing. No, how could I think about that? Too shameless. Yi Feng shook his head hard, trying to drive away that voice. But the more he tried not to think, the more uncomfortable he felt, and in the end he faintly began to look forward to it. He really wanted to slap himself. At a time like this, how could he be thinking about that kind of thing? After catching fish, Yi Feng and Su Yun walked back to the beach hand in hand. Passing by Guifan's fire, Yi Feng's heart softened. After all, she was once his mother-in-law. He couldn't be too heartless. So he threw 3 fish next to Bai Guifan. Here, these 3 fish are for you. But if you share them with Wang Tao, then sorry, even if you starve to death in the future, I won't show mercy again. After Yi Feng finished, he walked away. Bai Guifan picked up the 3 fish, looked meaningfully at Yi Feng's back, and smiled seductively. Just now when Yi Feng was fishing, his clothes were all wet, showing his strong body, which made her heart burn. By comparison, Wang Tao was only tall but full of fat, disgusting to look at. As for her husband, ugh, hopeless. That old man couldn't do anything. Wife, hurry up and roast the fish, we're all starving. Chen Jihua's voice came. Bai Guifan panicked and quickly returned to the fire. After all, this was the first time in her life she had done something like this. Her heart was pounding wildly, and she didn't know if Yi Feng would go into the woods with her at night. The 3 fish weren't big, barely enough to fill their teeth, and made them even hungrier. Time passed, and night quickly fell. Yi Feng leaned against a coconut tree to rest, but his half-closed eyes kept glancing at Bai Guifan's camp. Wang Tao curled up in a ball, looking half dead. Chen Jihua and Chen Li were fooled by Wang Tao's promises, tending to him attentively. Bai Guifeng sat to the side, winking at Yifeng on purpose from time to time, even tugging at her clothes to tease him. Time passed again, and soon it was midnight. The sound of snoring came from the beach. Yifeng hugged the sleeping Suyun, but couldn't sleep. His lower abdomen burned hot. Half asleep, he suddenly opened his eyes. He saw Bai Guifeng standing in the distance, pointing her finger toward the woods. Yifeng took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. Better not to see. He already had Suyun now. But after only 2 seconds, he opened his eyes again. Under the moonlight, Bai Guifeng suddenly pulled open her neckline. That snow-white glow faintly revealed in the moonlight. Damn it, whatever. It's Bai Guifeng making the move. Yifeng swallowed hard. This kind of thing Bai Guifeng wouldn't dare talk about anyway. Seeing this, Bai Guifeng sighed in relief and walked quickly into the woods. The moonlight in the woods was even dimmer. He noticed Bai Guifeng step by step walking up to him. Yifeng, tell me, what price must I pay for you to keep providing food? Bai Guifeng whispered. As she spoke, she glanced at the beach, sneaky like a thief. Heh, weren't you always so harsh before? Now you're learning to lower yourself? Yifeng suddenly said coldly. Although his body was honest, in his heart he was still unhappy, wanting to vent the anger he had suffered before. Feng, I really was too much before. I apologize to you. Bai Guifeng said with difficulty. She had been spoiled by her husband, a mature woman who thought the whole world should revolve around her. Now you're only apologizing because you're in trouble. Yifeng snorted coldly. A trace of humiliation flashed across Bai Guifeng's face, but she still smiled slightly. Feng, let's not talk about the past. It's already over. Now they're all asleep. You can do whatever you want. Besides, I've already had surgery, so you don't need to worry about consequences. Hearing this, Yifeng's hair stood on end in excitement. Didn't that mean he could really do whatever he wanted? Seeing that Yifeng still hesitated, Bai Guifeng bit her lip and directly undid her clothes. Yifeng took a deep breath, his whole body excited. This scene was all seen by Bai Guifeng, who couldn't help but swallow. A guy in his 20s, how could you be a match for me? Just a little trick, and I got you to take the initiative. Feng, come here, we need to hurry, if they wake up, we're finished. After saying that, she turned and leaned against a tree. Who cares, anyway no one will know. Yifeng lunged forward, hugging the plump Bai Guifeng, so soft, so fragrant. The next moment, his hair stood on end. From the depths of the forest, pairs of green eyes lit up. Wolves? Yifeng was shocked, grabbed Bai Guifeng and ran. Wolves? Bai Guifeng was also scared stiff. The wind was strong on the beach, so Suyun and the others still hadn't woken up. Wake up, wolves are coming! Yifeng shouted, waking everyone up. Really wolves? Suyun hugged Yifeng tightly from behind. Don't hold on to my back. Yifeng's face was serious, he picked up a wooden spear from the ground, while Suyun took out her eyebrow knife for defense. On the other side, Chen Jihua and the other 3 also woke up, hiding behind Wang Tao. Why are you hiding behind me? Wang Tao quickly moved and hid behind Chen Jihua. Woo woo! Roars echoed. Out of the jungle walked 6 or 7 animals covered in spots. Spotted hyenas? Yifeng's eyes widened. How could there be spotted hyenas in a tropical rainforest? No time to think, he held the spear and moved closer to Wang Tao and the others. With more people together, maybe the hyenas would back off. Do they eat people? Chen Li's voice trembled. Wang Tao, you're the wilderness survival champion. You can't catch fish, but you should know how to deal with hyenas, right? Bai Guifeng asked. I don't know, in my survival training, I never met these creatures. This useless Wang Tao was making excuses again. The others pressed their lips tightly, not daring to speak. Yifeng knew the habits of hyenas. He slowly raised his spear, aiming at the hyena queen. The next moment, the spear flew. Ayo! The hyena queen was wounded, letting out a howl. The other hyenas, seeing their queen hurt, quickly fled back into the forest. Yifeng, now weaponless, didn't dare to chase, only watching them disappear. Great, Feng, you drove the hyenas away. Suyun happily hugged him, letting her softness press against him. Not bad, Feng, you do have some skills. Chen Jihua had to give him a thumbs up. Bai Guifeng glanced at Yifeng, then at Wang Tao. Tao, why can't you ever compare to Yifeng? That useless Wang Tao's eyes rolled, and he started making excuses again. Who says I can't compare? Do you know what momentum is? Just now, I stared the hyenas down, used human momentum to suppress them, that's why they fled. Shut up. Chen Li couldn't hold it in anymore. Yifeng stared at the spot where the hyenas vanished, looking worried. They're gone, what are you still worried about? Suyun supported him to sit down. Dogs hold grudges. I just injured the queen, sooner or later she'll come for revenge. That means from now on, the beach is not safe. Yi Feng didn't say the other thought in his heart, hyenas shouldn't exist in a rainforest. This place was strange, sinister. Then why didn't you just kill the queen? Wang Tao finally seized a chance to loudly question Yi Feng. Kill? With a wooden spear? You useless fool, shut up. If you and I had stood at the front just now, with 2 spears, maybe we could have killed her. But now it's too late, we must move our camp. Yi Feng said coldly. Wang Tao fell silent, lowering his head. Ah Feng, where do we go next? Chen Jihua now used the word we. Where you go doesn't matter, but Su and I will head deeper into the forest. Best to find a cave, so hyenas won't drag us off at night. Yi Feng said flatly. Su Yun's heart felt sweet. Yi Feng only cared about her life and death. Don't be like this, against hyenas we must unite, no more dividing into groups. Chen Jihua said fearfully. Yi Feng sneered, wasn't faction-making Chen Jihua's specialty in the company? But he didn't argue further, because against a pack of hyenas, unity was necessary. Fine, I'll assign tasks. He stepped onto a stone. Tonight, we'll still rest on the beach. Wang Tao and Chen Jihua take night watch, let me and the 3 women rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll search for a defensible cave, best if we find water. Anyone object? Wang Tao, that useless man, was the first to oppose. Why should we? You think you're the leader? If you don't listen, then tomorrow don't follow us. Stay here on the beach. Yi Feng said bluntly. Wang Tao finally shut up. On a deserted island, being alone meant death. Next, Yi Feng had the 4 of them gather together around the fire to sleep. Wang Tao and Chen Jihua stood watch near the forest. Uncle, don't worry, once we enter the jungle, I'll show my real skills, I won't lose to Yi Feng. After all, I trained for jungle survival, not beach survival, so Yi Feng is only stronger than me here on the sand. This useless Wang Tao was still covering his incompetence. Chen Jihua just nodded perfunctorily. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had fallen asleep when he noticed Bai Guifan beckoning him. He thought she had some clever plan, so he followed. Ah Feng, we didn't finish earlier. Once we find a stable camp, I won't shortchange you. Then you can do whatever you want, as long as my husband doesn't find out. Bai Guifan whispered. Hearing that, Yi Feng got excited again. That one hug earlier had left him lingering with desire. We'll talk later. Yi Feng turned back, then hugged the sleeping Su Yun. Time passed slowly, until dawn finally came. Yi Feng was the first to wake, and saw Wang Tao, near the forest, already snoring. Only Chen Jihua was still standing guard with a stick. Yi Feng burned with anger, ready to scold Wang Tao. But his eyes turned, and he changed his mind. Wake up, quietly, don't disturb Wang Tao. Yi Feng woke the 3 women, then nudged Chen Jihua. The 5 of us will head into the forest now. Morning is cool, not hot to walk. By noon, the jungle will be like a steamer. Yi Feng whispered. Huh? Not bringing Wang Tao? Chen Jihua pointed at the sleeping Wang Tao. This useless man is no help, only a burden. If you want to bring him, then we'll split up. Yi Feng threatened. This, fine. Chen Jihua nodded with difficulty. So, the 5 of them started preparing. Yi Feng used the eyebrow knife to cut some tree bark, then wrapped it around his ankles, winding it up below his knees. Why are you doing that? Su Yun asked curiously. The forest is full of thorns. This way I can protect my legs from being scratched. Yi Feng explained. The other 4 began copying him. An hour later, they had finished wrapping their legs. Su Yun, who liked looking pretty, not only wrapped her legs but also wrapped bark around her wrists. Let's go. Yi Feng picked up the only wooden spear and went in front to clear the way, while Chen Jihua dragged a suitcase behind. This was a subtropical island, the ground full of thorns and overgrown weeds, mostly hardwoods and evergreen trees. Luckily Yi Feng had prepared protection, otherwise those thorns would have torn their legs bloody. So damn tiring. After clearing the way for a while, Yi Feng was sweating heavily. Let's take turns clearing. You're important, you can't get worn out. After Su Yun said this, she stepped forward. But Yi Feng pulled her back and said to Chen Jihua, you go in front. Chen Jihua was about to nod when suddenly rustling sounds came from behind. Not good, is it hyenas? The 5 of them quickly huddled together. But out from the weeds came that useless Wang Tao. Seeing the group, his eyes turned red. When I woke up just now, I was alone on the beach. Why did you leave me? Why? Wang Tao was truly furious, shouting with clenched teeth. He had been terrified moments ago. Yi Feng nearly spat blood in anger. He hadn't expected that useless Wang Tao to catch up. Shut the hell up, or you'll bring carnivores here. Yi Feng snapped. Wang Tao quickly covered his mouth. He had just been too desperate, so he lost control. You came at the right time. Go in front and clear the way. Yi Feng pointed forward. Why me? It was definitely your bad idea to leave me, and now you want me to clear the way. Wang Tao shouted. Not clearing? Next time I'll dump you again, because you're worthless. Yifeng said coldly. Wang Tao gritted his teeth and finally went forward. But since his legs had no protection, soon the sharp thorns cut him until blood was flowing. After they went about 2 li deeper, Yifeng's eyes moved, and he pointed left. Wang Tao, clear that way, there should be water. Because there were wild bamboos on the left, and bamboo loved water, so there might be a source. Don't underestimate 2 li in the jungle, it was like 20 li in normal land, since they had to clear a path and watch for poisonous snakes in the grass and toxic bugs falling from trees. 2 li took them nearly an hour, everyone drenched in sweat. Especially by Guifeng, her sweat made her clothes stick tightly to her body, her 2 full curves exposed in the air. It's so hot, Wang Tao, hurry up clearing. Suyun urged. Inside, Wang Tao raged, just wait, I'll get you, you cheap woman. After another 20 minutes, Wang Tao finally reached the bamboo. Yifeng tilted his ear, behind the bamboo, there seemed to be water. There's water ahead. He rushed forward, pulled apart 2 stalks of bamboo. Behind was a small stream, water clear and clean, with trout struggling to swim upstream. The others came over, faces full of joy. Ha ha ha, great, I haven't bathed in days. Suyun stumbled forward, scooping up stream water to drink. Ah Feng, come quickly, the water is sweet. Suyun waved to Yifeng. With a splash. Wang Tao leapt into the stream, and the clear water instantly turned muddy. Ha ha ha, so damn cool. Just now, clearing the way nearly gave me heatstroke. He rolled around in the stream like a buffalo, and the downstream water turned into mud soup. Yifeng really wanted to beat him to death, but that useless man still had some value clearing the way. For now, keep him. When danger came, he could be the sacrifice. Let's go upstream. The 5 of them went 10 meters upstream. Yifeng drank a sip of the water. It really was sweet, it should be a mountain spring-fed stream, rich in minerals. Suyun dipped her pretty feet in the stream, kicking up water, then leaned to Yifeng's ear and whispered something. Yifeng's eyes widened, and he quickly pressed down his pants. Giggle, giggle. Suyun laughed like silver bells. Bai Guifeng stood in the stream, lifting her skirt to reveal her white calves, washing them slowly. After washing, she gave Yifeng a meaningful look. Yifeng took a deep breath, then started observing the surroundings. Near water, animals usually came to drink at night, so this place was even more dangerous. Everyone, wash up quickly. In 3 hours, we'll keep going deeper into the forest, see if we can find a cave or a crack in the rocks. Yifeng shouted. Huh? No way. Still walking? The 3 women immediately refused. Women loved cleanliness, once they saw fresh water, they didn't want to leave. Wang Tao sneered, walking up from downstream. Yifeng, are you crazy? We finally found water, and now you want to cause trouble again. You're addicted to being a leader. He hated Yifeng, and now he had a chance for revenge. By water it's unsafe. Only by finding a cave can we guard against hyenas. Yifeng said. Sometimes, professional explanation seemed pale. Fine, go find your cave, but we'll stay here. Wang Tao claimed Suyun and the others to his side, trying to isolate Yifeng. At this moment, Suyun unwillingly asked, Ah Feng, we finally found water, can't we just stay here? You don't know, some carnivores like to drink by water at night. That makes water sources even more dangerous. Yifeng finally explained clearly. Hearing this, the 3 women trembled, their eyes darting nervously around. That useless Wang Tao instantly shut up, hurrying to stick with the group. Then we'll bathe behind that rock. Suyun said, then went with Chen Li and her daughter behind the rock. Yifeng also sat in the stream, scrubbing his dirt. After days without bathing, he was filthy. Chen Jihua came over to help scrub his back. Only now did he realize Wang Tao was just a braggart, Yifeng was the reliable one. Uncle, help scrub me too. Wang Tao called from the side. There's a tree there, use bark to scrub yourself. Chen Jihua said flatly. Me? Wang Tao had no choice but to do it. Yifeng enjoyed the back scrubbing service, but his eyes turned to the rock, his mind imagining the 3 women bathing naked, his heart full of longing. Behind the rock, from time to time came the silver bell-like laughter of Suyun and Chen Li. Then, 3 pieces of washed clothes were thrown onto the rock to dry. Chen Jihua, let's also wash our shirts and pants, just wear underwear. After saying that, Yifeng put his shirt and pants into the water, beating them with a stick. Suyun and the other 2 women were still behind the rock, waiting for their clothes to dry. They couldn't run out naked, could they? Yifeng's heart swayed. He really wished hyenas would appear now, then the 3 women behind the rock would definitely rush to him. Ah? At that moment, a scream came from behind the rock. Yifeng was startled, and without thinking, ran over in only his underwear. Wife, are you okay? Ah, don't come over, don't. But it was too late. Yifeng had already gone around the rock, his green eyes staring at the three women. They were all squatting in the water, with only their heads above the surface, everything else covered. You're still looking? Suyun scolded lightly. But Bai Guifen shifted her body upward. The stream water was so clear that Yifeng could almost see all three shapes clearly. Close your eyes. Suyun was a little angry. Yifeng quickly closed his eyes. Just now I heard you scream, I thought it was hyenas. Yifeng explained, holding his lower body with both hands. No, it was just an eel swimming over, we thought it was a snake. Suyun said. Indeed, an eel had swum close just now, almost slipping inside. Then I'm relieved. I'll go. Yifeng said, ready to turn away. Wait, bring that suitcase, aren't there clothes inside? Suyun suddenly called out. Yifeng's heart thumped. There were clothes, but all were lingerie. Did the three women plan to wear those? Okay. Yifeng strode downstream, dragged the pink suitcase, and pushed it over. Then, he heard the sound of the suitcase being opened, along with women's exclamations. So little fabric, what can this cover? Chen Li complained. Ugh, might as well not wear anything. Bai Guifen's voice followed. Yifeng felt secretly delighted, sitting properly downstream, ready to enjoy a fashion show. At this moment, he noticed Wang Tao also peeking sneakily at the rock. Wang Tao, go collect some firewood from the bamboo forest, I'll need it to grill fish. Yifeng pointed. He didn't want that useless man to enjoy the view. You. A flash of resentment crossed Wang Tao's eyes, but he still went obediently. Ah Feng, what's the name of these fish, so fat? Chen Jihua pointed at the trout in the water. They're called trout. Every year they swim upstream to spawn. Yifeng said. Didn't expect you to know so much. Chen Jihua praised. I don't know as much as your son-in-law, the champion. Enough talk, you make fire, I'll catch fish, Wang Tao collects firewood. Let's split tasks. After saying that, Yifeng picked up the only spear and began aiming at the trout. Chen Jihua looked embarrassed, just standing there. While catching fish, Yifeng muttered, weren't trout from cold regions? But this was clearly tropical rainforest. After catching 6 fish, Chen Jihua indeed hadn't made a fire. Yifeng had to do it himself. At that moment, Bai Guifen came out, still looking shy. Hiss. Yifeng's hand stopped rubbing the fire stick. Bai Guifen wore only a thin veil. Her white thighs, plump body, faintly visible under the fabric. Chen Jihua flushed red, shouting loudly, nonsense. Who told you to wear that? Go change back. Bai Guifen had felt shy, but upon hearing this, she grew angry. Change into what? The other clothes aren't dry. I'll change when they're dry. But dressed like this, you're letting Ah Feng laugh at you. Chen Jihua stomped angrily. Yifeng awkwardly withdrew his gaze, he had been staring too intently. What's the problem? I'm his elder, he won't have dirty thoughts about me. Bai Guifen didn't care, sitting down beside Yifeng. A wave of mature woman scent overwhelmed him. Yifeng blushed, speeding up the fire-making. Poof! A small flame finally rose, and Yifeng quickly fed it. Ah Feng, you're amazing. Bai Guifen smiled. Oh. Yifeng squatted, not daring to stand, or his pants would look bad. Behind the rock, Suyun and Chen Li looked at each other, embarrassed to come out. If they came out, wouldn't they be completely seen? Mom, what do I do? Do I just stay in the water? Chen Li called. Daughter, it's up to you. Come out if you want, or wait till the clothes dry. Bai Guifen said casually. Her mindset was now open, giving her daughter the choice. In the end, the two girls couldn't bear the shame and stayed in the water. Luckily, the sun was up, in less than 2 hours the clothes would dry. By the fire, only 3 people were left. Suddenly, Bai Guifen had an idea. Old man, Wang Tao hasn't returned from collecting wood, maybe something happened. You go check, Ah Feng, and I will grill fish. You're right. Chen Jihua smacked his head and rushed into the bamboo forest with the spear. Now, only Yifeng and Bai Guifen remained. Bai Guifen quietly glanced behind the rock, making sure no one was there, then sat close beside Yifeng. Her watery eyes dropped to Yifeng's pants. Ah Feng, thank you for providing food. Auntie has nothing else to repay you. If you want, later we can go upstream, away from them. I washed very clean. She exhaled her mature breath. Yifeng groaned, feeling like his pants would explode. Don't be like this, okay? He swallowed hard. What are you afraid of? I told you, I had surgery. You can do whatever you want, and after washing, no one will know. You think I don't know you always peeked at me? This is a deserted island, don't be so polite. Bai Guifen finished with a flirtatious wink. Auntie, let's wait until after the fish. My head is messy now. Yifeng said with difficulty, almost agreeing. Don't worry, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know. We can be secret. I can give you some sweetness. Look, my body isn't worse than those college girls, right? You can take a little interest now, no one will see. After saying this, Bai Guifeng leaned closer. The thin veil couldn't hide her curves. Yifeng finally couldn't hold back. At this moment, Wang Tao's voice came from the bamboo forest. Uncle, I must have been too tired and fell asleep just now, so don't blame me. Ugh. Why are you so useless? You can't do anything right, even picking firewood you can fall asleep. When the words fell, the two came back, only Chen Jihua carrying a small bundle of firewood. Yifeng and Bai Guifeng had already separated, pretending to chat about unimportant things. Ah Feng, can you help me stick this in? I don't have much strength. Bai Guifeng held a branch, wanting to pierce it into the fish's belly. Oh. Yifeng helped her push it in, and finally it went through. Seeing the warm scene, Chen Jihua smiled slightly. His wife was really skilled in dealing with people. As long as she was there, Yifeng would catch fish for them. The fish were finally roasted, the aroma spreading, making the two women behind the rock sniff the air. President Su, let's put on our outer clothes first. As for the underwear, it's still not dry, so let it keep drying. Chen Li suggested. Won't that be obvious? Su Yun hesitated. If only Yifeng was outside, she might not wear anything at all. But with Chen Jihua and that useless Wang Tao there, she was unwilling. It's fine, just hunch your back, no one will notice. Chen Li chuckled, putting on her outer clothes first. Su Yun's stomach growled with hunger, so she could only obey. Yifeng laid out the roasted fish and called toward the rock, "Wife, come out, Just as he said a few words, his eyes widened. The two women had come out from behind the rock. As they walked, their backs hunched, but their chests still swayed slightly. The outlines were faintly visible. Not good. Yifeng quickly stood, blocking Wang Tao and Chen Jihua's line of sight. Chen Jihua, Wang Tao, turn your backs to the fire and eat fish. Without my permission, you're not allowed to turn around. Yifeng ordered. Chen Jihua immediately turned his back. But Wang Tao was unwilling. Why? Chen Li is my girlfriend. Why can't I look? If you insist on looking, I'll abandon you next time. Yifeng threatened. Wang Tao had no choice but to turn around. In his heart, he only wanted Yifeng dead. Su Yun and Chen Li, seeing the two men turn away, finally lifted their heads and walked out proudly. Yifeng's eyes turned red. These three women could only belong to him. Wang Tao didn't deserve to see them. Eat the fish, I've roasted them for you. Yifeng pointed at the fish on the ground. But Bai Guifeng's eyes moved. She tore a piece of fish, blew on it with her red lips, then held it in front of Yifeng's mouth. Yifeng. Su Yun was right there, wasn't this too bold? Ah Feng, we all rely on you. So serving you is natural. Eat, I've cooled it down. Bai Guifeng smiled, every move full of mature womanly charm. Chen Li saw her mother's way and understood. Without Yifeng, they'd all die. So she too tore a piece of fish, blew on it, and held it to Yifeng's lips. Yifeng swallowed hard. He wanted to eat, but had to care about Su Yun's face. Sure enough, Su Yun's expression changed, and she quickly grabbed his arm. Yifeng immediately felt her softness. Different from Bai Guifeng, Bai was soft and hot, while Su Yun's softness carried resilience. Enough, you all eat yourselves. Let Su Yun serve me. Yifeng refused with difficulty. Bai Guifeng wasn't jealous, only smiled and ate by herself. But Chen Li looked unhappy. Before, Yifeng had been her lapdog. Why was he now taken by Su Yun alone? Su Yun's heart was sweet. Look, Yifeng only wants me to serve him. That proves my place in his heart is irreplaceable. So she too tore a piece of fish and gently fed it to Yifeng. Yifeng was overjoyed. Who would have thought, stranded on an island, even the arrogant female CEO would compete to serve him? Wang Tao ate with his back turned, but he heard all their conversation. He hated. He raged. Why? Why could a useless nobody win the favor of three beauties at once, while he, a rich heir, couldn't even look? Chen Jihua, however, thought differently. He believed his wife was just flattering Yifeng for food, nothing more. The fish was quickly finished, and the clothes had mostly dried. The three women went to change, putting on their underwear as well. Now that we're full, it's time to search for a cave. Wang Tao, you lead the way. Yifeng said. Yes, brother Feng. Wang Tao suddenly became obedient. Bai Guifeng glanced at Yifeng, then her eyes moved as she spoke. Wait, I think we should split into groups. 2 by 2, one group upstream, one group downstream, and 2 stay here to cover. What do you think, Ah Feng? As she said this, she secretly threw him a wink. Yifeng's heart burned. She was right. Splitting up would make finding a cave more likely. Of course, in his heart he only thought of finding a cave, nothing else. Ant Bai makes sense. Then I'll assign tasks. Chen Jihua and Wang Tao go downstream, Su Yun and Chen Li guard here, and I'll go upstream with Ant Bai. Any objections? Yifeng asked. Chen Jihua frowned. Ah Feng, let me go with my wife, you go with Wang Tao. Yifeng's face reddened, about to agree, but Bai Guifan cut in first. Ah Feng and Wang Tao together? They'd fight before finding a cave. But you and Wang Tao are fine, your relationship is good. And I, as a former mother-in-law, get along with Ah Feng too. We can go together. Wife, you really know how to arrange things. Chen Jihua agreed, taking Wang Tao downstream. Bai Guifan looked again at Yifeng's red face. Come on, Ah Feng, I'll take you to find a cave. Hopefully with water nearby. All right. Yifeng raised his backside and followed her upstream. Indeed, a cave needed water nearby, fetching water and bathing would be much easier. The two walked along the stream. Beside it were many animal footprints and droppings. It showed how dangerous it was near water. Bai Guifan walked in front, her full hips swaying lightly. Yifeng followed behind, 30% of his attention still on the bamboo forest by the bank. After walking a while, Bai Guifan suddenly turned back and looked downstream. Suyun and her daughter's figures were completely gone. She stopped pretending, directly turning her gaze toward Yifeng's pants. The next moment, she covered her red lips with her hand, her frightened eyes carrying a trace of secret delight. Yifeng felt a bit proud. When he was young and bathed in the river, he already stood out above the whole village. As an adult, even more so, he could almost step beyond the nation and face the world. Back when he was with Chen Li, she begged for mercy every day. Ah Feng, do you want it in the water, or on the shore? I think in the water is better. Bai Guifan looked at Yifeng with eager eyes. But Yifeng suddenly looked toward the bamboo forest. For some reason, he felt movement inside. Auntie, let's keep walking upstream. It doesn't feel safe here. Yifeng said with meaning. However, Bai Guifan misunderstood. She thought Yifeng was only afraid her voice would be too loud and Suyun downstream would hear. All right, I'll listen to you. After speaking, she twisted her waist and walked farther upstream. Yifeng felt more and more uneasy. Ever since eating that white fruit, his sixth sense seemed sharper. Just now, in the bamboo forest, something seemed to be watching. Stop! Yifeng called out to Bai Guifan. She was already unbearably restless. Hearing this, she immediately turned back and grabbed at Yifeng's pants. Ah! That's not what I meant, you? Yifeng felt immense pleasure, but reason made him push her hand away. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, I think something's watching us in the forest. I'll pretend to go in the bamboo to relieve myself, see if I find anything. Hearing this, Bai Guifan also grew nervous. Could it be my husband? Shouldn't be. You wait here. After saying that, Yifeng took the spear and went into the bamboo. Sure enough, some weeds were pressed flat, with a trail of small human footprints. He followed the prints, then suddenly looked toward a 2-meter-tall weed. Who's there? Come out, or I'll throw the spear. With that, Yifeng raised his spear. Ah! Don't throw. A terrified voice sounded, and a raggedly dressed girl ran out. Yifeng looked closely. She was about 14 or 15, her short skirt torn, her socks ruined, blood flowing from knees to thighs. Were you spying on me? Yifeng lowered his spear. The girl had a doll-like face, chubby cheeks, looking very cute. But right now, her doll face held only fear. Why didn't you come out to meet me? Yifeng asked. I was afraid you were bad. Unexpectedly, though young, the girl was very cautious. It wasn't her fault. She had originally washed ashore with a bald man. At first, in the first day or two, he cared for her, catching fish. But after the third day, he changed, his eyes toward her became strange. She fled into the forest, the bald man chased. Only last night did she escape him. Don't worry, I'm a good person. Come, follow me out. Looking at such a cute little girl, Yifeng liked her instantly. The girl hesitated, but followed him out. Bai Guifan had been watching the bamboo. When she saw Yifeng walk out with a light bulb, her heart let out a sigh of despair. Just now, she had been itching to death. Now, clearly, nothing could happen. Mother-in-law didn't expect we'd find another companion. She's pitiful. If we don't help, she'll die. Yifeng said. Fine. Bai Guifan sighed. Little sister, the three of us will walk upstream, see if we can find a cave or rock crack. In an hour we'll return. I'll roast you fish. Yifeng smiled with fatherly kindness. The little girl was too cute. Oh. Her sense was sharp. Yifeng didn't seem like a bad man, at least not like the bald one. She obediently took the lead, clearing the way, leaving Yifeng and Bai Guifan with free hands. Bai Guifan walked beside Yifeng. Ah Feng, what I wanted to give you just now it's impossible. She pressed her hot skin against him, making his pants bulge awkwardly again. I need to focus on finding a cave. If you really want, once we're settled, then we'll have time. Yifeng said. He had figured it out. On a deserted island, no law, no morals, he could do as he wished. Yes, then you'll have time. Did you see that little girl ahead? Your size is about a third of her waist. Later, you can too. I'll persuade her. Bai Guifeng suddenly said. She feared Yifeng might refuse her later, so she gave him more fantasies. In normal society, she cared about face, surrounded by acquaintances. But on this island, she could no longer suppress her fire. She also relied on Yifeng to feed her. Yifeng's face changed. Auntie, don't joke. She's just a child. Say that again and I'll turn against you. He still had principles. Alright, I get it. You young people are too reserved. In ancient times, girls married at 13 or 14. On this island, you don't need modern morals. Bai Guifeng leaned close again. She could feel Yifeng's hidden thoughts. I won't argue with you. To cover his embarrassment, Yifeng switched places with the girl in front. They walked upstream for 5 kilometers, before Yifeng finally stopped. They had found the source of the stream. A waterfall poured down from halfway up the mountain. Beside it was a huge rock crack. Come, this crack can be our camp. Yifeng rejoiced, leading them into it. The deeper they went, the narrower it became. After 10 meters, they could go no farther. But that space was enough to fit everyone, though they'd have to sleep cramped. Huh, what's this? The little girl picked up a helmet. Yifeng quickly took it. It had turned dark green-black, its original look unrecognizable. This looks like a German soldier's helmet from World War II. Yifeng thought, could German troops have once landed on this island? Great, Feng, this helmet can be used as a pot, to boil water, make fish soup. Bai Guifeng's eyes lit up. Then keep it. We'll call the others back. From now on, we'll live here. Yifeng quickly led the 2 women downstream. But after just 1 li, his face changed. He pressed the 2 women down into his arms and crouched in the grass. A huge black bear was drinking by the stream, its dung-yellow eyes watchful of the surroundings. Don't make a sound. Yifeng covered the 2 women's mouths, otherwise they would have screamed. After drinking for a while, the bear waded across the stream and disappeared into the bamboo forest on the other side. Yifeng waited another 10 minutes before finally standing up from the grass. From that moment, he realized the true danger of the deserted island. The 3 of them looked grim. Go. Yifeng continued downstream, but not as boldly as before. When they returned, they saw Wang Tao and Chen Jihua had already come back. That useless Wang Tao was gnashing his teeth, muttering nonsense, clearly still hadn't lost his filthy habits. Feng, you're finally back. Suyun rushed into Yifeng's arms. Wife, thank goodness, I was so worried. Chen Jihua also wanted to hug Bai Guifeng, but she pushed him away. I'm exhausted, I need to sit. She sat by the fire. Just then, Wang Tao's eyes lit up as he walked toward the little girl. Little sister, you look familiar. Were you on the cruise ship too? That useless man's eyes gleamed green, frightening the girl into hiding behind Bai Guifeng. They all sat around the fire. Yifeng told them about the black bear. Now, everyone should understand our situation. From now on, no more scheming against each other. Especially you, Wang Tao. No matter what, our grudges are cancelled. At least on this island, we must work together. Yifeng said sincerely. He couldn't afford to bicker anymore. Wang Tao rolled his eyes, then pretended to look earnest. Brother Feng, from now on we'll all listen to you. You're our leader. Yifeng nodded, then looked at the little girl. My name is Yifeng, what's yours? I'm Ding Tuanchuan. Yifeng almost burst out laughing. Such a cute name, matching her doll-like face with its chubby cheeks. Don't laugh at me. Ding Tuanchuan frowned adorably. Alright, I won't. Everyone, tell her your names too. They all introduced themselves. Feng, should we go to that cave now? Suyun asked. Wait, before we go, let's make some weapons. Yifeng got busy. Having grown up in a martial village, he was skilled at crafting cold weapons. To his surprise, Wang Tao even helped break bamboo, seeming as if he had truly changed. Before long, Yifeng had made 7 bamboo spears, sharpened with stone tips. He also made a bow and 10 bamboo arrows. You're amazing. Suyun couldn't help but praise him when she saw the bow. Yifeng was pleased, pulled the bow, and shot at a distant tree. Shoo! The bamboo arrow sank 3 centimeters into the trunk. Enough to deal with small and medium animals, as long as they didn't encounter tigers or bears. Let's go. Wang Tao, who's taking the lead? Yifeng hesitated, then let him choose. Brother Feng, of course me. Hasn't it always been me? Wang Tao walked ahead with a bamboo spear, the others quickly followed. Yifeng carried the bow, constantly watching the bamboo along the banks. If any predator appeared, he'd shoot without hesitation. Carnivores were masters of ambush, never attacking head-on. They liked to hide and strike suddenly, usually biting the throat. Once attacked, saving someone would be impossible. Ding Tuanchuan clung to Yifeng's clothes like a little tail. She might be young, but the weaker sensed the strong more keenly. Finally, they heard the waterfall. Chenli glanced to the side and her face flushed red. The crack in the rock there looked too indecent. Ah Feng, look at this crevice, grass, water, it's the perfect habitat. Bai Guifan said suddenly, her gaze on Yifeng's pants. But this time she was disappointed, her teasing didn't work. His pants remained unchanged. Just a cave isn't enough. We need to cut down some trees and build a gate at the entrance. That way we'll have at least some protection and warning. Yifeng said seriously. After seeing the black bear, he was on edge. Even enjoyment had to wait until safety was secured. But we don't have an axe. How can we cut trees? Wang Tao's face flushed after asking. He had bragged earlier about being a jungle survival expert. Yifeng didn't mock him. Instead, he circled around, then picked up a stone from the stream. These stones, washed by water for years, are sharp like knives. Now, everyone together, we'll use them to cut trees. With many hands, we can split thicker trunks into usable wood. As for building the gate, leave it to me. So everyone began cutting trees. Meanwhile, Yifeng used vines to measure lengths. He had learned carpentry skills in the countryside. Skilled carpenters could build wooden houses without a single nail, using only joinery. Ah! Just then, Ding Tuanchuan screamed from the forest. Yifeng rushed in immediately. She was covering her mouth, pointing at half a corpse on the ground. Yifeng also gasped. It was a dried corpse, half buried in leaves, only the upper body exposed. Its tattered clothes still clung to the remains. Yifeng took a deep breath, picking up an old rotted rifle beside it. The rifle was unusable, completely decayed, but its bayonet, after sharpening, might still work. He detached the bayonet and examined it. The others gathered, staring in fear at the corpse. This corpse must be old, right? Chen Jihua's face was pale. At least decades. But because of the environment here, it didn't rot, only dried. Yifeng cleaned off the dirt. Despite the years, the bayonet had only minor corrosion. With some sharpening, it could really be used. A soldier's corpse? Wang Tao asked. Can you tell what country? Yifeng said. Not sure, but looks European. Wang Tao replied. Yifeng nodded. Men liked military knowledge, he was no exception. From the tattered uniform, it seemed to be a German soldier from World War II. That meant the bayonet too was German-made. And in World War II, Germany's metallurgy was the best in the world. That's why this blade survived. So strange. How could Germans be on this island? Yifeng said, then forced down his disgust and turned the corpse over, revealing a waste pouch. I'll keep this pouch. It can hold things. Everyone else, keep working, don't waste time. Yifeng urged. So the others returned to their tasks. As leader, Yifeng sat by the corpse, using the bayonet to pry open the pouch's rusty buckle. The metal was rusted shut, so he had to pry it apart. Inside was a box of useless rotten bullets, a small black notebook, and a metal box. Yifeng opened the notebook first, hoping to learn the island's location. But it was all in German, and he couldn't read a word. President Su, come here. Yifeng called. I won't, you come to the cave side. Just seeing that corpse makes me uncomfortable. Helpless, Yifeng went over and handed her the notebook. You studied in Europe, right? Do you know German? Yifeng asked. Suyun only glanced at it, then handed it back. No. Yifeng. Keep working. They worked until evening and finally cut down one tree, enough, since its branches were thick, good for making a door. As night fell, 7 people sat around the fire roasting fish. At night, one person keeps watch while the rest hide in the cave. It'll be cramped, but we have no choice. Some predators are skilled at ambush. Yifeng said, spitting out a fish bone. The others paled and nodded quickly. After eating, no one felt sleepy. They lingered near the cave entrance. Suddenly, Suyun beckoned to Yifeng. Ah Feng, come with me. Yifeng's eyes lit up and he quickly followed. They walked downstream for a li. Suddenly, Suyun hugged him and kissed him. She too felt a crisis. By a woman's instinct, she sensed Bai Guifan and Chenli were competing for Yifeng. So Suyun didn't want to lose her unique place in his heart. Yifeng felt she must be inexperienced, clumsy, but sweet and fragrant. Soon Suyun went weak all over, because Yifeng's hands were wandering inside her clothes while he kissed her. When his hand reached for her skirt, Suyun panicked and quickly held his hand. Ah Feng, not here. Wait until we return to civilization. Then you can pass the last step, okay, she said. On the island, pregnancy could be fatal, no nurse, no hospital, no safe place for a baby. You mean, as long as we don't go all the way, everything else is fine? Yifeng suddenly asked, excited. Though not as skilled as Bai Guifan, Suyun was youthful, pretty, and sweet. Suyun lowered her head shyly. Yifeng's body thrilled with excitement, holding her tightly, his rough dark hands roaming her soft white skin. No, no, if you keep going, I won't be able to control myself. Suyun panted, eyes nearly tearing. Not being able to control is good. Yifeng grinned. Bai Guifen's words had loosened all his restraint. This was a deserted island, no civilization, only savagery mattered. No, really no, Feng. Not there, wait, I just remembered, in that notebook, there was one word I recognized. Suyun quickly changed the subject. Yifeng froze, then lifted his head. Oh? What word? He asked. It said something like, Institute of Plant and Animal Hybrid Research. Suyun said, clutching her chest. During World War II, Germany built many research institutes. Could this island have been one of them? So that's it. That explains why animals from different regions are gathered here, maybe they were brought in by humans. Yifeng muttered, as if realizing something. Let's go back. Suyun had already dressed, her eyes shining with watery light. Alright, let's go. Yifeng strode ahead. Behind, Suyun's face was full of conflict. Back at the cave, the three women had already gone inside to sleep. At the entrance, only Wang Tao and Chen Jihua remained. Brother Feng, you're back. I thought about it, I'll keep watch tonight. After all, only 3 men here. Uncle Chen is old, can't stay up late. And you're our leader, how could you keep watch? Wang Tao said flatteringly. His change was too sudden. Alright. Wang Tao, actually I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have tricked you with the ghost pepper. Don't hold it against me. Yifeng said, not knowing his scheme. I'd forgotten that already. Go rest inside, I'll keep watch. Wang Tao smiled. Ah Tao, I'll join you. I may be old, but I'm steady. Chen Jihua said. No need, really. How not? Fine, Chen Jihua, you keep watch with him. Yifeng gave the order, and Wang Tao had to obey. Yifeng, of course, went inside to rest. The women had cleaned the cave, laying dry grass on the floor. But there was only a small patch of grass. Did he have to squeeze in between 4 women to sleep? Who cares? Yifeng lay down and closed his eyes. On his left was Bai Guifen, her body hot like a ticking bomb. Suyun hesitated, then slipped into his arms, back facing him. After some time, Yifeng felt softness against his back. Turning, he saw Bai Guifen hugging him from behind, eyes shut tight as if in sleep. Yifeng glanced at the entrance. Chen Jihua and Wang Tao sat chatting 10 meters away, not paying attention. A strange thought rose in him. He quietly reached out and undid one of Bai Guifen's buttons. Seeing the sight beneath, Yifeng sucked in a breath, his body ready to explode. Just then Suyun rolled over. Yifeng quickly closed Bai Guifen's clothes. Beyond her lay Ding Tuanchuan, fast asleep. Her short skirt had ridden up to her belly. Yifeng looked once, took a deep breath, and pulled it back down. Ding Tuanchuan was still just a child. Yifeng couldn't let his thoughts wander. Just as he was about to pull his hand back, suddenly, Bai Guifen slowly opened her eyes. Yifeng's heart trembled, so she had been hugging his back on purpose. Bai Guifen raised a finger to her lips, her eyes hazy, leaning close to Yifeng's ear and whispering, "They're all asleep now. I'll turn my back. We can do it secretly, no one will find out." Yifeng's whole body burned with excitement, his breathing quickened. This Bai Guifen was too crazy. Hey! No, Shaoli, wife, wake up. At that moment, Chen Jihua's voice came from outside the cave. Yifeng was shocked, quickly stood up. A huge black bear was circling the fire, while Chen Jihua tried to fend it off with a bamboo spear. Wang Tao screamed, dropped his spear, and ran into the forest. Quick, everyone wake up. Yifeng ignored his exposed pants, grabbed the rusty bayonet, and rushed out. Chen Jihua was already fighting the black bear. Calling it a fight was too much, it was just resistance. The bear's giant paw swung, snapping the spear in half. Dad! Husband! 2 screams. Bai Guifen and Chen Li had woken. Especially Chen Li, who wanted to rush forward, but Bai Guifen pulled her back. What do we do, Yifeng? Suyun's face was pale, clinging tightly to Yifeng's arm. Yifeng didn't answer. He shook her off and strode toward the entrance. Don't go. Suyun hugged him from behind. Anyone could see, that bear weighed nearly a ton. For a man to go forward was suicide. Brother, don't go. Ding Tuanchuan also ran up, grabbing Yifeng's clothes. The bear kept pressing Chen Jihua back toward the cave. Dad, run to the side, don't face it head on. Chen Li screamed. But Chen Jihua turned to glance at his wife and daughter, his rage boiling over. Beast, I'll fight you. He grabbed a torch and swung it hard at the bear. The bear struck back with its paw. Bang! His arm bent unnaturally, and Chen Jihua fell, crying out weakly. Yifeng swallowed hard, nervous, but he couldn't retreat now. Don't go. Suyun pulled him again. You all squeeze deeper into the crack. The bear's body is too big, it won't fit. Yifeng pushed Suyun's hand aside and rushed out. You bastard, come back. Don't throw your life away. Suyun cursed, tears streaming. Seeing Yifeng, the bear suddenly reared up, nearly 3 meters tall, roaring at him. Roar! The foul hot breath blew Yifeng's hair straight up. Chen Jihua, run into the cave! Yifeng shouted, then leapt, stabbing at the bear's eye. Puff! But his aim was off, the blade only struck its face. The bear swatted back, knocking Yifeng off the ground. Yifeng spat blood, clutching his chest, as if hit by a truck. Damn it, I can't beat it. Still, his attack bought Chen Jihua time to escape downstream. He had run 10 meters, but couldn't leave his wife and daughter behind. Into the cave! Yifeng staggered back, clutching his chest. Roar! Blood dripped from the bear's face. As king of the forest, it felt insulted. It stomped into the cave. The entrance was wide, letting it squeeze in, but the deeper it went, the narrower it became. What are you four staring for? Crawl deeper, hurry! Yifeng roared. The women scrambled to the back. Ding Tuanchuan, smallest, went first. Suyun, slender, went second. Chen Li, fuller from Yifeng's training, went third. Last was Bai Guifan, her hips too large, squeezed into fourth. Finally, they all pressed into the narrowest space. Yifeng jammed himself right behind Bai Guifan. The bear followed, but at 8 meters in, its bulk was stuck. Yifeng pressed tight against Bai Guifan's back, breathing out a long sigh of relief. But then, he felt Bai Guifan shift slightly. In an instant, Yifeng's pants bulged. Roar! The furious bear pushed forward, hot breath blasting Yifeng's head. Can we squeeze farther? Terrified, Yifeng thrust with his hips against Bai Guifan, trying to push everyone deeper. No more space. I'm about to be crushed. Ding Tuanchuan's voice came from the very back. Yifeng, don't do that to my mom. Chen Li screamed when she saw Yifeng's desperate thrusts. Yifeng froze, embarrassed. But the bear suddenly stretched out a meter-long arm, claws swiping for Yifeng. Shit! With no choice, Yifeng rammed Bai Guifan harder. Her face flushed bright red, biting her lip tightly. Yifeng had no choice. If he didn't push deeper, he'd be caught and killed. Even so, he was too slow. The bear's claws slashed. Rip! His belt snapped, pain flaring at his backside as blood trickled. Not good. Push farther, the bear clawed my ass. Yifeng's face burned as he shoved with all his strength. Bai Guifan's whole body went weak. His torn pants, without the belt, slipped down. From behind, the motion looked far too indecent. After pushing more, Yifeng felt the group had moved another 10 centimeters deeper. Finally, the bear's claws couldn't reach him. Yifeng collapsed against Bai Guifan, panting hard. Bai Guifan also gasped softly, eyes brimming with tears. Her body felt like it was falling apart under Yifeng's pounding. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, a deep roar came from the depths of the deserted island, and rocks above the cave fell down with a crash. The black bear, after hearing this roar, tucked its tail and ran away. Only after confirming that the black bear had gone far did Yifeng let out a long sigh of relief and collapse to the ground in exhaustion. Bai Guifan was also drenched in sweat, her body weakened, and she fell beside Yifeng. The other women were also in bad shape, collapsing onto the ground, gasping heavily. Yifeng felt severe pressure and pain in his chest, and blood was still flowing from behind his buttocks. Exhausted and in pain, he tilted his head back and fainted, without even pulling up his pants. No one knew how much time had passed before Yifeng finally woke up, only to find himself lying flat at the entrance of the cave, with his pants already pulled up by someone. You're awake? Bai Guifan walked over, her eyes full of care. When Suyun saw Yifeng awake, she suddenly pushed Bai Guifan aside, placed Yifeng's head on her own lap, and there was a trace of anger in her eyes. Chen Li said nothing, hugging her knees, sulking. So Yifeng turned his gaze to Ding Tuanchuan. This little cutie also seemed to be paying attention to him. When his eyes met hers, she immediately covered her face with both hands like a child. Yifeng chuckled and was about to get up, but a sharp pain in his left chest surged, worse than when he had been hit before. Damn, could it be internal injuries? A trace of panic flashed across Yifeng's face. On a deserted island, suffering internal injuries could be fatal. Yuner, where are Chen Jihua and Wang Tao? Yifeng asked. Suyun was about to answer, but from downstream came Wang Tao's arrogant voice. Ha ha ha, now your arm is broken, and Yifeng has internal injuries. So from now on, I'm your boss, and you all have to listen to me. Ah Tao, let me tell you, when the black bear came just now, if you had stood with me, maybe it would have been scared away. Why did you run away immediately? As they spoke, the two figures appeared. Wang Tao was holding a tiny dead fish, clearly with little harvest. Ran away? You dare say I ran away? I was trying to lure the bear away with my own body, but the bear didn't chase me. What could I do? After speaking, Wang Tao suddenly saw the awakened Yifeng. A trace of mockery flashed across his face as he put the fish over the fire to roast. For a moment, the four women began swallowing saliva. Wang Tao, why did you only catch one fish? What are we supposed to eat? Suyun questioned. All you know is eating. Don't you know catching fish is tiring too? Right now, I'm the only whole man left, so this fish is mine alone. Skipping a few meals won't kill you. After saying that, Wang Tao stuffed the roasted fish into his mouth. Suyun bit her lips tightly, then suddenly turned to Ding Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, help me take care of Yifeng. Don't let the other women touch him. I'm going to catch fish. Ah, me? Take care of him. Ding Tuanchuan's face instantly turned red. Yes. Only if Yifeng recovers will we have a way to survive, Suyun said. Then okay. Ding Tuanchuan came over and sat next to Yifeng, while Suyun placed Yifeng's head on her slender thighs as a pillow. Yifeng instantly caught a faint scent at the tip of his nose, the fragrance of a virgin. He could tell. It was refreshing and uplifting. Oh, be good, I'll catch you a fish later to eat. Ding Tuanchuan didn't know how to take care of someone. She just recalled how her mother cared for her when she was little and tried to imitate it to comfort Yifeng. Yifeng found it hilarious inside but still enjoyed it. At this moment, Wang Tao finished eating the fish, glanced at Yifeng, and jealousy flashed in his eyes. Little girl, don't let that pervert trick you. That guy is a freak, he even has thoughts about his ex-mother-in-law. Don't think I don't know. Wang Tao said coldly. Shut up. Chen Zhihua shouted angrily. I won't shut up. I'll say it. Yifeng, ask your conscience, isn't it true you want Bai Guifen? She may be almost 40, but that figure, that charm, which man wouldn't want her? Wang Tao continued. Wang Tao, stop talking nonsense. I'm much older than Ah Feng. He only respects me, he never had such thoughts. Bai Guifen blushed, scolding too. Ha! Aunt Bai, you only know someone's face, not their heart. This kid wasn't honest in the company either, always sneaking peeks at President Su's back. Don't think I didn't notice. You'd better guard against him, or he'll take advantage one day. Wang Tao pretended to sound earnest. Enough. Ah Feng isn't that kind of person. Chen Jihua's face flushed, his neck thick with anger. If his arm wasn't broken, he would have rushed to beat Wang Tao. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and slowly sat up. His left chest still hurt, and his left arm couldn't be used. But even with just his right hand, dealing with trash like Wang Tao was no problem. Wang Tao, if you keep spewing filth, don't blame me for beating you. After saying that, Yifeng stood up. Ha ha ha, you're still acting tough when you're injured? Perfect. Today, I'll show you who the real boss is. With that, Wang Tao clenched his fist and charged forward. As expected, this piece of trash couldn't even withstand Yifeng's one good hand. After 5 moves, Wang Tao was on the ground again, another front tooth kicked out. Well? Do you submit or not? Yifeng stepped on Wang Tao's chest. Wang Tao was shocked and furious. He hadn't expected that even injured, he still couldn't beat Yifeng. I submit your mother. Wang Tao was completely unconvinced. If you don't submit, I'll knock out every last one of your teeth. With that, Yifeng picked up a stick and aimed it at Wang Tao's mouth. Ah, no. I submit, ah, I submit. Wang Tao's words admitted submission, but his tone was full of resentment. Yifeng couldn't be bothered with him. After all, for now, this guy was still useful. If you submit, then get up and, according to my instructions, make these trees into properly sized wood pieces. Yifeng said coldly. Helpless, Wang Tao had no choice but to do the labor. The size must be exact, not even 1 centimeter off. Trash will always be trash. Isn't the measuring stick I made right there? Sharpen this end a little more. Yifeng's left arm hung uselessly while his right hand pointed at Wang Tao's nose. Wow, big brother, you're amazing. Ding Tuanchuan's eyes widened as she stared at Yifeng in shock. She thought Yifeng couldn't beat Wang Tao, but he had defeated him with just one hand. Little girls always admired the strong. If only Yifeng were her father. Yifeng felt proud and puffed out his chest. Ouch! His left chest still hurt, but inside his body, a strange energy was repairing his internal injuries. Ah Feng, come with me downstream. I have something to tell you. At this moment, Chen Zhihua spoke. After saying that, he walked off downstream by himself. Yifeng's old face turned red, like a primary school student who had done something wrong, and he followed along. After all, between him and Bai Guifen, although they hadn't really done that, it was almost like just a thin piece of paper away. As long as there was the right chance, surely it would. After walking more than 10 meters downstream, Chen Zhihua sat down, then pointed to a stone across from him, telling Yifeng to sit. Yifeng's mind spun quickly, thinking of all kinds of excuses. Ah Feng, you may not know, but in the past 10 years, your aunt and I have been sleeping in separate beds. So, I have something I want to trouble you with. Chen Jihua opened his mouth with a shocking statement. What is it? Yifeng looked at Chen Jihua with caution. The problem with an old husband and young wife is just this: when I can, she can't; when I can't, she's like a hungry wolf. Maybe this is fate. Watching her suffer every night, I feel sorry for her. Do you understand what I mean? Chen Jihua sighed, hesitant to say more. I don't understand. Yifeng shook his head. To be honest, last year I even thought of finding her a young man, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. You know your aunt's character, she's very concerned about reputation. But now, on this deserted island, I can't let her stay lonely anymore. Can you help me with this? But there's one condition: you can't tell anyone. Only I know, you know, and your aunt knows. Especially, you mustn't let Xiaoli find out. Chen Jihua's meaning gradually became clear. Yifeng didn't speak, just looked at Chen Jihua in confusion. What the hell was this old guy saying? Uncle Chen, what exactly are you talking about? Yifeng asked back. Don't you get it? I want you to find a chance to take care of your aunt Bai. Look, just from me saying this, your pants have already become like that. Chen Jihua pointed at Yifeng's pants. Uncle, don't talk nonsense. I'll just pretend you're joking. Yifeng quickly covered his pants, feeling too embarrassed. Don't be shy. I know what's in your heart. But the only trouble is, your aunt Bai definitely won't agree. After all, she's a chaste woman. I know her well. Chen Jihua sighed. Yifeng almost laughed to death. Are you sure you really know your wife? So I've thought it through. Tonight, when your aunt Bai falls asleep, I'll draw the others away, leaving you two alone. Chen Jihua said seriously. He knew his wife had been enduring this loneliness, but he himself couldn't rise anymore. Uncle, stop. If you keep talking, I'll get angry. Yifeng's face was full of embarrassment. Hearing this from Chen Jihua's mouth felt really weird. Feng, don't feel embarrassed. I've thought about this carefully. At first I wanted Wang Tao to help, but that useless guy ran away when he saw the black bear yesterday. Only you were brave enough to rush out to save me. You deserve it. And your aunt Bai just happens to need it. Why are you being so polite? Chen Jihua shook his head. Uncle Chen, I still can't accept it. Yifeng felt resistance inside. If it was secretly with Bai Guifan, maybe he could accept it. But if Chen Jihua also knew, that was too embarrassing. Look. Chen Jihua pointed upstream at Bai Guifan, speaking in a tempting tone. Your aunt Bai may be almost 40, but her figure, her skin, there's no difference from a female university student. And her body definitely won't disappoint you. Yifeng didn't speak, lowering his head, as if he agreed. Haha. That's better. But there's one trouble: your aunt Bai will definitely resist. So tonight, when she's asleep, I'll lead the others away. After it happens, even if she realizes it wasn't me, she won't be able to resist. Chen Jihua suddenly revealed a secret. Who? Yifeng let out a long hot breath. This Chen Jihua, he was too much, making even him feel powerless. Uncle Chen, the door isn't finished yet. Talking about useless things now is pointless. We should first finish the door. Once we're safe, then we can think of a way home, Yifeng said. Yes, I understand. Let's wait until the door is done. Chen Jihua smiled meaningfully. Men understood men best. He believed Yifeng had the thought. By the way, uncle, is your arm broken or dislocated? Yifeng suddenly asked. He felt that Chen Jihua's arm wasn't broken but rather dislocated. I don't know. Can you check? Chen Jihua asked. I'll try. After some effort, Yifeng endured the pain in his left chest and set Chen Jihua's dislocated bone back into place. Then he used 3 branches to fix his left arm. In 3 days, once the bone was stable, it could be removed. When they returned, Wang Tao, who had been slacking, suddenly sped up. Just then, Bai Guifan secretly gazed at Yifeng with soul-stirring eyes behind her husband's back. Yifeng remembered Chen Jihua's words again and quickly turned his head away, afraid he couldn't control himself. By the way, last night, what was roaring? The sound seemed to come from more than 10 li away. It sounded like a dinosaur. At this moment, Chen Li spoke. Swish. Everyone's attitude immediately became serious. That roar last night was too terrifying. Was it an elephant? Ding Tuanchuan asked. Because only an animal that big could make such a roar. No, an elephant's voice isn't like that. It was more like a tiger. But a tiger's roar couldn't scare off a black bear. It should be some other creature. Yifeng pondered. He had originally thought of being the local emperor on the island, living with 3 wives and 6 concubines. But now he gave up that idea. Better to go home safely. At this moment, Suyun returned, carrying 2 trout in her hands, but her whole body was trembling. Clearly, catching these 2 fish had cost her great effort. It wasn't worth it, because the calories in these 2 fish might not even make up for the energy she spent catching them. Feng, you're injured. Let me roast the fish for you to eat. Suyun said weakly, her face pale. No need, you're too tired. I'll roast it myself. Yifeng took the fish with concern. I'm not tired. You don't know what I saw downstream. As Suyun said this, her face grew even paler. Was it a striped hyena? Yifeng's heart sank. He almost forgot, besides black bears, striped hyenas were also fierce enemies. No, I can't even describe it. Forget it, eat first. Suyun sat down, fear flashing deep in her eyes. When she was in the water catching fish, suddenly a strange snake appeared. The snake was about as thick as her thigh, but the strange part was that on its head, it had a red rooster's comb. Soon, the fish was roasted. Thinking of his internal injuries, Yifeng ate all of it by himself. The others were sensible. Even though their stomachs were growling, none of them asked for a bite. They understood clearly, if Yifeng healed, then they would all have food to eat every day. By noon, Wang Tao was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Brother Feng, I'm too tired. Can I rest for a while? Wang Tao asked. No. The wood must be finished before dark, otherwise the black bear will definitely come back. Their memory is very strong. Yifeng gave him no face at all. The others' expressions changed. Then let's help too. Otherwise, none of us will dare to sleep at night. Suyun said and hurried to help. Yifeng didn't stop her. So, the 4 women also joined the labor. Time passed again. Yifeng felt that his left chest wasn't as painful anymore. Strange thing, it was such a serious injury, normally he should have needed at least 3 days of rest. But after just 1 day, he was almost fine. So, he carried his bow and walked more than 10 meters downstream. 3 arrows, all hitting their targets, one of them even brought down 2 fish at once. He came back carrying 4 fat trout. Since the trout he caught were big, they were more than enough for everyone to eat. After roasting the fish, Chen Jihua and the 4 women gathered around, biting into the fish with big smiles. Much better than following Wang Tao. That useless guy wasn't just incompetent, he was selfish too. Wang Tao could only swallow his saliva from the side. Considering that this useless man still needed to do hard labor, Yifeng threw half a fish onto the ground. Here, yours. Thank you, Brother Feng, you're the best. Wang Tao didn't care about the dirt, he picked up the fish and gnawed on it. He had been a little chubby before, but after a few days on the deserted island, he had already grown thin from hunger. After eating, Yifeng began building the wooden door. He used the mortise and tenon principle, fitting more than 10 logs tightly together. But even so, it wasn't secure enough. Wang Tao, in the forest there are some ailanthus trees. Go scrape some ailanthus oil, I'll use it as glue. And if you find thorns, bring some back too. Yifeng ordered. Yes. Wang Tao seemed completely subdued and obediently went into the forest. But Yifeng could see it, there was still hatred in his eyes. If given the chance, Wang Tao would definitely be the first to make a move against him. The women all gathered around, admiring Yifeng's work. Amazing, without using a single nail, you made a door. Suyun touched the wooden door, her face full of joy. Big brother is awesome. Ding Tuanchuan shouted with admiration. Chen Jihua's family didn't say anything, but their eyes were full of approval. Come, let's lift the door and set it at the cave entrance. They all worked together, lifting the door weighing several hundred lbs, then pushed the stakes into the soil at the bottom. Still uneasy, Yifeng used more wood to wedge it into the grooves in the rock. This way, no matter if the bear pushed or pulled, it wouldn't be able to open the door quickly. From now on, when we go in and out, we'll squeeze through this side gap. After going in, block the gap with a stick. It'll not only stop the bear, but also the hyenas. Yifeng taught them how to enter and exit. Great, tonight we can finally sleep well. After Bai Guifen said this, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally landed on Yifeng. By then, night was falling. Wang Tao returned dragging thorns and ailanthus oil. Ailanthus oil was sticky, good as natural glue, and its smell could repel mosquitoes. Put the thorns downstream. If any animal comes up, it'll step on them and cry out, acting as an alarm. Yifeng ordered. Yes, Brother Feng. Wang Tao dragged the thorns downstream, while Yifeng took the ailanthus oil and smeared it on the door joints. Not only did it make them tighter, it also prevented insects from eating the wood. Not good. Not good. Those dogs are back. Wang Tao shouted like a donkey from downstream, stumbling back in panic, his calf bleeding. Behind him came the sound of barking. The striped hyenas from the beach had returned. But this time, there were more than a dozen. The hyena queen had brought all her followers. Quick, into the cave. Everyone rushed inside. Yifeng used a stick to block the 30-centimeter gap. Hey, I haven't gotten in yet. Wang Tao shouted from outside. Wang Tao, run to the side. See if you can lure them away. Yifeng said coldly. Now that the door was built, Wang Tao's fickle nature was no longer tolerable. It was about time to abandon him. Ah, please. Please, I don't want to die. And I can't outrun these dogs. Wang Tao jumped around outside in panic. You can climb a tree. Hurry, or they'll catch up. Yi Feng pointed behind him. Wang Tao looked back, the hyenas had already surrounded him. Yi Feng, you bastard. If I die, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. After cursing, Wang Tao still chose to run into the forest. But only 3 hyenas chased him. The rest stayed, surrounding the wooden door, growling. At this moment, something soft touched Yi Feng. Suyun hugged his arm. What do we do, Ah Feng? If they stay here, we'll be trapped to death. Hearing this, fear showed on everyone's faces. If besieged too long, they would eventually have to go out to eat. Through the gap, Yi Feng counted carefully. There were 12 in total. 3 had gone after Wang Tao, meaning he had to deal with 9, including the biggest, the hyena queen. Don't worry. Leave it to me. He pulled out his bow and aimed at the nearest hyena. The bamboo arrow hit its backside. The hyena, about to eat, suddenly jumped up. The others, startled, backed off a few steps. Only that hyena tried to pull out the arrow, but it was useless. Yi Feng's face was full of killing intent. He drew another arrow. The second hyena was hit on the side. But unfortunately, bamboo arrows had limited power, only a few centimeters deep before being stopped by muscle. Now they realized how dangerous Yi Feng was. They scattered downstream but didn't go far. Great! Ah Feng, your aim is so accurate. Suyun exclaimed happily. Yi Feng's expression stayed serious. He drew a third arrow, pulling the bow to its maximum. This time he was lucky, the arrow struck a hyena's eye. It fell, twitching on the ground. Finally, the hyena queen led her pack away, disappearing downstream. At that moment, the bowstring snapped with a sharp twang. Let's go out. Throw the body far away, or its corpse will trigger the food chain within hundreds of meters. Yi Feng strode out of the wooden door. At this moment, in the eyes of the 4 women, his figure grew tall and imposing. Bai Guifen's eyes shone as she looked at Yi Feng, liking him more and more. But suddenly, a bent figure blocked her view. Wife, are you scared? If you're afraid, I can hold you. Chen Jihua said gently. No need. Bai Guifen's face instantly turned cold. Yi Feng walked to the hyena. The beast wasn't completely dead yet, still twitching violently, struggling to stand up. Suyun, all of you come here. Each of you stab it once with a bamboo spear. Stab it until it's dead. Yi Feng ordered. Ah? I haven't even killed a chicken before. Suyun resisted. That's exactly why I want you to practice your courage. Yi Feng said calmly. So, the women came over and together stabbed the hyena. In a short while, the beast was completely dead. Yi Feng grabbed its hind leg and threw it into the stream, letting the current wash it downstream. Come, sit by the fire. I think I should teach you some skills. Otherwise, if one day I fall, you'll have no ability to survive. After saying that, Yi Feng sat by the fire. The women obediently stood and listened. First, how to bring out the full power of a spear. The hyena's body was soon carried downstream. In an area covered by water plants, suddenly, a huge creature shot out, splashing water everywhere, dragging the hyena corpse into the depths. Now, have you learned it? Yi Feng thrust the spear forward hard, stirring a strong gust. I understand, body coordination is very important. Suyun, after all highly educated, was the first to react. Good. You hold the spear and practice a few thrusts. I'll make you a scarecrow, treat it as an enemy to stab. So the women began training again. After only half an hour, they were drenched in fragrant sweat. Stop, that's enough for today. Yi Feng called them to stop. Training must be gradual, if too harsh at the start, they would lose interest. Suddenly, Bai Guifen's eyes turned. I want to go downstream to bathe. Who will stand guard for me? After saying this, her gaze glanced toward Yi Feng. Wife, let Ah Feng go with you. My arm is injured, I can't protect you. Chen Jihua suddenly said. Ah? Yi Feng instantly understood Chen Jihua's meaning, but it was really embarrassing. No need, you and your daughter can go with her. Ah Feng will come with me to bathe under the waterfall. Suyun suddenly took Yi Feng's arm. Ah? Then what about me? Won't I be left alone at the cave entrance? Ding Tuanchuan stood up nervously. Suyun thought for a moment, then said, Then you come bathe with me, and let Ah Feng stand guard for us. He won't look at you. MHM. Ding Tuanchuan quickly nodded. So, the 6 of them split into 2 groups, going to bathe in different places. Suyun and Ding Tuanchuan soon disappeared behind the waterfall curtain, while Yi Feng scanned the surroundings sharply. There were too many dangers, leaving him no mind to sneak a look. Men are born warriors, they can sense danger in the air. At night on the deserted island, strange cries echoed endlessly. From time to time, rustling came from the bamboo forest, as if countless ghosts were hiding inside. Yi Feng glanced again at the direction where Wang Tao had disappeared. That useless guy hadn't come back. Maybe he had already been eaten by dogs, but Yi Feng didn't care. Now, he had to protect one old man and 4 women. The pressure was indeed heavy. Unless iron weapons could be made. Thinking this, Yi Feng drew out the rusty bayonet and began grinding it on a rough stone. After half an hour, the tip became sharp again. Yi Feng then used thin vines to tie the bayonet firmly onto the bamboo spear. This way, when facing large predators, he would at least have a fighting chance. At this moment, Su-yun and Ding Tuanchuan came out from behind the waterfall curtain. The 2 young girls had bright smiles on their faces. Su-yun, youthful and beautiful, with wet hair draped across her shoulder. Ding Tuanchuan, small and cute, her damp hair stuck tightly to her chubby cheeks. Yi Feng's eyes went hazy. Such beautiful women, he must not let them be eaten by beasts. He had to protect these wonderful things. What are you staring at foolishly? Su-yun walked over, sat her fragrant body in Yi Feng's lap, then suddenly stretched out her hand, stuffing a grape-like fruit into his mouth. Yi Feng quickly spat it out. What is that? Just stuffing it into my mouth like that? Yi Feng asked. Don't worry. I already tried it, it's sweet and not poisonous. Su-yun said, then stuffed another one in. Sure enough, it was sweet. But Yi Feng's heart felt even sweeter. Ding Tuanchuan, still in wet clothes, went to the fire to warm herself. Don't dry like that. When you're old, you'll definitely get rheumatism. Go into the cave, take off all your clothes, then let Sister Su-yun bake them for you. Put them back on after they're dry. Yi Feng said quickly. Ding Tuanchuan's face instantly turned red. Covering her face, she ran back into the cave. At this moment, Chen Zhihua and the others also returned. In his hand, he was holding something like a shovel. Ah Feng, we dug this just now from the soil near the stream. It's so sharp, it even cut Guifen's skin. Chen Zhihua said, handing the object to Yi Feng. Yi Feng took it and looked. This looked like an entrenching shovel used by combat engineers. But the edges were sharp, and the handle was fully forged from steel, with only a little paint peeling off. This thing is very useful. Yi Feng swung it twice in the air, wind whistling instantly. After that, the women all went into the cave, stripped completely, and one of them brought out the clothes to dry by the fire. After a few rounds, all their clothes were dry. Chen Zhihua was a proper man, he didn't even glance inside the cave. Yi Feng was also upright, he only peeked a few times. But the cave was too dark, he couldn't see clearly, only faintly felt a few white figures moving inside. Now it was about 10 at night. The 6 of them sat around the fire, chatting in pairs. Suddenly, Yi Feng's expression changed, looking toward the place where Wang Tao had disappeared. Brother Hu, this is the place. There are lots of beauties inside this cave. Wang Tao's voice sounded. Yi Feng quickly stood up. Soon, the bamboo was pushed aside, and 4 men walked out. Wang Tao, like a dog's lackey, led the way. Behind him were 3 men. Leading them was a bald strong man, bare-chested, his muscles bulging. The other 2 were not muscle-bound, but still strong men. Oh? Fish to eat? The bald man strode forward, didn't even greet Yi Feng, and grabbed the leftover roasted fish to eat. The 4 women quickly stepped back. Especially Ding Tuanchuan, trembling all over in fear. Yi Feng felt something wrong. He quietly stepped back and grabbed his spear, the one with the bayonet tied on. After finishing the fish, the strong man patted his stomach. He didn't even bother introducing himself, he directly looked at the 4 women. Little Tuanchuan, why did you run here? Come, to uncle. The bald strong man said and walked toward Ding Tuanchuan. Ah. No, you're not my uncle, you're a bad man. Ding Tuanchuan shrank back in fear. Yi Feng couldn't hold back anymore and blocked in front of her. Friend, you came and ate my fish without even greeting me? Yi Feng said coldly. Brat, get out of the way, or I'll beat you up. The bald man got angry seeing Yi Feng, not even 1.8 meters tall, blocking him. He himself was very tall, about 1.88 meters, while Yi Feng was only 1.78, shorter by 10 centimeters. Beat me? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. Of course he wasn't afraid of this bald man, but behind him there were 2 more men, clearly all together. Damn it. The bald man swung a punch. Yi Feng met it head-on, grappling with him. Because of the pain in his left chest, Yi Feng took a punch in the face, but still pressed the bald man down to the ground, punching his face 5 or 6 times until he was powerless to resist. What are you 3 standing there for? Kill him! The bald man roared. So Wang Tao and the other 2 rushed over, ready to attack. You dare? Su-yun shouted angrily, picking up a spear and charging forward. Yi Feng also got up, bent his bow, fitted an arrow, and, panting, aimed at the 3. The bald man scrambled up and retreated to his own group. At this moment, 2 sides were formed. Chen Li and the other women also picked up spears, joining the standoff. Whoever comes, I'll stab. Your granny isn't easy to mess with. Suyun, unlike her usual gentleness, spoke fiercely. Bai Guifeng pointed at Yifeng's bow. See the bow in my son-in-law's hand? If you act recklessly, he'll shoot. Sure enough, the four men stepped back a few steps. They weren't afraid of spears, but arrows were different, an eye shot could kill. Let's go, downstream. The bald man decided immediately. Ah, brother who, not deal with that Yifeng? Wang Tao panicked. What are you rushing for? We'll talk downstream. The bald man left with the two men, leaving only Wang Tao. He shivered, then quickly followed them. Yifeng's face turned grim. Not only did he have to deal with animals, now there were four more bad men. Actually, if those four men had attacked together, Yifeng's side would have suffered greatly. After all, he was the only one with fighting strength. Rumble. Just then, a muffled sound came from the sky. Dark clouds covered the moon. A fierce wind blew from downstream, lifting the women's skirts straight up. Quick, into the cave to hide from the rain. Yifeng shouted loudly, the wind drowning his voice. As soon as he finished, a thick bolt of lightning split from the clouds, spreading into the depths of the island, almost across the whole tropical forest. Then, torrential rain poured down. Yifeng had already rushed with the women into the cave, watching the sky through the gap in the door. The rain was so heavy, Yifeng had never seen such rain in the countryside. It was like buckets of water being poured down. At the same time, insects and ants began crawling into the cracks, trying to get inside to hide. In the dim light, Yifeng lifted a small snake with his spear and threw it hard out of the cave. The snake too had come inside to hide from the rain. The women huddled together, screaming. Because the stone walls were covered with insects, scorpions, and small snakes. A swarm of mosquitoes also flew into the cave. The rain came fast and went fast. An hour later, the sky cleared, the air fresher. Yifeng and the others quickly ran out. The cave had become a kingdom of insects and mosquitoes. Look, my hands are covered in bites. Suyun stretched out her white arm in front of Yifeng. Ah, tomorrow morning I'll pick some herbs for you. Yifeng gently held her hand, heart aching. Above the waterfall, the water doubled. The stream rose, almost flooding the bamboo forest on both sides. Some animal corpses were washed down from the mountain, turning the water muddy. Luckily, this crack was more than 10 meters from the waterfall, or it would have been flooded too. Yifeng lit a fire again, then moved it inside the cave, covering it with green leaves. Thick smoke billowed out. The mosquitoes and insects were smoked out, and the cave was finally clean again. Yifeng endured the smoke, moved the fire back outside, and let the women rest inside. Chen Jihua, looking weak, leaned against the wooden door and fell asleep, holding a spear. As the leader, Yifeng didn't keep watch. He lay down and squeezed in with the women to sleep. After hardships, he no longer thought of romance. He slept deeply. Morning soon came. Yifeng was the first to wake, feeling his chest injury had recovered 90%, only a slight dull pain remained. Wake up, wake up. Yifeng called everyone. But since Chen Jihua had kept watch last night, Yifeng let him sleep more. The girls, still drowsy, sat outside the cave, waiting for Yifeng's orders. Today, I'll search along the mountain foot for sulfur stones or limestone. We'll sprinkle the cave to stop snakes and insects from crawling in. Also, I'll gather some herbs for you to rub on your skin against mosquito bites. Yifeng spoke seriously. Ah? If you leave, what if that bald uncle comes back? Ding Tuanchuan was startled. The women's hearts tightened, and they stood up. They didn't want Yifeng to leave. All right, I'll leave the bow. If they come back, shoot them. Yifeng pointed at the bow on the ground. Suyun nodded and picked it up. Then Yifeng caught 5 or 6 trout for them and prepared to head into the forest. Ah Feng, wait. It's dangerous for you to go alone. I'll go with you. Bai Guifeng suddenly said. Fine. Two can take care of each other. If one steps into a swamp, the other can pull them out. Yifeng nodded. Suyun glanced at Bai Guifeng but said nothing. She believed that in such a situation, everyone had a sense of crisis and wouldn't think about man and woman matters. Saying goodbye, Yifeng and Bai Guifeng walked into the forest. They followed along the mountain foot, walking more than 2 li. The sun rose. Bai Guifeng stayed behind, her eyes fixed on Yifeng's back. So strong, so secure. The fire in her heart, once extinguished, burned fiercely again. Ah Feng, I feel itchy here, must have been bitten by mosquitoes last night. It's still swollen. Can you check it for me? Bai Guifeng suddenly said. Yifeng calmly turned, only to see Bai Guifeng lifting her skirt. Aunt Bai, do you think this is the right time? Wang Tao and those 4 are still lurking downstream. We should hurry. Yifeng said. But his pants reacted. Ever since he ate that white fruit, he felt his yang energy kept leaking out. What are you afraid of? Doing it once won't delay us much. If you're afraid of wasting time, you can push me along while we walk. Bai Guifen's face was full of seduction as she stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Yifeng felt his hair stand on end. She really knew how to play. Even thinking of this kind of move. Better not. Another time. Honestly, I want it too, but now isn't the time. Once we've built the camp properly, then you can do whatever you want. How about that? Yifeng didn't pretend anymore and spoke his true thoughts. Only then did Bai Guifen smile and walk side by side with Yifeng. But the fire in her heart hadn't completely gone out. From time to time, she teased Yifeng with words. Ah Feng, you're still too young, you don't know how to play at all. I've seen big bosses before. In the clubs, they'd find over 10 beauties, line them up, then go one by one, front to back to front. Whoever made them finish would get a 10,000 yuan bonus. Bai Guifen spoke seductively. They're big bosses, of course they can play like that. Me? Just a poor guy. Where would I get the money to play? Yifeng said. But this is a deserted island. Me, plus my daughter, President Su, and that Ding Tuanchuan, you could play 4 in a row. Bai Guifen shamelessly said. For some reason, seeing Yifeng forcing himself to endure made her want to say more filthy things. Don't joke. Even if you agreed, and your daughter agreed, what about Suyun and Ding Tuanchuan? They'd never agree. Besides, Ding Tuanchuan is still so young. Yifeng shook his head, then suddenly froze. In the depths of the forest after the rain, a small tree appeared. On it grew 3 white fruits. Don't talk. Yifeng gestured for silence and carefully approached the tree. Just as the white fruits were about to shrink back, he struck with the entrenching shovel. 2 fruits fell to the ground. The last one quickly shrank away. Haha. Yifeng picked one up and popped it into his mouth. 2 powerful waves of heat rushed through his limbs and bones. In an instant, Yifeng felt his whole body burning. His pants bulged, as hard as a steel rod. Oh my god. Bai Guifen couldn't help covering her mouth. She lost control, immediately bending down. This time Yifeng didn't refuse. Time, place, and people were all right. Bai Guifen's mouth skills were impressive, but she felt another place also needed pleasure. So, she turned around, hands on a rock at the mountain foot, presenting herself. Yifeng took a deep breath and roughly tore things open. At that moment, he saw clearly, every hair on his body standing up. Then, I'll go? Yifeng panted heavily, eyes blood-red, like a bull ready to charge. Don't be so polite. Do it harder. Bai Guifen bit her lip. Ah. Help. Help me. Just then, a plump young woman stumbled toward them, happening to see the scene. Especially when she saw Yifeng's lower body, she gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Yifeng panicked and quickly pulled up his pants. Bai Guifen, embarrassed, pulled her skirt down. He, pretty one, let us brothers play too. 4 men suddenly rushed out. It was Wang Tao's group of 4. Their pants were bulging, faces lewd. The woman glanced at them, then at Yifeng, gritted her teeth, and hid behind him. Her clothes were ripped, exposing glimpses of her body as she moved. You again, bastard? Wang Tao immediately spotted Yifeng. The bald man narrowed his eyes, pulling out a dagger. This time he only has 2 people. Let's finish him. And that mature woman by his side, I want her first. He walked toward Yifeng. What do we do? Bai Guifen clung tightly to Yifeng's arm. The young woman also hid behind him. Yifeng gripped the entrenching shovel tightly, his heart pounding. The bald man was strong, but Yifeng had 70% confidence against him. But with 3 more, it was uncertain. Whoever comes closer, I'll split him with this shovel. Yifeng said coldly, taking a fighting stance. But the bald man shook his dagger. Really? Then come on. The fight broke out immediately. Yifeng swung the shovel, sending the dagger flying. Wang Tao suddenly grabbed Yifeng's leg, holding him down. Bang! Yifeng took a punch to the chest. Fuck you! Furious, Yifeng elbowed Wang Tao's back. The useless man fell like mud, spitting blood. At the same time, Yifeng took a club to the face. The battle was fierce. Soon, Wang Tao's group was panting from exhaustion. But Yifeng fought harder and harder. The white fruit he had eaten kept flooding him with energy, giving him endless stamina. Damn, we can't beat him. The 4 gasped, backing away from Yifeng's ferocity. Yifeng's arm was cut, but the 4 were also injured. Neither side had the advantage. Brother Hu, fight or not? Wang Tao wiped blood from his mouth. Yifeng's elbow earlier had left him with a minor internal injury. Fight? The bald man paused, then looked at the women beside Yifeng, smiling wickedly. Brother, you're strong. Why fight us? If you join us, you can use these women however you want. Knock them up and toss them aside. On this island, it's a once-in-a-lifetime chance. In civilization, losers like us couldn't even drink their foot water. But here, it's different. We should enjoy ourselves, use them hard. When rescue comes, just get rid of them all. No one will go back to report. What do you say? The bald man grinned. You, shut up. Bai Guifen's heart skipped. If Yifeng agreed, wouldn't that mean her whole family was doomed? The young woman also looked terrified, quietly edging away from Yifeng. Bullshit. Doing this makes you worse than animals. Get lost, or I'll take you down right now. Yifeng swung the shovel. The bald man's face darkened. Fine. I hope you don't fall into my hands one day. Then the four had no choice but to leave. Any more fighting would have meant mutual destruction. The beautiful young woman let out a sigh of relief and leaned closer to Yifeng, though the fear in her eyes hadn't faded. Thank you, little brother, big brother, thank you, she said gratefully. You're welcome. My name is Yifeng, this is Bai Guifen. What's your name? Yifeng looked straight at her, trying not to glance at her chest or thighs so as not to scare her off. Now, one more person meant one more strength. My name is Tian Shuetao. But, my child is missing, woo-woo, he's still so little. At this, Tian Shuetao couldn't control her emotions and began crying. Yifeng then noticed her full breasts, as if she was still nursing. After a shipwreck, a baby would hardly survive. Bai Guifen quickly hugged her shoulders to comfort her gently. She had also given birth and understood her pain. After a while, Tian Shuetao calmed down and looked pitifully at Yifeng. Now, let's go find limestone or sulfur stones. They can prevent insect bites. Yifeng said, holding the entrenching shovel as he walked ahead. Wait, did you say limestone? I remember, when I was running earlier, I saw a pile of white stones that gave off a sharp smell. Tian Shuetao said suddenly. Let's go. Yifeng was overjoyed and let Tian Shuetao lead the way. But he noticed that every so often, Tian Shuetao pressed at her chest with her hand, looking very uncomfortable. Finally, they arrived. Yifeng looked at the pile of white stones with delight. This is limestone. He took off his shirt, wrapped 3 pieces, and carried them on his shoulder. Around the limestone was a patch of bare land where nothing grew, its smell was too pungent, keeping plants and animals away. Let's go home. This trip was worth it, 3 gains in 1. Smiling, Yifeng led the way, and soon they returned to the cave. Suyun and the others hurried up to surround Yifeng. You're finally back. Suyun's face was full of fear. Look, this is limestone. Put it in a helmet, fill the helmet with water, hang it over the fire, boil it into hot lime water, then pour it all over the cave. After that, no bugs will dare come in. Yifeng smiled. Suyun nodded and, with Chen Li, went to work. They were so worried about Yifeng they didn't even notice the voluptuous new woman. Who is this sister? Ding Tuanchuan asked, looking at Tian Shuetao. Little sister, I'm Tian Shuetao, hello. Tian Shuetao hugged Ding Tuanchuan tightly. Ah, so stuffy. Ding Tuanchuan quickly pulled away. She felt this new sister's gaze on her was full of motherly love, making her uncomfortable. Ha ha ha, Aunt Bai, introduce everyone to her. I'll go downstream to catch more fish. Since we have a newcomer, we should welcome her. Yifeng was happy too. Now there were 5 women. The team was stronger, and with night watches in pairs, he could relax more as leader. Downstream, Yifeng easily caught more than 10 fat trout. He also felt, perhaps just an illusion, that his vision had greatly improved, along with his strength and speed. It seemed that white fruit was truly a miracle medicine. When he returned with the fish, the women were rushing in and out of the cave, quickly escaping again. They were pouring lime water inside, but the smell was too harsh. I'll roast the fish. Bai Guifen took the fish and started grilling. Big brother, come here, come here. Ding Tuanchuan suddenly called Yifeng. What is it? Yifeng hurried over. Ding Tuanchuan pointed strangely at Tian Shuetao. That sister is weird, she's kinda like that. Ding Tuanchuan whispered. What do you mean? Yifeng frowned. He didn't want discord in the team. Just now, she asked me to help her. She said she was in pain from swelling, but I'm already grown up, I won't suck it. Ding Tuanchuan said. Yifeng understood. Nursing women get engorged, if they don't express milk, it hurts badly. He could understand. Ha ha ha, you're the youngest here. Why don't you just help her? Yifeng laughed. I won't, I'm not a child. Ding Tuanchuan covered her face and ran off. At that moment, Tian Shuetao turned and looked at Yifeng with watery eyes. Their gazes met briefly, then quickly parted. As if by telepathy, Yifeng swallowed hard, and Tian Shuetao also cast a veiled look at him. Come eat fish. Bai Guifen had finished roasting. Yifeng took a deep breath, sat by the fire, and divided the fish, giving Tian Shuetao an extra one. After all, nursing women needed fish for nutrition. Tian Shuetao sensed his kindness and gave him a grateful look. After eating, Yifeng began assigning tasks. From now on, we've left civilization and entered the savage era. Women must also learn skills, like making dried fish, storing food. If we get trapped by the bear again, we could starve to death. And, everyone must learn to use bows and spears. I'll train you slowly. Yifeng said seriously. I agree. I want to be the jungle queen. Ding Tuanchuan raised both hands. First make sure you don't get eaten. Yifeng sighed, patting her chubby head. The women exchanged glances, covering their mouths with laughter. Tian Shuitao, overflowing with motherly love, hugged Ding Tuanchuan tightly, squeezing her cheeks. Suyun stood up, picked up the bow, and aimed at a tree in the distance. Twang! The bamboo arrow flew off course. At the same time, Suyun cried out and clutched her chest. The bowstring snapped against me here. Suyun's eyes welled with tears. Wife, let me check. Yifeng hurried over and held her. But the next moment, Ding Tuanchuan drew the bow, released, twang. The arrow stuck into the tree, and she was unharmed. Haha, I'm not hurt. I'm stronger than Sister Suyun. Ding Tuanchuan said proudly. But the women's eyes drifted to her small chest, their expressions odd. Only then did Ding Tuanchuan realize, lowering her head in shame. While everyone was practicing archery, Tian Shuitao quietly slipped behind the waterfall. Her breasts were so painfully engorged she felt they would explode. She had to release them. So swollen, it was unbearable. She squeezed for a while, but using her hands still didn't help much. She thought about lowering her head to suck herself, but she couldn't reach. She grew so anxious her eyes filled with tears, feeling like she was about to explode. So, she looked through the curtain of water at Yifeng's back. No, he already has a girlfriend. He definitely won't agree. What should I do? It hurts too much. Tian Shuitao stomped her foot hard, her chest trembling. Bai Guifen, who had been through this before, saw Tian Shuitao disappear and then glanced at Yifeng, immediately understanding. When she was pregnant with Chen Li, she also suffered from painful swelling every night until Chen Jihua grew tired of helping her. From noon to evening, the women kept practicing spears and archery. Ding Kur improved quickly in archery, reaching nearly 30% of Yifeng's level. Bai Guifen also did well with the spear, she could throw it 10 meters with some killing power. The other women were average, but still made some progress. Instructor Yifeng, holding a bamboo stick, casually corrected them, making their progress even faster. He believed that in a few more days, even without him, these women could drive off Wang Tao's group of 4. Downstream, the bald-headed group of 4 sat together. Wang Tao was the most miserable, reduced to their slave. Wang Tao, you're fucking useless. You can't catch fish, can't make fire, you even made me catch a cold. Keep catching fish. If you don't get any, don't come back. The bald man cursed harshly. These past days, they had managed to catch 6 or 7 fish by sheer luck, but Wang Tao was only given the heads with no meat. All the flesh went as tribute to the other 3. Wang Tao regretted it deeply. Following Yifeng had been tiring, but at least he could eat his fill. Now with the bald men, he was not only exhausted but also hungry. Luckily, he still had some body fat left from civilized life, or else he would have collapsed by now. Yes, brother Hu, I'll go upstream to catch fish for you. Wang Tao grabbed a stick and quietly sneaked upstream. Before long, he heard women's laughter from under the waterfall. He saw Yifeng sitting on a rock, training the women. The atmosphere was relaxed, with laughter now and then. By the fire, a few half-eaten fish still lay there. Wang Tao swallowed, his heart burning with envy. Finally, he clenched his teeth, steeled himself, and strode forward. Yifeng spotted him immediately and stopped the women's training. Wang Tao, you useless trash, what are you doing here? Where's the bald head? Yifeng said coldly. Me? Brother Feng, I'm sorry. Please take me back. I'm starving. That bald guy is an animal. I eat bones every day, there's no food left in my stomach. Wang Tao fell to his knees. What's it got to do with me? Get lost, or I'll use you as a live target. Yifeng raised his spear. Ah? No, wait. Panicked, Wang Tao looked at Chenli. Lily, you're my girlfriend, please ask Brother Feng to forgive me. Chenli shook her head coldly, her eyes full of disdain. So Wang Tao turned to Chen Jihua and Bai Guifen. Uncle, Auntie, I'm really a rich second generation. If you ask Brother Feng to let me rejoin, when I go back, I'll have my dad buy you a villa. You want bags, luxury watches, cars? I can buy them all for you. Wang Tao begged. Bai Guifen said nothing. She picked up a spear and aimed at him. Thud. Her aim was still off, it struck just beside him. Ah? Wang Tao was terrified and ran off. Both frightened and furious, he ran 2 kilometers downstream, when suddenly his face changed. A black bear rose up on 2 legs, fixing its yellow-brown eyes on him. Shit! With no choice, Wang Tao ran back toward Yifeng's camp. The black bear thundered after him, shaking the ground. Back at Yifeng's side, training had become easy again. Just then, Tian Shuitao waved at Yifeng. Big brother, Come here for a moment, she said softly, her face flushed red. What is it? Yi Feng walked over. Tian Shuitao pulled him behind the waterfall. What's the matter? Yi Feng asked again. I feel awful. Can you help me? Her cheeks were burning red, spreading down her neck. Gulp. Yi Feng swallowed, studying her carefully. Her body was perfectly ripe, and since she was still nursing, she was unbelievably tempting. Tian Shuitao noticed his gaze, her heart pounding. She only wanted him to relieve her pain. But men were men, what if he lost control? Not just Yi Feng, even she feared she might lose control in such a fiery moment. On this deserted island, once the beast in a man's heart was unleashed, it could mean disaster. Help you with what? Yi Feng's eyes burned, hot air blasting from his nostrils, his breathing heavy. You know, my baby is gone. If this stays blocked too long, it could cause illness. Many breast cancers come from this kind of blockage. Tian Shuitao said, forcing herself to speak. All right, I'll help you. Yi Feng was nearly drooling, impatient. This was also highly nutritious. On this island, it was a treasure. Okay. Tian Shuitao took a deep breath, moving her hand behind her back. But then she hesitated. Big brother, please, don't get any ideas. Just take it as me begging you. This is a deserted island, it's no joke, she warned. Don't worry, I know my limits. Yi Feng nodded. The waterfall was loud, so Suyun couldn't hear their conversation. Yi Feng also had his own thoughts. Since she was his teammate, they should help each other and build trust. Otherwise, when disaster struck, everyone would only fend for themselves. And such a team could never defeat the bald-headed four. Oh no, help, something's wrong, it's coming, it's coming. Suddenly, Wang Tao's miserable scream came from outside. Tian Shuitao was startled and quickly pulled back her hand. Yi Feng also walked out of the waterfall, looking at that useless Wang Tao. That guy rushed into the camp and hurried straight toward the cave. Several women looked confused, not knowing what Wang Tao was doing. But the next moment, the weeds downstream parted, and a fat, strong black bear appeared. Its body fat shook up and down as it stomped into the camp with earth-shaking steps. Ah! Facing such a top predator, the women immediately scattered and fled. Some ran into the forest, some ran toward Yi Feng, but none went into the cave. Because hot lime water had just been poured inside, and the smell was especially strong. The black bear wasn't picky and rushed straight toward the cave. Wang Tao had just crawled a few meters inside when he couldn't stand the smell, almost suffocating. So he quickly turned around, just in time to see the big black bear clawing at the wooden door. Damn it, God, are you trying to kill me? Wang Tao covered his nose and could only stay in the cave. Yi Feng coldly observed from under the waterfall. The black bear's strength was too great. With just a push, the solid wooden door creaked as if it would fall apart. At the same time, when it pulled back, two of the stakes wedged in the cracks of the rocks were ripped out. Ah, brother bear, don't eat me, I'm really dirty, go somewhere else. Wang Tao panicked, kneeling inside the cave and kowtowing nonstop. Tian Shuitao tightly gripped Yi Feng's arm, leaving marks. This door doesn't seem able to keep the black bear out? Tian Shuitao said nervously, using Yi Feng's arm to squeeze some liquid out, leaving his arm sticky. Yi Feng also felt troubled. This big black bear seemed to have targeted them as easy prey. If it wasn't dealt with, it could attack at any time. Letting it linger was no solution. The black bear shook the wooden door a few more times, then seemed irritated by the smell inside. Finally, it roared, shook its head, and walked downstream. Phew! Yi Feng let out a long breath and led Tian Shuitao out of the waterfall. From the bamboo forest, Suyun and the others also came out, looking shaken. Cough, cough, cough. That useless Wang Tao also crawled out of the cave, clutching his chest and coughing hard. Great, it seems that black bear doesn't eat people, Ding Tuanchuan said. But Yi Feng shook his head, that black bear's belly is full. It didn't chase us only because it's not hungry. But next time, if it's hungry, even if we hide in the cave, it will break in. So, we must find a way to kill that black bear. Once it's dead, nothing nearby will threaten us. As he spoke, Yi Feng sat down by the fire. The women also sat down one after another. That useless Wang Tao rolled his eyes and carefully sat at the back, afraid Yi Feng would notice him. Wang Tao! Do you want to follow me? Yi Feng called him out. Brother Feng, as long as you let me stay, I'll do anything, Wang Tao quickly pledged. Good. Now I'll teach you how to dig a trap. Take the entrenching tool, dig a big pit right here, start now, Yi Feng ordered. Got it. Wang Tao was overjoyed, picked up the tool, and started working. Yi Feng didn't idle either. He went to the bamboo forest, cut more than a dozen stalks with his bayonet, and sharpened them to place at the bottom of the trap. This time Wang Tao worked very hard, laboring for 2 hours straight without complaining. Yi Feng thought for a moment, then tossed him a grilled fish. After eating, Wang Tao kept working. Time slowly passed, the pit trap grew larger, and Yifeng prepared over a dozen sharp bamboo stakes. 5 kilometers downstream, the bald man and his 2 lackeys waited and waited, but Wang Tao never returned. That useless guy didn't get eaten by dogs, did he? The bald man stood up with his 2 underlings, ready to go look for Wang Tao. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He saw 3 men and 2 women walking from downstream. One of the men was tall and somewhat resembled the useless Wang Tao, like an older version of him. Beside that man was a hot, curvy beauty. Wang Xiong immediately spotted the bald trio, but his expression stayed calm. Instead, he pulled out a photo of Wang Tao. "Have you seen my son?" "This is his photo," Wang Xiong asked. As a major client of Su Yun's company, he had also joined the cruise trip. He was nearly drowned, but thanks to his 2 bodyguards risking their lives, he and his mistress survived. The hot beauty beside him was his lover, Zhang Yan. "Huh, isn't this?" The bald man instantly recognized Wang Tao in the photo, but deliberately didn't answer. "Of course we've seen him." "Ah?" Wang Xiong was overjoyed. "Where is my son?" "Why should I tell you?" "Tell me, I'll give you money." "I don't want money. That beauty next to you, let the 3 of us have her. After we're done, we'll tell you," the bald man said. Wang Xiong narrowed his eyes and slowly reached for his waist. His family made mechanical molds, so of course they could build guns. At his waist, he carried a homemade pistol with 7 bullets inside. Originally, there had been 12, but after facing danger in the jungle, 5 were already used. Now the bullets were precious. In the end, Wang Xiong didn't pull out the gun. Instead, he signaled his bodyguard with a glance. A dark-skinned bodyguard stepped forward. "If you know what's good for you, tell us. Otherwise, I'll kill you." The black bodyguard spoke naturally, not like he was joking. "Ha ha ha, kill me? Then come on." After much effort, the trap was finally dug 2 meters deep, but it was still far from enough. Yifeng told Wang Tao to go rest on top, then jumped into the pit himself and continued digging. His speed was much faster. In just 3 hours, the loose soil piled up 2 meters high above. "All right, throw the sharpened bamboo down," Yifeng shouted from 5 meters deep. "I'll do it." Wang Tao picked up the sharpened bamboo, ready to throw it down. But the next moment, a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes. In the end, he still threw the bamboo beside Yifeng. Yifeng spent more effort, finally planting the sharpened bamboo, but he was panting heavily, exhausted. "Pull me up with the rope," Yifeng shouted from below. Once he came up, Suyun quickly rushed over to wipe Yifeng's sweat, while Bai Guizong used her sleeve to fan him. Ding Tuanchuan rolled her eyes, suddenly ran over, and blew air at Yifeng. Yifeng laughed so hard he pinched her cheek. "What are you doing? Big brother, didn't you smell how fresh my breath is? I just found mint leaves and gave some to the sisters to brush their teeth," Ding Tuanchuan said proudly. Yifeng brought his nose close to her mouth and sniffed. Sure enough, there was a faint mint fragrance. "Very good. If you don't brush your teeth for a long time, bacteria will grow in your mouth. I'll brush later too." Yifeng smiled. Wang Tao stood behind, forcing a smile, but inside he was full of anger. "I just dug for half a day, and when I came up, no one cared. Now Yifeng comes up, and all of you surround him. Damn it. Wang Tao, go get some leaves and cover the trap. The disguise must be good, or the black bear won't fall for it," Yifeng said. Yes, right away." Wang Tao quickly gathered a pile of branches and began covering the trap. Yifeng did it on purpose to tire Wang Tao out, otherwise, once that guy regained some strength, he would start causing trouble again. "Often, the road is so wide. What if the black bear doesn't pass here?" Bai Guifan slowly spoke. "I know. Put some fish meat over the trap. When the black bear comes to eat, it'll fall in naturally," Ding Tuanchuan said cleverly. "But it seems black bears don't like fish that much, and there are plenty of fish in the stream. It won't be tempting to them." Suyun objected. Yifeng smiled faintly. "Black bears seem to target humans. So we can use a human as bait." After saying this, his eyes slowly turned to Wang Tao. Wang Tao's whole body trembled, and his movements slowed down. The others also fixed their eyes on him. Just then, the bald trio appeared from downstream, and behind them followed 3 men and 2 women. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, picked up his bow, and the women grabbed their spears. But in the next moment, Yifeng was stunned. The bald trio's faces were bruised and swollen, as if they had just been beaten. Dad, oh, Dad, why did you come only now?" Wang Tao, upon seeing the middle-aged man behind them, instantly jumped up excitedly and rushed over, flailing his arms. Wang Xiong was equally overjoyed, striding forward and hugging Wang Tao. "Son. Oh, Dad was so worried about you. It's good you're alive, good that you're alive." Wang Xiong gently patted Wang Tao's back. But Yifeng's gaze was drawn to Zhang Yan behind Wang Xiong. "This woman. Could she be a reincarnated fox spirit? Every glance, every movement was seductive. She seemed born only for matters between men and women. Zhang Yan also noticed the disheveled Yifeng, and a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Brother Xiong, that filthy loser is staring at me. Zhang Yan's voice was sweet and drawn out, making Yifeng's bones feel soft. Secretary Zhang, are you talking about that trashy Yifeng? Wang Tao finally calmed down, turned around slowly, and looked sharply at Yifeng. Yifeng raised his eyebrows and tightened his grip on the bow in his hand. Dad, you don't know how much I've suffered on this deserted island. It was that trashy Yifeng. He poisoned the fish he gave me, beat me so badly I got internal injuries, and even stole my girlfriend. Wang Tao began twisting the truth. Suyun couldn't hold back anymore. Of course she knew Wang Xiong, he was the company's biggest client. Otherwise, could that useless Wang Tao have become head of the R&D department? It was only because of Wang Xiong's face. President Wang, that's not the truth. These days we've all relied on Yifeng catching fish, or else we'd have starved. Wang Tao, stop distorting facts. Suyun said coldly. Wang Xiong's gaze was calm as he looked at Wang Tao again. His complexion was bad, he was thinner, and most importantly, 2 of his front teeth were missing. No matter what, since my son says he's no good, then he must be no good. Son, how do you plan to deal with him? Wang Xiong asked. Don't kill him yet, I want to slowly torture him. This dog bastard made me suffer miserably. Wang Tao spoke like a resentful woman. Yifeng chuckled and stepped forward. Torture me? Big words. If you've got the guts, come at me. Ever since eating 3 ginkgo nuts, Yifeng felt the power in his body slowly growing stronger. By now, whether in endurance or strength, he was several times stronger than before. Plus, with a bow and arrows, and a spear in his hands, dealing with these few people was no problem. Xiao Dao, knock out his 2 front teeth first. Wang Xiong said. The black bodyguard stepped forward, moving toward Yifeng 1 step at a time. To be fair, Yifeng handed his bow to Ding Tuanchuan. The 2 immediately began to fight. To Yifeng's surprise, this big black man's punches and kicks were vicious, with hints of military training in his moves, far beyond the bald man. But in the end, relying on his martial foundation since childhood, Yifeng knocked the black bodyguard to the ground. Yifeng breathed heavily. What? Still want to torture me? Yifeng asked coldly. But as soon as he finished speaking, all the hairs on his body stood up. A dark gun barrel was pointed right at his head. Don't! Suyun shouted from the side. The other women's faces turned pale with fear, stepping back. Weren't you acting all tough? Wang Xiong held the pistol, his tone full of mockery. Yifeng didn't reply, his face sinking. Now it was Wang Tao's turn to gloat. He jumped around like a monkey. Ha ha ha, Yifeng, hurry up and kneel. First kowtow 3 times, no, 30 times. After kowtowing, smash your own teeth, then wait for my orders. This useless man vented all his pent-up resentment. Yifeng pressed his lips tightly, his gaze locked on the gun barrel. Damn it, are you kneeling or not? Wang Tao grabbed the pistol, aimed at Yifeng's head, his finger rubbing the trigger as if ready to pull it any second. Yifeng's back arched like a leopard ready to pounce. He could fight, but no matter how strong, against a gun he had no way out. If you kill me, you'll end up in prison too. There's no wall that can block the wind. Even if you kill everyone here, what about your bodyguards? What about your mistress? Maybe they won't talk right away, but with time, who can say for sure? Yifeng said slowly. As expected, Wang Xiong's eyes flickered. But Wang Tao didn't care, pointing the gun forward. Bang! A bullet whizzed past Yifeng's head and hit the stone wall. Ah! Several screams rang out. A cold bead of sweat slid down Yifeng's forehead. Damn it, I'll ask one last time. Are you kneeling or not? Wang Tao shouted angrily. At this moment, Chen Zhihua stepped forward, offering, just kneel for now. If you die, there's no chance to turn things around. Bai Guifan also stepped up, gently tugging Yifeng's arm. As long as the green hills remain, there's no need to fear for firewood. Just kneel first. Yifeng pressed his lips tightly, his gaze sweeping over the women behind him. Suyun's face was iron blue, fear flashing in her eyes. Ding Tuanchuan stared straight at him, eyes filled with expectation. Chen Li, however, looked at Wang Tao, her expression complicated. Impossible. Yifeng said, then slowly raised his spear. Fuck you! A flash of killing intent flickered in Wang Tao's eyes. Yifeng pulled his body back. Even if he died, he would throw the spear that represented his dignity. He would never be slaughtered like a pig. Roar! A deafening roar came. A huge black shadow charged from the forest, biting down on the last woman in the line. Ah! Help me, brother Xiong, save me! The woman was clamped in midair by the black bear, blood spraying everywhere, clearly doomed. Oh my god! The bald trio screamed in terror and rolled away, fleeing downstream. The bloody scene was too horrifying. They were all talk but had never actually killed anyone. At that moment, the black bodyguard suddenly snatched the gun from Wang Tao's hand and aimed directly at the bear. Bang, bang, bang. The magazine was emptied. But only one bullet hit the bear's eye, the rest all missed. Roar! The bear felt burning pain in its eye, immediately dropped the woman, and scratched frantically at its eye with one paw. Give me the bow, give me the bow! Yi Feng would not miss the chance. He took the bow and fired 3 arrows in a row. But all were blocked by the bear's massive paw, not even piercing the skin. Damn! Yi Feng tossed the bow aside, grabbed a spear, and thrust it at the eye. It struck the face. The bear swung its paw, sending Yi Feng flying 2 meters and crashing heavily onto the ground. The black bodyguard then drew a dagger and stabbed fiercely into the bear's back. Roar! The bear tried to turn and grab him, but the bodyguard had already dodged. Roar! 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 The bear had suffered greatly. Feeling it couldn't handle these humans, it stomped away, shaking the ground, and disappeared into the bamboo forest. Yi Feng slowly stood up, clutching his arm. It didn't hurt that much. Perhaps those ginkgo nuts had really strengthened his body. Qingjie, Wang Xiong's mistress, Zhang Yan, was standing beside the fallen woman, her long fingers covering her mouth. Brother Xiong, Qingjie, she's dead. Zhang Yan said, then leaned her head against Wang Xiong's shoulder. It's just a subordinate who died. What are you crying for? Wang Tao spoke coldly. At his words, a flash of anger appeared on the 2 bodyguards' faces, but it quickly vanished. Wang Xiong frowned, glaring at Wang Tao. This son of his seemed not to have inherited his good traits at all. Suyun helped Yi Feng sit on a rock, then looked at the other women. But to her surprise, Qianli suddenly gritted her teeth and strode straight toward Wang Xiong. Hello Uncle Wang, I am Atao's girlfriend, Qianli. Qianli said obediently. Oh? Wang Xiong looked at Wang Tao. Heh! Wang Tao sneered, snatched the pistol from the black bodyguard, and aimed at Yi Feng again. Yi Feng, kneel and sing conquer for me, or I'll blow your head off. Wang Tao said coldly. Wang Xiong frowned. He had already heard the gunshots earlier and knew there were no bullets left, but he didn't say it aloud. Bluffing was still useful. Young Master Tao, there are no bullets inside. The black bodyguard suddenly said bluntly. What? Wang Tao was shocked. Wang Xiong's face immediately darkened, and he shot the bodyguard a cold glare. The black bodyguard then pretended to look terrified and stepped back like a schoolboy who had made a mistake. Yi Feng felt something strange and glanced at the bodyguard in the back. He saw the bodyguard secretly nod at him. This bodyguard was called Long Wu, once a retired Special Forces soldier. Yi Feng had just beaten him fairly, earning his respect, a respect for strength. Wang Tao quickly checked the magazine. It really was empty. His eyes darted around, and he could only reach out to Wang Xiong. Dad, do you have another magazine? No. Wang Xiong sighed. The rescue plane hadn't come for so long. It seemed his money power could no longer bind the 2 bodyguards. He had always treated them harshly, and now without wealth as his shield, his situation would only get worse. Wang Tao took a deep breath and threw the pistol to the ground. Brother Feng, I was just joking with you earlier. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be so tough. I really admire you. Wang Tao said sincerely. Heh heh. Yi Feng sneered, knocked an arrow to his bowstring. Then now, I'll test how tough you are. Kneel, or I'll shoot you dead. Yi Feng said coldly. Plop. Wang Tao kneeled straight to the ground and even raised both hands high. Kowtow. 300 times. Not one less. Yi Feng said coldly. Dong dong dong. Wang Tao had no backbone at all and kowtowed right away. Ding Tuanchuan quickly rushed over to count aloud. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Wang Xiong saw his son's forehead bleeding. Finally, he couldn't hold back and stepped forward. Yi Feng, right? I am Wang Xiong. You must have heard my name. Let my son go, and when we return, I'll give you 1 million, or name your price. Yi Feng's eyes were cold as he aimed the bow at Wang Xiong. You're good with words. Then share half your son's burden, kowtow 150 times. Otherwise, I guarantee I'll kill your useless son. You want me to kowtow? Wang Xiong was angry for the first time. A big figure still carried some pressure. Yi Feng almost felt shaken. Meanwhile, Wang Tao was still kowtowing desperately. Wang Xiong loved his son and could only kneel down to share the load. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Ding Tuanchuan now stood beside Wang Xiong counting. Chen Li's face turned awkward. She hesitated, then obediently walked over to Yi Feng's side. Zhang Yan hesitated too, but in the end, she also stood by Yi Feng, and even threw him a flirty glance. Women were like that, following whoever was stronger. Hadn't she first been attracted to Wang Xiong's money? Enough. Save some strength. Clean up that corpse, and wash the blood off the ground with stream water. Don't pollute my territory. Yifeng thought of how blood would attract predators and finally sent the father and son to do the dirty work. The woman had died terribly, half her head bitten off. The father and son stood up. Long Wu, go handle the corpse. Make it clean. Wang Xiong ordered. Long Wu hesitated but eventually obeyed. After all, there was still a chance of returning to civilization. He didn't want to lose this 30,000 yuan a month job. Once everything was cleaned up, Yifeng pointed downstream. Gentlemen, I'm afraid you're not welcome here. Please move along. Wang Xiong let out a breath of relief and left with Wang Tao. The two bodyguards followed. This beautiful lady, I don't think we know each other. You should go too. I don't have the ability to feed you. Yifeng said coldly. Ah? But, no buts. Go. Even if you follow me, I won't give you food. So Zhang Yan reluctantly walked downstream. At this time, Yifeng looked at Chenli. Miss Chen, follow your boyfriend. Yifeng gestured politely. Ah? Chenli was dumbfounded. Chen Zhihua and his wife hurried over to plead. Afeng, forgive her. She's young and foolish. Yes, Afeng, let Shili stay with you. At worst, let her be your girlfriend. And if you want, both she and I are fine. But Yifeng shook his head. No need. I already have President Su, Ding Tuanchuan, and Tian Shuitao. They can work with me. He would never keep people who weren't united. Afeng, please give me another chance. I don't know why I did that just now. How about this, when you sleep, I'll let you sleep on me, use me as your mat. Chenli begged. Yifeng stepped back, pointed his spear at Chenli's chest, and pushed her toward downstream. Go. Don't force me to act rough. His tone was cold as ever, leaving no room for negotiation. You? Fine, Yifeng, I can leave. But my parents always stood by your side. Can you let them stay? Chenli asked. This? Fine. But you must go, Yifeng said. So Chenli could only say goodbye to her parents in tears and chase after Wang Tao's group downstream. Uncle, Auntie, you two may have been weak just now, but at least even under Wang Tao's gun, you still thought of me. I remember that. You can stay, Yifeng said. The two said nothing, looking as if they wanted to speak but didn't. Say nothing. Everyone was frightened. I'll catch some fish for you to eat. Yifeng then took his bow and went downstream. As soon as he got there, he saw Zhang Yan running upstream in the opposite direction, crying, with 5 finger marks on her face. Ah! Brother Yifeng, I beg you, take me in. Wang Xiong doesn't want me anymore. How can I live? Wu, Zhang Yan covered her face and cried. Yifeng ignored her and shot a trout dead with 1 arrow. Brother Yifeng, are you really this heartless? Zhang Yan asked pitifully. Yifeng glanced at her delicate look. He had to admit, Zhang Yan's figure was slim yet curvy, born to be a natural plaything. You want to join my team, but what's your value? At first glance, you can't do anything. Yifeng skewered the trout with a bamboo stick. But Zhang Yan's eyes rolled, and she slowly undid 2 buttons on her chest. At once, a snowy white view dazzled Yifeng's eyes. Who says I can't do anything? Don't worry, I know a lot, and I've had special training. Do you know the spinning splits? I'll let you see later. After speaking, Zhang Yan slowly lifted 1 leg all the way to her head, stretching into a perfect split. Gulp. Yifeng swallowed, and his pants immediately became awkward. This woman. But in a way, she was pitiful too. Serving that half-old man Wang Xiong was miserable, almost like his own situation. All right, since you're pitiful, take the fish. Come back with me later, I'll give you some training. Yifeng said and tossed her the fish. After losing Chenli, his team was smaller. Zhang Yan wasn't bad, she could be trained, and with enough effort, she might become a big help. Zhang Yan caught the fish, a flirtatious gleam flashing in her eyes. She suddenly brought her lips close to Yifeng's ear. Ah? You, don't say such things, you're distracting me. Yifeng blushed. This woman seemed naturally skilled in such matters. He really didn't want to hear her lewd talk. After 2 hours, Yifeng only caught 4 fish, mainly because his legs wouldn't move freely, slowing his agility. Finally, he returned to the cave and saw Chen Zhihua boiling lime water in a helmet. Why are you still boiling lime water? Didn't we disinfect the cave already? Yifeng asked. It's like this. That black bear will definitely come back. When it falls into the trap, we'll splash boiling lime water on its face. Then it'll be blinded, and we can ambush it until it's dead. Chen Zhihua explained. Yifeng froze for a moment, then slowly gave him a thumbs up. This move was cruel, but effective against the black bear. After all, its hide was so tough even bullets couldn't pierce it. This was the only option. At that moment, Su Yun and the other women walked out from behind the waterfall. Afeng, why did you bring her back again? Su Yun clung to Yifeng's arm, glaring at Zhang Yan. This woman was too seductive. Any woman seeing her would feel threatened. I wanted to add manpower. She followed me shamelessly, I couldn't shake her off. Don't worry, with training she'll be useful. Yifeng tried to reassure Suyun, guilty inside. He didn't dare look Zhang Yan in the eyes. One glance from her and his pants would turn awkward again. Suyun nodded, then looked at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, I know you're Wang Xiong's secretary. You should know who I am too, right? Yes. President Su, we've met before. Zhang Yan replied coyly, her tone carrying a trace of disdain. I also have another identity, I am Yifeng's girlfriend. When we return, I'll marry him. Suyun warned. Oh. I thought he was already your husband. So he's just your boyfriend? That means other women still have a chance. Zhang Yan's voice was soft but extremely aggressive. You. Suyun's face turned red with anger. She gripped Yifeng's arm tightly. Yifeng, tell me, will you marry me when we go back? Yes. Yifeng nodded. Zhang Yan, unwilling to lose, leaned closer. Brother Yifeng, then I wish you happiness. Seems I have no chance. Such a pitiful fate. Soon, the two women were arguing. Yifeng could only hide to the side and fix the door in silence. The black bear's strength was too great, even thick wooden beams had cracks. Night fell, and the women's voices finally went quiet. Suyun sat sulking on the side. Zhang Yan leisurely dressed herself up. She was especially good at making herself look attractive, using whatever was around her. Now that we have a new member, everyone must take responsibility. Don't think about slacking off in the team. Tonight, Chen Jihua will keep watch. If you get too sleepy, you must wake someone else before resting. Yifeng stood on a rock, assigning tasks. Brother Yifeng, what does slacking mean? Is it the same as cheating? I don't understand. Zhang Yan asked softly. Shameless. Suyun muttered angrily, turning her head away. She knew she couldn't beat Zhang Yan in a war of words. Tian Shuitao wasn't paying attention at all. Her chest felt too uncomfortable, she needed someone to suck it out. None of the women would agree. Only the men were left. And among the men, only Yifeng and Chen Jihua. Now, I'll teach you how to shoot arrows. Yifeng picked up the bow. Among his female students, only Ding Tuanchuan learned quickly, but she was still far from real combat. Zhang Yan suddenly walked over, turned her back to Yifeng. Brother Yifeng, can you teach me hand in hand? I've always been shot at, never shot someone myself. Headache. This woman was too seductive. He feared that if his self-control slipped, he might lose himself in front of Suyun. Of course, deep down he didn't dislike it. After all, on a deserted island, his thinking wasn't so conservative anymore. Once the black bear was dead and the cave fully secured, he wouldn't let his brothers suffer. Alright, first hold the bow and pull the string. Yifeng gently pressed his chest against Zhang Yan's back. A soft, delicate feeling spread through him. Suyun almost ground her teeth to dust, turning her head away. An arrow finally shot out. Oh no, Brother Yifeng, you missed. Can you shoot me again? Zhang Yan pouted, stamping her feet softly, her hips brushing against Yifeng's pants. Relax your left arm, don't hold it too tight. Otherwise, the bow will shake and lose accuracy. When you pull the string back, release smoothly. Once you reach my level, you won't need to aim, you can hit by instinct, always striking on the first shot. Yifeng passed on his experience to Zhang Yan, knowledge he had built over 20 years. If not for being stranded here, he would never have taught it. After teaching for a while, Yifeng felt it was enough. He couldn't let them get tired of learning all at once. Everyone get ready to sleep. Chen Jihua will keep watch. After saying this, Yifeng strode into the cave. The women smiled and followed him inside. As usual, Yifeng slept holding Suyun, with Bai Guifen hugging his back. Surrounded front and back, Yifeng soon fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he slept before Chen Jihua shook him awake. You're tired? Yifeng asked. Too old, I can't hold on anymore. Chen Jihua looked about to collapse. Yifeng had no choice but to take the spear and keep watch himself. Sitting outside the cave, he tossed a piece of wood into the fire, letting the flames shine farther. Alone, he finally had time to think. Clearly, this deserted island wasn't within satellite monitoring range, maybe affected by some magnetic field. Otherwise, with today's technology, rescue planes would have found them within 2 days. He believed the others realized this too, but they still clung to a little hope and didn't want to say it out loud. For him, it wasn't much of a loss. He was just a loser. Back in society, he was nothing but a beast of burden. But here on the island, things were different. Suyun, Tian Shuitao, Ding Tuanchuan, Zhang Yan, Bai Guifen, all beautiful women of different ages. If he wanted, he could have them anytime. Back in society, he was certain Suyun would never marry him. What she said was just nice-sounding words, just a moment of impulse. Just then, light footsteps came from behind, along with a faint milky fragrance. You're not sleeping, why are you here? Yifeng turned his head and asked. I couldn't sleep. Tian Shuitao sat by the fire. Yifeng's eyes lit up at once. Her hair was pinned high, her whole body radiating nobility. She reminded Yifeng of a big shot's wife he had once seen on the cruise. Ma Xikong, the little ship king, what is he to you? Yifeng suddenly asked. Back then, he had seen Ma Xikong from afar, that billionaire boss. Even President Su and Wang Xiong tried to please him. Yifeng hadn't remembered Ma Xikong's face, but he remembered his young wife well. Her hair pinned high, holding a baby, wearing a red kimono, like an untouchable queen. Ma Xikong is my husband. Tian Shuitao said slowly, a trace of pride in her eyes. Though Ma Xikong was more than 20 years older, marrying such a man was the dream of countless women. No wonder. So, how is the little ship king now? Yifeng asked again. He should still be alive. He's a great swimmer, with many bodyguards and several ship engineers. Tian Shuitao said firmly, clearly confident in her husband. Then I hope you two reunite. Yifeng sighed. Such a woman was forever beyond his reach. If they returned to society, Ma Xikong had power and wealth, he could ruin him in countless ways. Though Yifeng didn't believe they'd return to society, what if? Yifeng, don't we still have unfinished business between us? Tian Shuitao suddenly lifted her head, looking at him boldly. Unfinished business? Yifeng looked puzzled. Did you forget? We hadn't even started before that black bear came and interrupted us. Tian Shuitao's face turned red. Her chest had never been touched by anyone other than her husband, Ma Xikong. Yifeng leaned back, watching her cautiously. Your name isn't Tian Shuitao, is it? Yifeng said calmly. Ah? Tian Shuitao looked up sharply, surprised. How do you know? 2 years ago, Ma Xikong married a woman. It shocked all the news. I remember it. If I'm not wrong, he married a woman from the islands, named something Raimai. You must be Japanese. Yifeng said, staring into her eyes. Fine, you guessed it. At that time, because I wanted you to help me, I didn't want to reveal my real name. But since you figured it out, I hope you keep calling me Tian Shuitao. My real name is Yukahat Ramaiko. Tian Shuitao spoke. Yukahat? Raimai? Yifeng tried not to think further, but his pants already betrayed him. For convenience, just call me Miko. But I have one request, don't tell anyone else my real name. If we return to society, my reputation would be ruined, and Ma Xikong would be angry. Ramaiko said. All right, I won't say a word. Yifeng stood up. It was time to bring honor to his country. Let's go by the waterfall. It's not convenient here, too easy to be seen. He pointed. Then, please. Miko nodded gently, her cheeks faintly red. Burp. Yifeng let out a full belch, white nourishment dripping from his mouth. Wasn't the taste bad? Ramaiko put her chest away, looking nervous. If Yifeng disliked the taste, she would be too embarrassed to bother him again. No, just too much, hard to digest at once. Yifeng wiped his mouth. In truth, he found it delicious, rich in nutrients, leaving him full of energy. Thank you for not touching anywhere else. Ramaiko bowed 90 degrees, finally showing the grace of a Japanese woman. Don't worry, I keep my word. Unless you let me, I won't do anything. After saying this, Yifeng helped Tian Shuitao walk back from behind the waterfall. Inside, Ramaiko felt grateful. When Yifeng had been drinking, she almost let out a cry from her soul. 7 days, it was the first time she had been emptied. The feeling was unmatched, better than flying in the sky. Thinking of this, Ramaiko gazed at Yifeng with moist eyes. Actually, when Yifeng was helping her, her body had gone soft. If he had tried something more, she wasn't sure she could have resisted. Go back and sleep. I'll continue keeping watch. Yifeng pointed to the cave. Ramaiko walked back in small steps. But as soon as she entered, she saw Zhang Yan staring at her. I just went to relieve myself. Ramaiko said nervously. Zhang Yan didn't reply, just scanned her up and down. No, it couldn't be the same person. How could the ship king's noble wife have such a plain name like Tian Shuitao? Yifeng sat by the fire, keeping watch. He wasn't idle, carving a dozen bamboo arrows with his bayonet, and even making another bow. The second bow he made with care, combining 2 bows together. This way, the power would be stronger. Once the bowstring was pulled, both bows would create tension, fully unleashing the arrow's penetration power. The only pity was that there were no iron arrowheads. If there were, even a black bear could probably be killed. So Yifeng wandered around by the stream again. Soon, he dug out a lump of red clay with his hands and sniffed it. It had a rusty smell. This soil was rich in iron bacteria. If he spent a month, he could use precipitation and firing methods to refine some iron. But it was too time-consuming and labor-intensive. Hundreds of pounds of red clay would only yield a few ounces of iron. The effort was not worth the result, so Yifeng didn't consider it. That's right, hard stones? Yifeng was overjoyed and quickly searched the stream. Some hard stones, as long as they were sharp enough, could be made into arrowheads. Though not as good as iron, they were still stronger than bamboo. After choosing stones, Yifeng sat by the fire and ground them. With enough persistence, even an iron rod could be worn into a needle. Time slipped by, and soon morning came. The women lazily got up. Suyun, still half asleep, walked to the fire and rested her head in Yifeng's lap. The others went to wash and brush their teeth, laughter echoing by the waterfall. No, I won't give it to you, bad woman. At that moment, Ding Tuanchuan hid her hands behind her back. Little sister, be good, give me just a little mint leaf. No, I won't. Yifeng felt a headache coming. Little Tuanchuan, give your sister Yen some mint leaves to brush her teeth. We're one team, don't be stingy. Yifeng called from the fire. Reluctantly, Ding Tuanchuan handed over a leaf. Suyun also wobbled over to brush her teeth. They peeled off willow bark, smashed the inner fibers with stones, making a brush-like tool that could be used for teeth and body. After brushing, Suyun gave Yifeng a mint leaf. Brush well. I brushed clean too. Suyun hinted. Oh. Half an hour later, fish roasted by the fire. Ding Tuanchuan sat by Yifeng, puffing little breaths at him like a spoiled child. All right, I know you're capable, finding mint leaves. Yifeng rubbed his forehead, smiling bitterly. That was how little girls were. After doing something small, they wanted endless praise. Though they were one team, it had split into two smaller groups. Suyun, Ding Tuanchuan, and Bai Guifen were close. Yukihat Ramaiko and Zhang Yan stuck together. Yifeng, we can't stay on this island forever. We must find a way to leave. Ramaiko suddenly said. Her words struck a chord with the women. Yes, the rescue plane probably won't come. But we can save ourselves, like building a bamboo raft. Suyun agreed. Yifeng. Wife, your face is a little swollen. Didn't you sleep well? He changed the subject. Wasn't ruling the island good enough? Why leave? Besides, after living with these women so long, he hadn't even gone all the way with them yet. No, it's because we haven't had salt for days. Of course our faces are swollen. Suyun replied. Yifeng slapped his forehead. It was true, they hadn't had salt recently. At first it didn't show, since in society everyone already had excess salt in their bodies. But after several days, salt had to be replenished. Otherwise they'd grow weak and even swollen. Alright, I'll take one person to the beach to get sea salt. The rest of you shape these stones into arrowheads. If the bear comes back, don't hide in the cave, scatter or climb trees. Yifeng instructed. I'll go with you. I grew up by the sea, I know how to get salt. Ramaiko said. She really had lived by the sea, Japan was just a bigger island, after all. But I also want to go. Zhang Yan refused to be left behind. Ramaiko, oh no, Tian Shuetao, come with me. The others stay. I've calculated the time, sun-drying and filtering salt will take more than 10 hours. We'll return once we have it. You all behave here. Yifeng said. After giving instructions, he left with Ramaiko. She carried a spear, while Yifeng had a bamboo spear and bow. The other bow he left with Ding Tuanchuan. After walking 5 kilometers downstream, Yifeng stopped. There were some torn women's clothes, he faintly remembered them as Chen Li's. Chen Li? Ramaiko covered her mouth nervously. Let's go. From here, cut through the bamboo forest. 2 or 3 kilometers more, and we'll reach the beach. Yifeng said flatly. He already treated Chen Li as a stranger. Whatever happened to her, he didn't care anymore. They cut into the bamboo forest and hurried to the beach. The seawater had to be dried, then the white residue collected. That was only the first step? Afterward, they had to use plant ash to filter out heavy metals, step 2, but it had to be done back by the stream. So for them, time was precious. Further downstream, 7 men and 1 woman wandered aimlessly. Chen Li wore only short shorts, covering her chest with 2 banana leaves. Wang Xiong led the group, saying, as long as you obey me, my daughter-in-law is yours to play with. Look at her figure, her face, not bad at all. Another way to win loyalty. Though Chen Li hadn't been used yet, it was only a matter of time. The bald trio's green eyes were already burning with impatience. Yifeng and Ramaiko finally reached the beach. Immediately, Yifeng scooped seawater with his helmet, pouring it into a rock hollow to dry. But Ramaiko took her spear and wrote a giant SOS in the sand. For her, returning to civilization was most important. She belonged to high society. Back there, she could live like a noblewoman again. Yifeng didn't care, he only focused on making salt. The sun was fierce. In less than 2 hours, the first batch of white residue was dry. Yifeng scraped it into a prepared bag, then began drying the second batch. Rumiko knelt on the sand, staring at the horizon, eyes filled with exhausted hope. Stop staring. No ships will pass. Come rest in the shade. Yifeng waved from under a coconut tree. Rumiko nodded, then suddenly unfastened her top. Her fullness spilled into view. Yifeng, can you help me again? Do it more thoroughly this time, then I can endure for 2 days. Rumiko said. Roar. Yifeng pounced on her directly. Rumiko's face turned completely red. Enough, I'm already emptied. Facing Yifeng's greed, Rumiko panicked a little. His pants were in a terrible state, and she feared if he continued, he'd turn his attention elsewhere. Miss Rumiko, can I? When around many people, Yifeng always acted refined, but here on the beach, alone with a woman, he dropped the act. Absolutely not. Rumiko stepped back, nervously staring at Yifeng. Yifeng was a bit too excited now. She knew she couldn't stop him if he really tried. Haha, just kidding. I was only testing you. I didn't expect you really are a virtuous woman. Yifeng awkwardly excused himself. Although lustful, he would never force a woman, that was his bottom line. But if a woman offered herself, he wouldn't refuse either. Rumiko let out a breath of relief, then her eyes shifted. If you can build a raft, it's not impossible I'd give myself to you once. Yifeng. Hurry and dry the salt, don't waste time. Once it's dark, the jungle road will be hard to walk. Yifeng said calmly. What was so bad about living like a king on this island? Build a damn raft for what? They worked until afternoon. Yifeng gathered several kilos of white residue, and midway, he helped Rumiko once more. Her balloons shrank, but her face looked much more relaxed. Ha ha ha, finally caught you. Just then, Wang Tao's voice came from the other side of the beach. A group of men appeared, their sharp eyes locking onto Yifeng. Yifeng's face darkened, he grabbed his bow. Rumiko hurried to fasten her bra and picked up her spear. I thought you'd all starve to death. Didn't expect you were still alive. Yifeng's hands trembled slightly as he held the bow. If he were alone, he could just escape into the jungle. But now, he had to protect Rumiko. 7 men quickly surrounded Yifeng. Longwu hesitated, then blocked the forest exit, preventing Yifeng from fleeing. Though he respected Yifeng, they were on different sides. A soldier's duty was obedience, ingrained in his bones, unchangeable in a moment. Now it's just you two. Today, I'll kill you for sure. Wang Tao stepped forward with a stick. Jianghu rules, one-on-one. Who will fight me first? Yifeng asked. One-on-one my ass. Everyone together. Kill this trash. Wang Tao roared. The fight began. Yifeng first punched Wang Tao down, but then took a kick from Longwu on his back. The bald man tried to sneak attack, but Yifeng kicked him in the groin. That guy, surprisingly tough, clung to Yifeng's legs. I've got his legs, quick, kill him, the bald man shouted. Right then, Yifeng struck both his ears hard with the double wind through ears move. Ah! The bald man's head buzzed, and he collapsed. But Yifeng's back took another punch, another bodyguard strike. After half an hour of fierce fighting, Yifeng sat on the beach, exhausted. On the other side, the bald trio and Wang Tao were all knocked out. Unfortunately, Wang Xiong and his 2 bodyguards were still standing. They hadn't spent much strength and remained dangerous. Wang Xiong, I know you. You're acquainted with my husband, Ma Xikong. Please, spare Yifeng, I'll repay you when we return. Rumiko lifted her hair as she spoke. Wang Xiong wiped his eyes. So you're the Ship King's wife. Now that you've fixed your hair, I recognize you. But it's useless. This Yifeng dared to make me kneel, he must die. Wang Xiong shook his head. How about this, I'll kneel in his place, for Yifeng. Rumiko knelt on the ground. Wang Xiong swallowed hard. Truthfully, he had played with countless women, but this was different, this was the Ship King's wife. What would it taste like to have her once? Kneeling won't do. But if you serve me once, maybe I'll spare him. Wang Xiong said, unzipping himself. He planned to let Rumiko willingly serve him, then kill Yifeng after. Otherwise, she wouldn't serve wholeheartedly. What? Rumiko was horrified, backing away. Wang Xiong's face sank. He gave Longwu a look. Just then, Yifeng suddenly lunged, pressing his spear against Wang Tao's neck. Wang Xiong, let me leave, or I'll cut his throat. Yifeng twisted Wang Tao's ear, he woke up screaming. You! Wang Xiong almost spat blood. He never expected Yifeng to take a hostage. You go clear the way in the forest, we're retreating. Yifeng told Rumiko. Okay. She reacted quickly, grabbed the supplies, and rushed to the edge of the forest. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng dragged Wang Tao into the forest. After them. Wang Xiong shouted, chasing with the rest. Chenli hesitated but followed at the back, conflicted inside. She had thought siding with Wang Tao would win her Wang Xiong's favor, but he only treated her as a toilet, using her body to lure subordinates. Yifeng had abandoned her, so she had no choice but to follow this dark road. After running 2 miles into the forest, Yifeng saw they were still being chased. His eyes shifted, he ripped off a vine and tossed it back. "Here, a black mamba for you," Yifeng shouted. "Ah, my God! Dodge!" The pursuers panicked, then realized they'd been tricked. Yifeng used the moment to stab Wang Tao's thigh with his spear, deepening the wound. "Run!" After the dirty strike, he pulled Remiko along, sprinting toward the stream. He had wanted to kill Wang Tao, but that would make Wang Xiong chase endlessly. So he only gave Wang Tao a crippling wound, not fatal. This way, they'd have to spare people to care for him, slowing their pace. As expected, when Yifeng and Remiko reached the stream, no one followed. Wang Xiong had to tend to his son, making pursuit secondary. "Can you keep running?" Yifeng asked, seeing Remiko's pale face. "Yes." Remiko stood firmly. "Get on my back." Yifeng carried her and kept running upstream. After less than half a mile, they saw a leopard drinking from the stream. Hiss! Yifeng stopped, spear raised. The leopard glanced at him, then leapt across the stream and vanished into the bamboo forest. "It jumped so far," Remiko said from his back. Yifeng also let out a breath, kept running upstream, his heart pounding, his potential pushed to the limit. That leopard had leapt 4 meters in one bound. If a human was unprepared, they could never block such an ambush. At that moment, he even felt like going home. Yifeng was drenched in sweat, but finally saw the camp. Suyun spotted him first. "Ah! He's back, he's back." Hearing this, Yifeng fell to his knees and collapsed with a thud. The fight on the beach, the escape in the jungle, the exhausting sprint while carrying weight, and the leopard scare, all had drained his spirit and body. Now, seeing people he trusted, he could no longer hold on. Downstream, Wang Tao let out a donkey-like cry. "No, no!" 4 men held Wang Tao down, exposing the wound on his thigh. Long Wu picked up a red-hot dagger, step by step approaching. He could have used some coagulant plants to stop the bleeding, but he refused. He wanted to use the dagger to cauterize. "Son, endure it. Soon it will be fine." Wang Xiong pressed his son's arms. White smoke rose. Wang Tao's eyes rolled back, and he fainted, his body twitching. Long Wu felt secretly pleased, put the dagger away, still carrying a piece of scorched flesh. "Brother Xiong, for the next days, young Master Tao won't be able to walk. We'll need to make a stretcher to carry him." Long Wu said. Thank you, Long Wu. When we return, I'll reward you with 500,000. I keep my word." Wang Xiong promised with empty checks. "Thank you, Brother Xiong." Soon, the stretcher was ready. The bald trio took turns carrying Wang Tao, panting heavily, nearly ready to strike. Yifeng slowly woke up, and in front of his eyes was pure whiteness. "Why am I lying in your arms?" Yifeng looked at Remiko. "You fainted and couldn't eat. So, with your girlfriend's permission, I've been feeding you this way." Remiko gently stroked his hair. "Oh, so they all saw me sucking from you." Yifeng sat up. He wasn't injured, just drained. After one sleep, he was fully recovered. "Big brother, you woke up?" Ding Tuanchuan walked into the cave. "Can't you talk with more depth?" "Of course I woke up. Call everyone to the fire, I want a meeting." Yifeng regained his leader's tone. Soon, he sat by the fire with the women, holding Suyun in his arms. Suyun was tearing pieces of fish and feeding him. "Everyone, this island is full of danger. So don't think about living here like some emperor with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. We must build boats to return home. Since we have no tools, we'll make 2 rafts, push them down the stream into the ocean. I believe this stream leads to the sea. Once at sea, we tie the 2 rafts together for balance. No objections, right?" Yifeng asked. "No objections. Completely agree. Not a single objection." Then, Ding Tuanchuan looked at him suspiciously. "Big brother, none of us ever thought about 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Did you accidentally say your true thoughts?" Yifeng's face turned red. Looked like he had imposed his will on the women. At that moment, Remiko raised her hand. "Then we must prepare enough fresh water. If we drift for months, we'll die of thirst." Yifeng got a headache again. The 2 rafts weren't that big. Even if they carried water, it would only last 3 to 5 days. "Often, if you built a wooden door without nails, doesn't that mean you could also use mortise and tenon to build a big ship?" Chen Jihua said. "Yes, we can make a big ship." Ding Kur jumped with joy. The other women, except Remiko, also looked excited. Yifeng's face darkened. "Build a big ship?" First, the keel couldn't be solved. Keels are usually steel, otherwise one big wave would shatter the ship. Sure, it could be wood, but that's a massive project. Even years might not be enough. Looks like this plan must be shelved again. Yifeng shook his head. Forget it, better to be emperor of this island. Leopards were troublesome, but easier to deal with than black bears. Just then, loud footsteps came from downstream. Yifeng's face changed. He quickly stood up. The black bear had returned, charging straight at them. Bears held grudges. After its eye was injured, its dominance was challenged. Even a leopard had entered its land to drink. That made it furious, it must tear Yifeng's group apart. Don't panic, lead it into the trap. Yifeng spoke calmly. But turning back, he saw the women had already fled into the forest. Yifeng, wait for me. He also ran. The bear's pressure was too strong. Even though they had a plan, facing it directly, fear overwhelmed them. The bear stepped into their territory, swaying its huge body. It rose on two legs, roaring. Roar! Roar! After only 2 cries, it fell into the pit trap, crushing the bamboo spikes. None pierced its skin, but one stabbed into its soft rear. Roar! The bear roared in fury, claws scratching upward. If it climbed out, slaughter would follow. Quick, Uncle Chen, pour the boiling lime water into its eyes. Yifeng was first to rush out. The women, emboldened, followed. I forgot to boil it today. Chen Jihua looked guilty. Damn. Then start boiling now. Others, follow me, stab it with bamboo spears, don't let it climb up. Yifeng grabbed a bamboo spear and stabbed at the bear. Just as its head came out, he struck its face. Enraged, it clawed wildly, falling back into the pit. Surround it. Hurry, damn it. Yifeng cursed for the first time. If they didn't kill the bear now, they'd live in constant fear. Suyun was the first to stand at the pit's edge, thrusting her spear. The bear grabbed it, yanking hard. Ah! Suyun screamed, nearly being pulled into the trap. At the last moment, Zhang Yan grabbed her clothes. Thank you, Suyun said. You're welcome. You owe me a favor. Zhang Yan smiled charmingly. Next, Chen Jihua was in charge of boiling lime water, while the others surrounded the pit trap. Whenever the black bear tried to climb up, they struck it down, forcing it back. Is the lime water ready yet? Yifeng asked, stabbing the bear back into the pit with another spear. Almost. Chen Jihua kept feeding wood into the fire. At this time, the bear went completely mad. Ignoring Yifeng's stabs, it climbed upward recklessly. They looked clumsy, but were actually clever, knowing the bottom of the pit brought no advantage. The spear pierced into the bear's mouth. Blood gushed out. Yifeng's hand shook, his body tilted to the side. The bear had bitten and torn the spear away. Now half of its body was already out. Go to hell. Bai Guifan thrust her spear. The bear slipped down a bit, but its raw strength still pushed it upward. Not ready yet? Yifeng shouted in alarm. Almost. Chen Jihua glanced at the nearly boiling lime water. Without caring that the helmet was burning hot, Yifeng grabbed it barehanded and splashed the liquid into the bear's face. White smoke rose. Roar! The bear clung to the pit's edge, growling low. But its endurance was terrifying. Despite the pain, it did not fall. With a few heaves, it climbed out. Scatter! Yifeng had just spoken when the bear's paw slammed into his back, making him stagger 5 or 6 steps before steadying. Mother of! The women screamed and scattered, staring at the beast in horror. The bear clawed at its own face. In just a few swipes, the skin peeled off, one eyeball still hanging. The sight chilled Yifeng to the core. The bear felt burning, itching, and its flesh still corroding. Roar! It bellowed again, but now blind, unable to see anything. It groped its way to a tree and shoved with its paw. A thick tree snapped. Yifeng swallowed, took the spear with bayonet from Bai Guifan, and stabbed it deep into the bear's back. Then he quickly retreated, giving it no chance to strike back. The bear sniffed, circling at the cave entrance. Run! The women screamed, playing hide-and-seek with the monster. Ding Tuanchuan kept shooting arrows at its face, only making it rage more. Blood poured from its face. Yifeng suddenly had an idea. He grabbed a burning log and smashed it into the bear's head. Roar! Finally, with an unwilling roar, the bear collapsed. The ground trembled slightly. Stab its eyes. Find weak spots. Finish it off. Yifeng charged first. The women gathered courage and joined in stabbing. The bear twitched for a full 10 minutes before finally dying. Everyone collapsed, gasping, like after a group battle. If outsiders saw, they'd think wrong. Just then, Chen Jihua clutched his belly, blood spreading across it. Husband? Bai Guifan lifted his clothes. She covered her mouth. On his stomach was a giant paw mark, with intestines spilling out. Yifeng rushed over, pressing the wound. In the chaos with the bear, Chen Jihua had taken a fatal hit. Honey, it's fine, the rescue plane will come soon. Bai Guifan forced a smile, soothing him. He lay weakly, lips turning purple. On this island, such wounds couldn't be saved, not even by gods. Wife. Lily, he stammered. Don't worry. I'll take care of her. Tears poured down by Guifen's face. Over 20 years of marriage, the passion had gone, but deep affection remained. Chen Jihua shook his head, turned his gaze to Yifeng. Feng. I beg you, my daughter, help her. Yifeng's eyes flickered. Uncle, don't worry. The rescue plane is coming soon. You must hold on. This wound, it's nothing, you'll recover. Yifeng tried to comfort him. No, it's too late. Feng, promise me, take them home. Only you can. You can even let them obey you, serve you. Blood spilled from his mouth. Me? All right, I promise you. Yifeng nodded. A faint smile appeared on Chen Jihua's face. His legs stretched out slowly. On the island, he had suffered much, night watches, arm injuries. Now, he could no longer endure. His life ended. Bai Guifen collapsed, crying over his body. The women hurried to comfort her. Yifeng felt heavy. A teammate dead so soon? And he had been dreaming of a harem life here. Wasn't that selfish? Why cry? Don't we have food and drink? Wang Tao lay on the stretcher, watching Chenli weep. They had returned to the beach. I feel, my father has died. Chenli looked up at the sky, tears falling like broken kites. Dead is fine. Your old man was useless anyway. Wang Tao said indifferently. You? Chenli glared with growing hatred. Beside the cave, a grave was raised. Yifeng carved a tombstone, grave of Chen Jihua. Bai Guifen knelt before it, looking soulless. When her husband lived, she thought him cowardly and useless. Now, she felt she had lost the most important part of her life. Grill me some fish. After eating, I'll go bring Chenli back. Yifeng sighed. It was a dying wish. He'd give Chenli one more chance. If she still behaved like scum, he would drive her away without guilt. Bai Guifen wiped her tears, took 2 fish, and began roasting. Feng, I'll go with you. Xiaoli is mine and Jihua's only child. I must bring her home safely. Bai Guifen said. No, auntie. You're not well. I can go alone. Yifeng resisted. No more words. I must go. Bai Guifen insisted firmly. All right. Yifeng could only agree. After all, Chen Jihua's death had a little to do with him. It was because he had made Chen Jihua keep night watch every day, which slowed his reactions, so he couldn't avoid the black bear's indiscriminate attack. While eating roasted fish, Yifeng looked around, and saw Ding Tuanchuan kneeling in front of Chen Jihua's grave, muttering something softly. This gave him a bit of comfort. This little girl still had a kind heart. So, he quietly walked over, wanting to hear what Ding Tuanchuan was saying. Uncle Chen, don't come looking for me at night. I'm really afraid of ghosts. If you want to look for someone, go find someone else, like Zhang Yan, or Sister Su Yun, or even Brother Yi. Just don't come into my dreams, please, please. After saying this, Ding Tuanchuan kowtowed. Yifeng was instantly furious and pinched her chubby cheeks. You little brat, go peel off the bear's skin. After drying it, we'll use it as a bed sheet. Yifeng scolded angrily. Ding Tuanchuan picked up a dagger and went to work. After finishing the fish, Yifeng took Bai Guifen on the road. Yifeng judged that Wang Tao, being seriously injured, needed to constantly replenish water, so he should be recovering downstream, far away from his own camp, to avoid conflict. Auntie, let's keep walking downstream. Yifeng said. This time Bai Guifen didn't say anything flirty, her eyes showing a hint of urgency. They walked downstream for 6 or 7 kilometers, and Yifeng encountered several groups of carnivores. There were hyenas from before, but when they saw Yifeng, they ran away. They had a psychological shadow of him. Dogs are like that, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Hyenas are no exception. We've walked so long, why haven't I seen my daughter yet? Bai Guifen asked anxiously. Let's keep looking, Yifeng replied. But Bai Guifen rolled her eyes, suddenly walked up close to Yifeng, and hugged him. Yifeng? Feng, I know you're not really trying to find Lily. Just do it for my sake, alright? I can give myself to you right now. After all, there's no one here, and before my husband died, he also said I could be your woman. After saying this, Bai Guifen slowly took off her top. Yifeng felt very resistant inside. After all, Chen Jihua had just died. If he did this, it would be too despicable. But he was a normal man, in the prime of his youth. Don't do this, auntie. I will search seriously. Yifeng said with difficulty. There's no one here. Don't feel burdened. If I give myself to you, you'll take finding Lily more seriously. I know the rules, don't be polite. After saying this, Bai Guifen directly pushed Yifeng down to the ground. Yifeng. Auntie, don't think too much. I've always been serious about finding Chenli. If I promise something, I'll do it. But, if Chenli acts like last time again, I won't care about any promises, I'll abandon her again. Just as Yifeng finished speaking, Bai Guifeng had already started. You? Yifeng had only said one word before he was stunned. That feeling was incomparable. After a while, Bai Guifeng wiped the corner of her mouth, then slowly turned around, bracing herself on a rock. Ah Feng, come on. After I give myself to you, you'll search for my daughter more seriously. I understand men's hearts, don't be polite. Yifeng's eyes instantly turned red, his reason overwhelmed by desire. I really didn't mean this. Yifeng swallowed, already barely able to control himself. His whole body's blood was surging. But Bai Guifeng didn't care at all, and threw herself at him. Yifeng finally couldn't control himself, and they had a passionate moment. This time, he released everything he had suppressed for years, all at once. An hour later, Bai Guifeng sat weakly on the rock, washing her body with her hands. After washing, her eyes flashed seductively, and she helped Yifeng wash as well. Ah Feng, did it feel good just now? Bai Guifeng asked with a teasing look. I've never felt so good before. Yifeng said seriously, stroking her hair. Bai Guifeng smiled slightly, then suddenly covered her lips, shocked as she looked at Yifeng's pants. You want it again? Yifeng looked embarrassed. Chen Jihua had just died, and here he was, worse than a beast. But he couldn't help it. A young man's body recovers fast. Bai Guifeng hesitated a bit, then once again braced herself on the rock. Above the bamboo forest, paradise birds chirped melodiously, their calls tender and mournful. In the water grass by the shore, a male frog climbed onto the back of a female frog. An hour and a half later, Bai Guifeng sat weakly on the rock, completely out of strength. Yifeng had to help her. Ah Feng, you're just too amazing, so amazing. Yifeng laughed. Stop it, you were too fierce. I can't handle you alone. But it's fine, as long as you find Liar. Bai Guifeng covered her mouth, laughing softly. But, can you still walk now? Yifeng asked. It should be fine. Bai Guifeng, eager to find her daughter, tried to stand, but immediately fell into Yifeng's arms. Let's rest for a while. Yifeng said, laying her back on the rock. You released so much just now, I've never seen that before. Do you have some kind of problem? Bai Guifeng suddenly asked. Yifeng also found it strange. He had never released so much before. Maybe it had something to do with the white fruit. After eating the white fruit, he felt especially strong, stronger than he could imagine. No, it's just pure strength. Yifeng chuckled. But you're way too strong. I'm afraid in the future, neither I nor Lily will be able to hold you. But it doesn't matter. Aren't there plenty of women in the cave? I believe they're willing, especially that Zhang Yan. The way she looks at you is full of desire. As long as you nod, she'll definitely give herself to you. Bai Guifeng said sourly. She could only blame herself for being incapable of restraining Yifeng. Since she couldn't, she might as well let him run free, as long as he could take care of her and Lily on the deserted island. They rested until noon. Bai Guifeng could barely walk, but from behind, her legs were trembling badly. Walking downstream for a few more kilometers, it was already afternoon, the weather growing hotter and heavier. Yifeng suddenly stopped. At the very end of the stream was a lake about a kilometer wide, with many herbivores gathered there. Some were drinking, some were grazing, and some were lurking in the bushes, watching intently. Yifeng's heart tightened, and he quickly pulled Bai Guifeng behind him. The next moment, a crocodile leaped out of the lake, directly biting a half-grown buffalo. The lake instantly turned red. At the edge of the grass, a leopard flashed by, biting the neck of a spotted deer. In the place covered with water plants, a large splash suddenly appeared, and a small sheep was dragged into the lake. Go, this place is too dangerous. Wang Tao and the others can't possibly be staying here. Yifeng's face changed greatly, and pulling Bai Guifeng, he started to run. After running just over 10 meters, Bai Guifeng fell to the ground. On your back. Yifeng carried Bai Guifeng on his back and began to sprint wildly. Finally, they returned to the place where the battle had just happened. Yifeng was gasping for breath. Where water plants are lush, competition is also fierce. It seemed he was lucky to have stayed at the head of the stream, so he hadn't met these carnivores. What should we do? Not looking for Xiaoli anymore? Bai Guifeng asked from his back. Wang Tao and the others probably aren't at this stream. Another possibility is they're on the beach. Anyway, it's impossible they're in the jungle, because there are too many mosquitoes in the jungle. His thigh was stabbed by me, mosquitoes would lay eggs in his wound. Let's go to the beach. After saying this, Yifeng put Bai Guifeng down. Bai Guifeng felt sorry for Yifeng having carried her running wildly just now, so she took the initiative to walk in front and open the way. That tempting figure made Yifeng feel excited again. Sometimes, once the gate is opened, the beast in the heart can no longer be locked. Yifeng took a deep breath and suddenly hugged Bai Guifeng from behind. Ah? Bai Guifeng cried out in surprise. No, you're too fierce. If it happens again, I'm afraid I won't even be able to walk. Bai Guifeng said in fear. Yi Feng looked ashamed. At a time like this, he was still thinking about that. Sorry. The one who should say sorry is me. I'm the useless one. But it's okay. After we find Xiaoli, let her help you twice, to share my burden. Bai Guifeng looked at Yi Feng and said, let's go to the beach first. After saying this, Yi Feng took the initiative to walk in front. Otherwise, if he looked at Bai Guifeng's figure from behind, he wouldn't be able to control himself again. Finally reaching the beach, Yi Feng looked toward the south side. There was a reef area, where fish could be caught. You stay here, hide in the woods and don't come out. I'll go check the reef area. Maybe I can find someone. Then be careful. Yi Feng made an okay gesture, holding a bow and arrow, and quietly approached the reef area. No one. Only here could fish be caught. If Wang Tao and the others were on the beach, they would usually choose this place as a camp. It could be seen that Qinli was also not on the beach. This was troublesome. To find someone in the tropical rainforest was like finding a needle in the sea. Another possibility was that Qinli might already be dead. Yi Feng? Is that Yi Feng? At this moment, a woman about 30 stood up from behind a reef. As she stood up, she was pulling up her pants. Clearly, she had been urinating there. You? Assistant Su? Yi Feng's eyes lit up. The woman in front of him was about 30, with a fit body and sharp eyes. Wasn't she Su Yun's personal bodyguard? This kind of athletic woman, Yi Feng had fantasized about on countless nights. He hadn't expected her to survive too, but it wasn't surprising. After all, she was a bodyguard trained by the Su family since childhood, with some survival ability. Didn't expect you to be alive too. Are there others? Su Shan asked calmly. Her complexion looked good, clearly she was living well on the deserted island. At the same time, her impression of Yi Feng wasn't good. After all, in the company, Wang Tao had made Yi Feng's character clear, lewd, vulgar, liking to peep. A man like that, she despised. Of course not, no one else. Yi Feng's expression also turned cold. He felt Su Shan's dislike toward him. And he was this kind of person: if you like me, I like you, but if you truly hate me, even if you are sexy and beautiful, I will not like you. I wonder how President Su is doing. Su Shan frowned, slowly turning sideways. Immediately, her S-shaped figure was fully exposed to Yi Feng's gaze. It had to be said, Su Shan's was not only big, but also firm and full, her whole body radiating a healthy aura. Any man who saw her would want her to help bear a child. After all, humans are also animals. When they want to reproduce, health is the first concern. But modern thinking has shifted, first caring about beauty. In the countryside before, old people judged women first by whether they were strong and whether their hips were wide. Wide hips meant good for childbirth. And Su Shan not only had the face of an angel, but also an athletic body. It was said she was an orphan, raised by old Master Su since childhood, finally becoming Su family's top bodyguard, dedicated to protecting Su Yun. So she and Su Yun, though called master and servant, were in fact like sisters. She was quite pitiful too. To protect Su Yun, at 30 she had never been in love, never thought of marriage. Let's go. Anyway, we are from the same company. Follow me, at least I can make sure you won't starve. After saying this, Su Shan took out a wooden spear from behind the reef. Yi Feng. Actually, President Su is still alive, Yi Feng said. Ah? Su Shan was overjoyed and grabbed Yi Feng's shoulder. Where is she? Su Shan's voice trembled with excitement. In her bones was engraved the instinct to protect Su Yun. In the forest. It takes about 7 or 8 kilometers to get there. I've been taking good care of her. Yi Feng said. You've been taking care of her? Su Shan grew alert. After all, Yi Feng's reputation in the company had been completely ruined by Wang Tao. So, in her mind, Yi Feng's so-called care had another meaning. Assistant Su, is that you? At this time, Bai Guifeng also walked over, looking at Su Shan with joy. Sister Bai from finance? Su Shan was also delighted. The two women hugged tightly at once. Bai Guifeng was almost squashed out of shape. Yi Feng was speechless. This really was a female war goddess. Come, let's go back to see Yun Yun. After saying this, Su Shan was ready to head toward the forest. But the next moment, footsteps came from the forest. A huge wild boar rushed out, 2 rows of tusks flashing with a cold light. Yi Feng was shocked. This thing was an omnivore, which meant it also ate meat. So, he rushed in front of the 2 women. Let me handle it. Yi Feng had just spoken, when Su Shan yanked him aside. Get out of the way. Do you want to die? Let me do it. Su Shan stole Yi Feng's line. Yi Feng froze for a moment, but still put away his spear. He wanted to see what Su Shan's combat ability was like. Su Shan pulled the spear back, left hand fully open, guarding the spear tip. The next moment, her well-developed glute muscles tightened, and her body stretched into a straight, athletic line. Puff! The wooden spear was thrown fiercely, directly piercing through the 200-pound wild boar. Clang! The wild boar let out a shrill scream and hurriedly rushed into the forest. Go, don't waste this food. Su Shan drew a dagger from her waist and strode after it. Yi Feng felt delighted inside. Su Shan's combat power was not bad. From now on, there would be 2 strong fighters in his camp. As for the other women, basically they had no combat ability. Following the blood trail for more than 100 meters, they finally found the wild boar lying dead in the grass. Yi Feng, come help, drag it to the beach and dismember it. Take the parts with the most meat, and then we'll go find Yun Yun, Su Shan said. Okay. The 2 quickly dragged the wild boar to the beach. Su Shan began skillfully dismembering the boar. Yi Feng also really needed lard. In civilized society, greasy things harm health, but on a deserted island it was different. Fat became a precious thing. It not only made hair shiny but also formed a protective layer of oil on the lips. After breaking down the pork, Su Shan threw away the bones and pig head, directly hoisted up a bloody half of the pork, then pointed to the other half. You and Bai Guifen carry the other pork. Yi Feng, do you have the strength? Yi Feng's face immediately turned red. Damn woman, looking down on me. No need to carry together, I can lift it alone. Yi Feng also lifted the other half. The 3 began running along the forest toward the creek. They had to run fast, since their bodies were all covered in pig blood. From the dense forest around them came rustling sounds. At least dozens of animals had set eyes on them. Luckily, there weren't many large carnivores along the coastline, otherwise they would never make it back to the creek. By the time they reached the creek, Su Shan was panting hard, while Yi Feng looked calm and relaxed, which made a trace of doubt flash in her eyes. If you're tired, breathe in big gasps. That can relieve pressure on the lungs. Otherwise, holding it in will cause problems, Su Shan said. All right. Yi Feng pretended to take a few big breaths. He understood women like Su Shan. She was very domineering, and strong women usually didn't want someone stronger than them around, because it gave them a sense of crisis. Sister Su, let's wash the blood off the pork, and also wash ourselves. Otherwise, the fresh blood will stir up the jungle's food chain, Yi Feng said. No need. If those beasts dare come, just kill them. Su Shan said sharply. Yi Feng. After resting for 5 minutes, Su Shan continued carrying the pork, running again. Yi Feng walked second, admiring her glutes from behind. This woman was truly healthy and very strong. This instead stirred Yi Feng's desire to conquer. He remembered there was a lewd man in the company who often secretly took pictures of Su Shan's back. After taking the photos, he would rush to the bathroom, and 5 minutes later, come out looking weak. It showed that there were not few men with thoughts about Su Shan. How much longer? Su Shan asked from the front. Almost there. Yi Feng looked up at the sky, and suddenly his face changed. In the sky upstream, 5 or 6 vultures were circling, making noisy cries. Not good. Yi Feng no longer pretended. Using all his strength, he whooshed past Su Shan. Su Shan's pretty face instantly turned red, and she also used her full strength, trying to surpass Yi Feng. But Yi Feng quickly left her far behind. Did this guy take some kind of drug? Su Shan gasped for breath, her chest heaving up and down, as if it were about to burst. Let's go, maybe Ah Feng has spotted danger. Bai Guifen hurriedly led the way in front. At the cave entrance, nearly 10 hyenas were tearing and biting at the corpse of the big black bear, while Su Yun and the other women used bamboo spears and bows to drive them away. But the hyenas didn't care. A few even began surrounding Su Yun. Shout to Anchuan, shoot them. Su Yun shouted. Ah, my arrows are already gone. Ding Tuanchuan hid behind the others. Ouch! Zhang Yan suddenly let out a scream, her thigh instantly covered in blood. Get back behind. With Yi Feng absent, Su Yun took on the role of leader. A hyena slyly circled to Su Yun's side, biting toward her plump hip. One must know, these hyenas usually ate carrion, and their mouths were full of bacteria. If bitten, one would lose half a life even if not dead. Careful! Ding Tuanchuan shouted. Just then, a long spear shot from the downstream direction. Puff! That hyena was pinned to the ground by great force. Su Yun turned her head and saw a strong man rushing over at high speed. He yanked the spear from the corpse and stabbed it forward again. Ah! The fiercest hyena was pierced through the mouth and killed instantly. Yi Feng swept his spear to the side, and another hyena was flung away. The other hyenas instantly stopped eating and rushed toward Yi Feng. Beasts, bullying lionesses when the lion isn't home? Yi Feng shouted angrily, thrusting his spear forward, skewering an old hyena, then flung it away. Awoo! The hyena pack let out a mournful cry. Led by the queen, they fled into the bamboo forest. After all, Yi Feng was too strong. As soon as he arrived, he had killed 3 hyenas. Trying to run? Yi Feng pulled his spear back. Puff! The hyena queen was pinned to the ground. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Feng panted, strode forward, pulled out the spear with a puff, and stabbed it into the hyena queen's eye. The vultures in the sky had wanted to eat some leftovers, but unexpectedly a super fierce apex predator had appeared. So, they flapped their wings and flew away from the upstream sky. Downstream, Su Shan covered her mouth in shock. Just now, Yi Feng's moves had been fierce, clean, and quick. She feared that even if she had done it herself, she might not have such skill. Could it be, I underestimated him before? For a moment, her mood became complicated. Wife, are you alright? Yi Feng quickly hugged Su Yun. As long as you're back, it's fine. You scared us to death just now, woo woo woo. Seeing her backbone return, Su Yun finally couldn't help crying. She had been terrified just now, thinking she would become food for hyenas. Yi Feng gave her an immense sense of security. Big brother, you finally came back. Ding Tuanchuan also rushed over and hugged Yi Feng from behind. Then Zhang Yan also rushed over, taking the chance to touch him. Only Remizi stood still, but her eyes were full of admiration. Sister. Su Shan finally walked over. Hearing this voice, Su Yun's whole body trembled, and she slowly raised her eyes. Sis. Sis. The two beauties hugged each other tightly, unwilling to let go. Yi Feng looked full of relief, then went downstream to drag back the two halves of pork. Zhang Yan suddenly fell to the ground, clutching her thigh in pain. Yi Feng quickly went over and placed her slender thigh on his lap. What should I do? Will it leave a scar? Zhang Yan asked nervously. You still care about scars? A hyena's mouth is filthy, very likely carrying rabies virus. Su Shan spoke coldly. Of course she recognized Zhang Yan. Wasn't she Wang Xiong's lover? She had no good feelings for this kind of woman. Ah, brother Yi Feng, you must save me. I'll repay you. Do you remember the spinning split? You haven't seen it yet. Please don't let me die. Zhang Yan said in terror. Shut up, there are so many people here. Yi Feng scolded angrily. Come on, get on my back. I'll take you into the forest to find herbs. Yi Feng squatted into a horse stance. Zhang Yan, terrified, directly jumped onto Yi Feng's back. You. Su Yun muttered a few words behind, then looked fearfully at Su Shan. Su Shan was equivalent to her steward. Usually, whenever she wanted to indulge herself, Su Shan would stop her immediately. Carrying Zhang Yan into the forest, Yi Feng began searching for herbs to clear blood. First, he would let as much stagnant blood as possible flow out from the wound, then find herbs to clot blood so the wound would slowly heal. But scarring was inevitable. After 2 hours of searching, Yi Feng finally found all the herbs. By then, they were already 2 kilometers away from the camp. There was no water source here, so Yi Feng had no choice but to pull up Zhang Yan's skirt. In that instant, a pair of semi-transparent short underwear inside was revealed. Are you in such a hurry? Zhang Yan asked. No, this way I can see more clearly. After saying this, Yi Feng chewed the herbs in his mouth, then spat them onto Zhang Yan's thigh. Her thigh twitched once, and liquid slowly flowed down her leg. It made Yi Feng's pants look ugly again. Earlier, Bai Guifen hadn't let him fully release his pressure. He feared he wouldn't be able to control himself. After all, the beast had already been let loose. Blood kept flowing from Zhang Yan's wound. Her rosy lips turned pale, as if she had just finished her period. Once the flowing blood turned to normal color, Yi Feng wiped the wound clean. That springy feeling almost made him lose control. He then chewed the hemostatic herbs and spat them onto the wound. Is it done now? Zhang Yan asked. Not yet. Do you have any cloth? I need to bandage the wound. Yi Feng said. Cloth? Yes. If Zhang Yan hadn't lost so much blood, he would have wanted to take her right there on the spot. I feel so dizzy. Because of blood loss, Zhang Yan's head was spinning. Holding her head, she sat right into Yi Feng's lap. Ah, no, that's not okay. You aren't wearing anything underneath. If something happens by accident. Yi Feng warned. He was already trying hard to restrain his beastly nature. If Zhang Yan teased him again, he wouldn't be able to hold back. But Zhang Yan didn't care. Her whole body pressed into Yi Feng's chest. Yi Feng swallowed hard. But the next moment, Zhang Yan had already closed her eyes in his arms and fell into unconsciousness. Yi Feng felt that just one push and he could. But he still forced himself to hold back. Let's go home. He carried Zhang Yan in his arms and walked back. At the cave entrance, Su Yun quickly came over. Is she dead? Su Yun asked coldly. No, just lost too much blood and fainted. Let's go roast some fish. After saying this, Yi Feng carefully placed Zhang Yan on the ground. Su Shan gave Yi Feng another look. This Yi Feng wasn't as bad as Wang Tao had said, was he? But the next moment, Yi Feng had just set Zhang Yan down, and his ugly pants were exposed. Su Shan's face instantly flushed red. Yifeng, Wang Tao was right. You really are a lewd man. She's injured, and you're still thinking about that. You're nothing but a beast. Su Shan cursed angrily. Actually, though her words were harsh, in her heart she was jealous of Zhang Yan. After all, she had lived 30 years, never dated, never even held a man's hand. Whenever she saw young couples pass by, she couldn't help but feel hostility. If Yifeng had just held her instead, she would definitely have been delighted, but she would never admit it. This is a normal physiological reaction for men. Besides, I wasn't the one who started it just now. Yifeng grew angry too. People said Su Shan was the tigress of the company, and it was true. Plus, she had never dated in 30 years. The men in the company all gossiped that her place down there would bite and never let go. I can't be bothered with you. Shameful. Su Shan said, then directly pulled Su Yun to her side, not allowing her to walk with Yifeng. Su Yun was helpless and could only quietly make a resigned gesture to Yifeng. Since childhood she had been controlled by Su Shan, and she was a little afraid of this strict older sister. Just then, a delicious smell drifted over. It turned out that Nair Maisie had roasted a pig leg, even sprinkling filtered salt on top. While Yifeng and Bai Guifen had gone out, Nair Maisie had used plant ash to remove the impurities from the white substance, leaving mostly salt. Though there were still a few impurities, on a deserted island no one cared that much. She hesitated a moment, then handed a piece of meat to Yifeng. Yifeng, you work the hardest. You eat the fattest part. Nair Maisie said gently. Thank you, Tian Shuitao, Yifeng said. She's not Tian Shuitao. You really have no eyes. She's the wife of the little boat king. Su Shan said coldly from a distance. Her words stirred up a hornet's nest. A whole group of women turned their gaze toward Nair Maisie. Nair Maisie's pretty face instantly flushed red. The matter of her being sucked by Yifeng was now known by all the women in the cave. If they returned to civilized society, the little boat king would surely abandon her. Sorry for deceiving you, but I had my own difficulties. After Li Maisie finished speaking, she went to take care of Zhang Yan again. At this time, Su Shan was helping Su Yun dress up. Come, let's go behind the waterfall. I want to check if anyone has taken advantage of you. Su Shan said. Sister, don't, again. Su Yun's pretty face flushed red, but she still obediently followed behind the waterfall. Yifeng sat gloomily to the side eating a pig leg. He felt like he had brought back a housekeeper. It seemed that the life of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards would have to be put on hold for now, unless he conquered Su Shan too, making her kneel in front of his big shorts and sing, Conquer. They said she had been single for 30 years, and that teeth had grown down there. Yifeng thought, I may not be worthy, but I really want to try. Bite me to death. Come bite me to death. After eating pork, the women needed their blood to circulate to digest the food, so all of them became drowsy. But Yifeng couldn't sleep no matter what. He felt his position as leader was being challenged. Just then, Bai Guifen walked downstream. As she was about to disappear from Yifeng's sight, she suddenly turned back and gave him a flirtatious wink only he could understand. Yifeng took a deep breath and hurriedly followed. An hour later, Yifeng lay flat on the ground, while Bai Guifen lay in his arms, tracing circles with her fingers. How was it just now? Did you release the pressure? Bai Guifen smiled seductively. You're still the best. I basically let out 70 to 80%. Yifeng gently stroked her hair. Now it was settled, he had to bring Chenli back. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to Chen Jihua. In fact, he really wanted to say he had only released about half. After all, Yifeng had already been strong, and after eating that white fruit, he had become the king of kings. Guifen, let's wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll trick that one into going with me to search for Chenli. After all, her strength isn't bad. Yifeng said. Gratitude flashed in Bai Guifen's eyes, and she directly lowered her face down. It wasn't clear how long had passed before the two returned to camp separately. This was Bai Guifen's insistence. She said she couldn't delay Yifeng and Su Yun's affairs. Where did you just go? Su Shan asked. Downstream to bathe. Yifeng replied. All right. From now on we're a team, so everything we do must have rules. First, I thank you for taking care of my sister these days. After I return, I'll have old Master Su promote you. Second, starting tomorrow, every so often we must send 2 people to the beach to wait for the rescue plane. Otherwise, in the jungle, the leaves cover the ground completely, and even if the plane flies over, it won't see us. Su Shan said slowly. Yes. Miss Su Shan, you're absolutely right. Li Maisie said excitedly. Sister, you're amazing. Su Yun also looked at Su Shan sincerely. The other women also looked excited. Yifeng, you're amazing. Why didn't I think of this before? Yifeng said awkwardly. Su Shan gave Yifeng a meaningful look, making his heart skip a beat. He didn't know why, but in Su Shan's eyes there was no charm, no sexual hint. Yet just one look from her stirred something deep inside him. Perhaps this was the special ability developed after 30 years of abstinence. One glance, and he hardened. Did you not think of it, or did you not want to think of it? Forget it, let's not talk about this now. We must work together. If no rescue plane comes, we'll build bamboo rafts and leave. We can't sink into decay on this deserted island. Su Shan's words instantly gained her many followers. Of course, Bai Guifan was an exception. After all, she had already tasted Yifeng. Especially after the first time, she felt the past 40 years of her life had been wasted. With Yifeng, she could give up anything. Now, I'll skin the bear and dry the hide. At night, we can lay it over the hay, and it'll be softer. Yifeng picked up the dagger beside Su Shan and began working. The other women also started working, cutting the bear meat and boar meat into strips, stringing them with fine bamboo, and hanging them on branches to dry. As they dried, they smeared a layer of salt on top. This could prevent the meat from molding or rotting. As soon as the wild boar meat was preserved, all the salt was used up. The leftover bear meat that isn't preserved, let's roast it all to eat. The uneaten meat we'll press under the waterfall, so the bloody smell won't attract other predators. Yifeng suggested. That night, Yifeng sat by the fire with 6 beauties. Chen Jihua had just died, so everyone was in low spirits. Don't be too sad, everyone. Jihua would want us to live happily. How about this, I'll tell a joke. Bai Guifan suddenly said. All right. Everyone listened carefully at once. Bai Guifan told a very crude dirty joke. Although crude, it stirred the thing between men and women. For a moment, Yifeng looked at Su Yun, and Su Yun was also secretly glancing at him. As for Su Shan, although she pretended to look disdainful, Yifeng could clearly feel she was a little moved. I had a buddy. His girlfriend ran off with a black man. 2 years later, she came back from Black State wanting to marry him again. On their wedding night, that buddy took off his girlfriend's pants, and suddenly looked shocked. Why is it stretched so big? Why is it stretched so big? His girlfriend then asked, why did you say it twice? My buddy was confused. He said, I only said it once. Do you understand? The hole was too big, so there was an echo. Yifeng also told a joke. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Bai Guifan burst out laughing. The other girls also couldn't hold back their laughter. Only Ding Tuanchuan looked dumbfounded, her face full of big question marks. Su Yun's face turned red, burying her head in Su Shan's arms. Su Shan rolled her eyes at Yifeng, a blush creeping onto her cheeks too. What a disgusting joke. Don't tell that again. Su Shan scolded lightly. Just now, she almost laughed too, but managed to hold it in. After saying that, Su Shan seemed less hostile toward Yifeng. After all, a laugh can erase grudges. By the way, what about Wang Tao and the others? Su Shan suddenly thought of something. Su Yun's face sank, and she told Su Shan all the disgusting things Wang Tao had done these days. That's impossible. Supervisor Wang always looked upright and dignified. I even saw his champion trophy with my own eyes. How could he not even know how to catch fish? Su Shan looked shocked. Heh, give me 50,000 yuan, and I'll make you an Olympic champion trophy. Then coat it with a layer of gold. Who wouldn't give a thumbs up after seeing it? Yifeng sneered. Mentioning that useless Wang Tao made his anger rise. Alright, let's talk about something else. Next, whose turn is it to tell a joke? Yifeng asked. Then, the other girls each told a joke, but none of them were funny. Yifeng almost fell asleep, but he still forced himself to squeeze out a smile. After chatting for a while, Yifeng went to skin the bear. For skinning, he used Su Shan's dagger. The dagger was extremely sharp, clearly made of good steel. After finishing this, Yifeng soaked the bear hide in water. There were many parasites on it, so it had to soak for 2 days before it could be taken out to dry. Once dried, it could be used as a bed. Everyone must be tired. From now on, I'll assign tasks. Yifeng stood on a rock. Tonight, let's have 2 people keep watch. Ding Tuanchuan, you and Tian, forget it, no need to pretend anymore. You and Nair Maisie will keep watch. The rest of you go inside to sleep. After speaking, Yifeng led Su Shan and the others into the cave. As soon as Su Shan entered, she frowned. There's only one place to sleep? Where will you sleep at night? Su Shan asked Yifeng. All together. In the jungle, the temperature difference between day and night is big. Yifeng said. No. You're a man. What are you doing squeezing in with women? This way, you lay more hay and sleep on the other side. Su Shan said. At this time, Su Yun spoke. Sister, forget it. Ah Feng is very tired. Let him sleep together. Otherwise, if he sleeps alone at night, he'll freeze. This? Fine. Who's willing to squeeze with Yifeng to sleep? Su Shan asked. Swoosh. All the women leaned toward Yifeng. Including Su Yun. Su Shan glared at her fiercely. Only then did Suyun unwillingly step back. Then it's decided. Yifeng sleeps at the edge. Sister Bai, you squeeze with him. The others sleep inside. Su Shan said directly. Yifeng looked unhappy, but could only squeeze with Bai Guifeng to sleep. In the middle of the night, Yifeng felt it was especially cold. He couldn't help but press closer to Bai Guifeng, but found her skin was burning hot, her body trembling slightly. He quickly touched Bai Guifeng's forehead, and his heart sank. Not good. Everyone wake up, Aunt Bai has a high fever. Yifeng shouted. The other women, frozen and uncomfortable, immediately woke up. What should we do? Suyun asked with her eyes closed, looking like she might fall asleep at any moment. Ah. When it rains, it pours. I'll go find some herbs to reduce fever. You there, wash the helmet clean and boil some water in it for her to drink. Yifeng said, then rushed outside. Ding Tuanchuan had long since fallen asleep nearby, only Maisie was on watch. She was holding a dagger, whittling a piece of wood. Nanny? What happened? Maisie asked. Someone has a fever. I must collect some herbs, otherwise on a deserted island, high fever can be fatal. After saying this, Yifeng pulled a torch from the fire, grabbed a spear, and rushed into the dark forest. As soon as he entered, Yifeng was startled. He saw a python as thick as a wrist struggling to swallow a wild rabbit. He took a deep breath and quickly went around. The torch flickered left and right in the jungle wind. Yifeng was burning with anxiety. In the cave, Bai Guifeng weakly opened her eyes, her face flushed red from fever. Her husband's death had hit her hard, and with Chenli missing, she was extremely anxious. Finally, she fell ill. Auntie, drink some boiled water. I've cooled it. Ding Tuanchuan held a helmet of cooled water. Bai Guifeng gave a weak smile, took a small sip, and then coughed violently. Su Shan squatted in the corner, suddenly looking toward the depths of the jungle. Can Yifeng handle it alone? Could it be dangerous? Ah? Sister, hurry and find him, bring him back. Suyun grew anxious. Su Shan's face darkened. Don't tell me you like him? Ah, no. Suyun quickly explained. At this moment, Yifeng finally returned, holding a bundle of herbs. These 3 herbs, put into cold water and boil. These 2 herbs, put in after the water boils. This last one, put in 10 minutes after boiling. Yifeng instructed Maisie. You understand Chinese medicine? Maisie's eyes lit up. Of course, I'm from a family of Chinese medicine. Yifeng said proudly. He lived in Wu village, where neighboring villages often fought, so injuries were common. Over time, they had become doctors themselves. Maisie took the herbs to decoct, while Yifeng looked at Bai Guifeng. Bai Guifeng was very weak, her eyes half closed. Lily. Bai Guifeng said 2 words. Yifeng felt sad. Probably because of too much psychological burden, Bai Guifeng had fallen sick. Herbs could only treat the symptoms. The real problem was her heart. It seemed Chenli had to be found, otherwise Bai Guifeng's illness couldn't be cured. Don't worry. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow, I'll definitely bring Chenli back. Yifeng held Bai Guifeng's hand firmly. Sure enough, a faint smile appeared on Bai Guifeng's face, and she slowly fell asleep. In the corner, Suyun nudged Su Shan. Sister, look, Yifeng is really a good person, not like Wang Tao said. Suyun said. Su Shan's expression eased, but her words remained harsh. Knowing a person's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. Who knows if he's pretending? Su Shan said coldly. Just then, a scream came from outside the cave. Not good, a venomous snake. Maisie was jumping around by the fire, almost spilling the helmet of medicine. Yifeng rushed out like a leopard. He saw a pitch-black snake moving near the fire, mouth wide open, trying to bite Maisie. Yifeng looked closely, and his face changed. Because the inside of the snake's mouth was completely black. This is a black mamba, get away! Yifeng shouted, throwing his spear. But the black mamba easily dodged, striking toward Yifeng. Damn it! Yifeng was terrified too, quickly dodging sideways. The black mamba then slithered toward the cave. Yifeng had no choice but to grab the boiling medicine and pour it onto the black mamba. Finally, it worked. The black mamba hissed, then quickly slithered into the stream. Phew! Maisie let out a sigh of relief and fell to the ground. Did it bite you? Yifeng carefully checked Maisie's thighs and arms. If this thing bit, even gods couldn't save her. Even sucking out the venom would still be fatal. No, I wasn't bitten. Maisie quickly patted her body, and suddenly the shape of her chest shifted. That's good. But this cave entrance isn't safe either. Yifeng frowned. This cave didn't seem suitable for living. First, there were no natural defenses. Any wild beast could come out of the forest to attack. Second, venomous snakes, impossible to guard against at night. Su Shan also came out, her face not looking good. Although her combat power wasn't weak, women were naturally afraid of snakes. The others couldn't sleep either, so they all came out to warm themselves by the fire. This can't go on. Tomorrow, I'll go find Qinli, Zhang Yan, you take Su Shan to find limestone. After you find it, bring it back and grind it into powder. Sprinkle a circle around the cave. Although lime powder can't stop wild beasts, it can at least prevent snakes and insects. Yifeng said. All right. Su Shan nodded. It was the first time she had obeyed Yifeng's order. This is only the first step. After I find Qinli, I'll also have to figure out a way to cut wood and fence the cave entrance to make a yard. That way, we can block wild beasts. Everyone has no objections, right? Yifeng asked again. Great, then we'll have a yard. We can move around freely inside it. Ding Tuanchuan said excitedly. The other women didn't speak, but their expressions also showed agreement. But Su Shan shook her head. Our main goal should be to build a bamboo raft, find a chance to leave this deserted island, not to build some shelter here. Alright, the raft also has to be built. But shouldn't we secure our lives first? Stabilize the basics, then think of leaving the island. That's the right order, don't you agree? Yifeng asked Su Shan. Su Shan hesitated, then finally nodded. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, I'll go alone to find Qinli, Zhang Yan will take Su Shan to look for limestone. The others will stay here to take care of Aunt Bai. If you encounter danger, you should? Yifeng couldn't go on. Without himself and Su Shan at the camp, the other women had no combat ability at all. If it were wild beasts, fine, they could just hide in the cave and block the entrance. But if they encountered Wang Tao's group of humans? Su Shan, once you find the limestone, come back as fast as you can. I'll also look for Qinli as fast as I can. Yifeng said again. Alright. Got it. Ah Feng, how about I go with you tomorrow? Maisie suddenly said. No. You have to stay here and take care of Aunt Bai. You're experienced. As for Ding Tuanchuan, she's too young and unreliable. And President Su, well, she's all talk and can't take care of people. Yifeng said seriously. Who are you saying is all talk? Suyun immediately rushed over and started hitting Yifeng with her little fists, making him cry out. Ding Tuanchuan turned her back angrily, muttering under her breath. Soon it was daylight. Yifeng carried his bow on his back, holding a spear in his hand. The women surrounded him, repeating words of caution and safety. Ah Feng, be careful on the way. There's a whole family of women waiting for you to come back and protect us. Suyun helped straighten Yifeng's ragged collar. Brother Yi, safe journey. Ding Tuanchuan said. Yifeng. At this moment, it was Su Shan's turn. Be careful. Don't go and get yourself killed. Su Shan said calmly. Yifeng sighed, looked up at the sky, and recited, the wind rustles, the Yi river grows cold, the warrior goes and does not return. Suyun, if I don't come back, find someone else to marry. Don't wait for me. After saying this, Yifeng rushed downstream with a whoosh. Su Shan and Zhang Yan exchanged glances, then also entered the forest from the side. At the spot, only one sick person and 3 weak women were left. Yifeng ran downstream along the creek. Since Wang Tao's group wasn't at the creek, nor at the reef area on the beach, there was one possibility: they should be on the north side of the beach. So after running several kilometers along the creek, Yifeng cut into the forest, heading to search the northern beach. The sun hadn't risen yet, and Yifeng moved easily, since there were old paths. After an hour of running, Yifeng finally saw a coconut grove. His eyes moved, and he suddenly crouched low. At the reef area of the beach, he saw a group of people walking around. They were Wang Xiong and the others. Wang Xiong's slick back hair had lost its aura, with 2 strands hanging down on his forehead. And on the bald head, a layer of stubble had grown. 2 bodyguards were sitting on a reef, discussing something. Among the group, only those 2 bodyguards had energy. The others, including Wang Xiong, were all listless. As for Wang Tao, needless to say, he was still lying on a stretcher asleep. Where's Qinli? Yifeng narrowed his eyes, looking farther. From behind the reef, a blonde, blue-eyed foreign woman suddenly walked out. This woman was about 1.75 meters tall, wearing a bikini. Her figure could no longer be described as hot, only explosive. Then, Qinli also walked out behind her. Looks like they've got new members on their side. Yifeng muttered, judging the situation. He wasn't afraid of the others, but he was wary of the 2 bodyguards. Thinking of this, Yifeng looked again at the foreign woman. He had to admit, European women's skin was white, too white. Meanwhile, after weeks in the jungle, he had become dark and muscular. The contrast of their skin tones was stark, like black and white. Alice, didn't you say your boyfriend already built a boat to go find rescue? Why hasn't he come back yet? Wang Xiong couldn't help asking. As for the 3 bald men, they stared directly at Alice, their eyes almost shooting flames. Don't worry, he'll come back for me. Alice showed a bright smile. Yifeng judged that Alice was probably only 18 or 19, but Europeans looked older. At 18 or 19, she looked like she was in her 20s or 30s. But her figure was truly top-notch. Just in terms of body, none of the women in the cave could compare. At this moment, the bald man could no longer hold back. "Brother Xiaodao, just let me have her once, just once. These days I'm dying from holding it in." The bald man begged. But Longwu shook his head. "No. If her boyfriend really finds the rescue plane, he'll have us all sent to prison. Wait 2 more days. If the rescue plane still hasn't come, then I won't care about these 2 women anymore." Longwu still had principles. These days, he had been protecting Chenli and Alice. But since they weren't related, if no rescue came, he couldn't go against the whole group and would have to give them up. But he could guarantee that he himself wouldn't touch them. As a former soldier, he had uprightness in his bones. Although he liked beautiful women, he would never force one. Wang Xiong glanced at Longwu, feeling anxious. 3 days ago, he could no longer command the 2 bodyguards. If this went on, he would become nothing but a bystander. No, he had to find another way to establish his power. Thinking of this, Wang Xiong walked over to Longwu. "Xiaodao, didn't your daughter always want to study in Europe? Don't worry, if I get back, I'll definitely send her to Europe. I have 2 companies in Germany." "Oh." Longwu nodded absent-mindedly, turning his gaze to the distance. Just then, Alice suddenly walked toward the forest, right toward Yifeng. "What are you doing?" the bald man suddenly asked. "I'm going to relieve myself." Problem. Facing the bald man, Alice's attitude was cold. "Don't think about running. I'll be watching you," the bald man said, swallowing hard. "Fuck." Alice cursed, walking openly into the forest. Yifeng's heart jumped. If this woman saw him, would she scream and draw the others? So, just as Alice was about to pull down her shorts, he suddenly jumped out and covered her mouth. Damn, this woman's body was blazing hot. Just one touch of her skin made Yifeng feel dizzy. Alice struggled a few times, but the difference in strength was too great. She couldn't make a sound at all. "Don't scream, I'm a good person. I came to save you and another girl. Her name is Chenli, she's my ex-girlfriend. Her mother is with me. I want to take her back to reunite with her mother." Yifeng whispered in Alice's ear. Alice froze for a moment, then hurriedly blinked desperately. Only then did Yifeng slowly release her mouth. The next moment, Yifeng felt his pants were a little wet. Damn. This foreign chick actually peed on his pants. Not surprising. Just now, he had ambushed her suddenly. She must have thought she was attacked by a wild beast, so she got scared and peed. "Are you Yifeng?" Alice asked in a low voice. "Yes. Chenli mentioned me." Yifeng was stunned. "She often talked about you, said she regretted betraying you. What should we do now?" Alice's Chinese was not bad, just her pronunciation wasn't very precise. "Now, find a chance to bring Chenli into the forest. We'll run straight to my camp. There are bows, spears, weapons there. Wang Tao's group won't dare provoke us easily." Yifeng said. "I understand." Alice immediately pulled up her shorts. Just now, she had already finished peeing and had soaked Yifeng's pants. Looking at the wet stain on his pants, Yifeng instead felt even more excited. Didn't this mean he had indirectly contacted this foreign beauty already? "Hey, Xiaoli, do you need to go?" Alice asked. "Go? Didn't I already? Right, I need to go." Chenli suddenly realized. The 2 women immediately walked hand in hand into the forest. On the beach, only the bald man was watching them closely. Seeing this, he stopped Alice. "Didn't you just go? Why are you going again?" the bald man asked, his eyes roaming all over their bodies. What if there are poisonous snakes in the forest? I can help keep them away." Alice explained. "I don't believe it. So this time, I'll go with you," the bald man said. "You? Doesn't your Yanxia country have a saying, men and women shouldn't touch? If you're there, how can Xiaoli relieve herself?" Alice snapped. "I don't care. I'm going." "Heh, if you don't like it, then let her pee in her pants." The bald man acted like a shameless rascal. "Fine, don't regret it." After saying that, Alice pulled Chenli toward the forest. And the bald man really followed. The 2 women slowly went deeper into the coconut grove, soon reaching 10 meters inside. The sunlight here had already grown dim. Yifeng's eyes turned cold as he picked up a stone. "Hurry up and go, at least let me have some eye candy, ha ha ha." The bald man's eyes glowed, staring at the 2 women's bodies. His pants already looked terrible. Suddenly, Alice tilted her mouth into a seductive smile, then slowly put her hands on her shorts, lowering them bit by bit. Gulp. The bald man swallowed, leaning his head forward without thinking. Bang! Yifeng suddenly burst out, smashing the stone hard onto his head. The next moment, the bald man didn't even groan before fainting on the ground. "Run!" Yifeng grabbed Chenli and ran quickly toward the creek. Even though Alice was barefoot, it didn't slow her down. Can you keep up? Yifeng looked back, and froze instantly. As Alice ran, her bikini bounced up and down, almost breaking free. Why are you stopping? Run. Don't let those bastards see us. Alice panted. Oh, okay. Yifeng pulled himself together and kept running toward the creek. Half an hour later, the three reached the creek, gasping for breath. Alice sat straight into the water. Drops of sweat slid down her cheeks, down her white neck, dripping onto her body. Yifeng suddenly wanted to lick the sweat off for her. Check my back. It's so itchy. Did something bite me? Alice reached back, scratching her back. Yifeng's eyes lit up. He quickly stood behind her. At the strap, there was a red swollen patch. It must have been some poisonous insect. It's too itchy. Alice kept scratching, but her hand accidentally touched the strap. Pop! It snapped open. The strong visual impact nearly made Yifeng get a nosebleed. Faced with the sudden situation, Alice didn't care at all. European women's thinking was different. They started dating in high school. Sometimes, to celebrate graduation, they even organized boys and girls to streak through the campus. So her thoughts were very open, not as conservative as Eastern women. Yifeng, help me wash my back. It's too itchy. Alice said. Okay, right away. Yifeng was overjoyed and quickly washed her back. He had to admit, European women's skin wasn't as delicate as Eastern women's. It was even a little rough. But their body temperature was very high. Maybe the inside temperature was high too. Chenli, on the other hand, stood aside, not knowing what to do. Alright, once we finish washing, let's go back to camp. Feng, don't worry. From now on, Chenli, will never play both sides again. I'll only love you. Chenli swore to the sky. Yifeng hesitated but didn't tell her the news of her father's death. We'll talk when we get back. After saying this, Yifeng helped Alice fasten her clothes again, then pulled Chenli and ran upstream. After less than 2 kilometers, Yifeng suddenly let go of Chenli's hand, aiming his spear at the forest. In a moment, a small creature stumbled out of the forest. It was a young black bear, about the size of a dog, silly looking. Seeing humans, the little black bear ran over, rubbing affectionately against Alice's leg. Yifeng recognized it. This must be the cub of that big black bear. As the saying goes, cut the grass, root and all. Alice, kick it away. The meat of young bears is very tender. Yifeng said, pulling his body back. No. Don't. The two women suddenly protected the little black bear. Please don't kill it, it's so cute. Alice hugged the little black bear, which stuck out its tongue and licked her white cheek. Feng, don't kill it. How about this, let's tame it, tie it at the cave entrance, and it can act as a guard. Chenli also begged. Yifeng's eyes flickered, and finally he lowered the spear. Indeed, animals are more alert than humans. If the little black bear is tied at the cave entrance, it can also act as a guard. But you have to be strict with it. Beat and scold it when needed. Otherwise, when it grows up, no one will be able to control it. Yifeng said. If he told Chenli that Chen Jihua had died at the hands of this little black bear's mother, who knows how she would feel. Move out. Yifeng herded the little black bear from behind, poking its butt with the spear to make it move faster. The little black bear was angry, but helpless. After some effort, Yifeng finally returned to camp. Several women were gathered together, smashing limestone into powder. Su Shan was spreading the powder around the cave entrance. Ah, you're back. Su Yun was overjoyed and was about to throw herself into Yifeng's arms, but Su Shan straightened up and gave Su Yun a warning look. Yes, I'm back, and I brought a foreign friend. Alice, introduce yourself. Yifeng smiled. Hello everyone, my name is Ai. Ah? It's so cute. Ding Tuanchuan screamed, grabbed the little black bear, lifted it high and lowered it again. Alice. The women were clearly more interested in the little black bear than Alice, making Alice very embarrassed. After all, the women envied her fiery figure and naturally felt hostility toward her. My name is Nair Rimiko, nice to meet you. Only Rimiko shook hands with Alice. As for Chenli, no one paid attention to her. But Chenli seemed to sense something. As soon as she returned to camp, her expression became unnatural. She staggered into the cave. Soon, Bai Guifen's surprised voice came from inside. But after only 5 minutes, Chenli's crying burst out from the cave. Father! Ah, father! I don't have a father anymore. Chenli cried miserably, making the women also feel sad. Store the rest of the limestone in a dry place inside the cave. In case of rain, we'll still need it. Yifeng said. Zhang Yan immediately obeyed. She was still limping a little, her thigh wound already cleaned several times. Which meant that under her thin skirt, she had nothing. Chenli came out of the cave, found Chen Jihua's grave, and cried into her hands. But no one comforted her, not even Su Yun. Obviously, after the betrayal last time, the women in the camp no longer accepted her. Only Alice occasionally spoke a few words to her. Now start cutting wood. Build walls around us. Don't use bayonets and daggers, just smash with stones. Yi Feng gave the order. Got it. Yes, Island Master Yi. Ding Tuanchuan half-joked. From noon until evening, Yi Feng and the women cut down 3 large trees and stripped off the branches. Ding Tuanchuan screamed in terror at the bugs on the trees, then crawled and rolled back into the cave, refusing to come out again. This scene made Yi Feng and the women burst into laughter. As night fell, Yi Feng took the bear meat from the water and roasted it. But then, the little black bear came over, rubbing itself against the bear's skin. When this beast grows up, it might take revenge. Yi Feng warned. No, it won't. It's so cute. Ding Tuanchuan hugged the little black bear tightly. Yi Feng didn't bother saying more. He would just find a chance to kill the cub, otherwise its size would grow until it became uncontrollable. A little later, Bai Guifen actually walked out of the cave. Although still weak, her complexion had improved. With her daughter back, she had recovered. Mom. Qinli helped Bai Guifen sit by the fire. Yi Feng counted. In total, 7 women. He felt like Wei Xiaobao. If he could build a shelter, becoming the little emperor of a deserted island wouldn't be bad. Return to civilized society? Return to what? Just then, the little black bear stood up, letting out a babyish roar. Yi Feng's face changed. He pulled a torch from the fire and threw it downstream. In the flickering light, faces were revealed. Unable to ambush, a few men swaggered out. Wang Xiong, what are you doing here again? Yi Feng picked up his bow. The other women also grabbed bamboo spears, standing ready. Why did you take our woman? Hand over Alice. As for Qinli, we don't want her. Wang Xiong held a wooden stick. Behind him were the remaining men. Wang Tao also appeared in the group, leaning on a crutch. Fine, then ask Alice yourself. Does she want to go with you? Yi Feng looked at Alice. No. Alice grabbed a stone and shook her head firmly. Alice, these 3 days we caught fish for you, protected you, and you're so heartless to leave us? Listen, come back to the team, I promise the 3 bald men won't touch you. Long Wu finally spoke. Xiaodao, you're an honest man. But, I lied to you. I don't have a boyfriend, and no boyfriend built a boat to search for rescue. Alice dropped a bombshell. What? Long Wu's eyes twitched nonstop, his face flushed red. So, all this time, 7 men had been fooled by 1 woman. Why? Why did you lie to me? Wang Xiong stepped forward, veins bulging on his face. You dare ask me? If I hadn't said that, I would have been assaulted by your men on the first day. I was saving myself, understand? Alice said. Yi Feng secretly nodded. This Alice had brains. Much better than Qinli. Wang Xiong hesitated, then suddenly smiled at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, you've got skills, gathering so many women around you. But what's your plan? Build a boat and go home? If you want to do that, with your people, it would take years to finish. How about this, our 2 groups merge? We men do the heavy work, building the keel and deck. Your women can weave sails. This way, it'll be much faster. Wang Tao said. No need. Go back where you came from. Otherwise, do you see the bow in my hand? Yi Feng gave the order to leave. Wait, what he said makes some sense. Su Shan suddenly stepped out. All she thought about was going home, she didn't care about Yi Feng and Wang Xiong's grudges. Sis, how can you work with this group? They're really bad. Su Yun quickly said. I don't care who's good or bad. As long as we can build a boat and go home, all grudges can be set aside. Su Shan said. I agree too. Rimiko also raised her hand. Yi Feng's face darkened. He looked at the women. Except for Su Yun, who opposed, the others didn't speak, but their expressions had already shown everything. The reason they hadn't spoken up to agree was only because they were waiting for him to give the order. If they really joined those beasts, in less than 3 days, they would all be ruined. After all, those men only thought about one thing. Especially the 3 bald heads, who constantly stared at the women's bodies. Ah Feng, they may be bad, but they have a point. And we women can't do heavy work. Bai Guifen whispered to Yi Feng in a negotiating tone. Yi Feng didn't speak, his face still gloomy. He had just begun to feel like Wei Xiaobao, and suddenly 7 competitors appeared. How could he be happy? Most importantly, he didn't want to go home at all. The deserted island was more comfortable. As if sensing Yi Feng's thoughts, Bai Guifen leaned close to his ear and whispered, Don't worry. I won't like any of them. Once the others taste you, they'll be 100% loyal to you. Of course, if you still don't agree, I'll stand by your side. Hearing Bai Guifen's words, Yi Feng looked at the others again. Brother Yi, should we work with them or not? Ding Tuanchuan asked. All right? Yifeng sighed, then looked at Wang Xiong's group. Your camp must be more than 20 meters from ours. You'll be downstream, we'll be upstream. This stone will be the boundary marker. Cross it, and I won't be polite. Ha ha ha, good, it's settled then. Wang Xiong nodded, leading his people downstream to set up their camp. Su Shan rolled her eyes, so childish. Setting up a boundary marker like kids playing house. Yifeng had his own plan. Later, he would make Wang Xiong's group cut wood, build fences, and enclose a courtyard. Come here, let's have a meeting by the fire. Yifeng was ready to set rules. The women immediately sat around the fire. Zhang Yan happened to be squatting across from him, her jade legs slightly open. Wang Xiong's group only thinks about one thing, so when working with them, don't talk much. If something comes up, tell me. I'll deal with them, then. Yifeng stopped, because Zhang Yan had spread her legs a little more. By the firelight, Yifeng's eyes went straight. And then what? Su Yun asked. Wait, my head's a bit messy. Yifeng scratched his messy hair. But Su Shan followed Yifeng's gaze and saw Zhang Yan. At a time like this, and you're still thinking of that. Yifeng gave a few more instructions, then sent the women back to the cave to sleep. He stood guard himself. Beasts were easy to defend against, but humans were harder. Sure enough, at dawn, the bald head came to the boundary marker. What are you doing? Yifeng drew his bow, ready to shoot. Right now, he really wanted to kill Baldy, the most perverted one. Wang Xiong asked me to borrow some food. Tomorrow when we catch fish, we'll pay you back. Baldy's eyes dodged. He had been beaten by Yifeng several times, already traumatized. Especially the last time, when his head was nearly smashed. Then go hungry. Leave now. Yifeng stepped forward. Don't be like that, brother. These women are all top-quality playthings. Don't be fooled by them. They obey you here only because they need you. Once back home, you and I are just nobodies. They won't even look at us. That's why we should enjoy every inch of them on this island. When the rescue plane comes, we'll just execute them all anyway. Baldy coaxed. BFF. Arg. Baldy screamed, clutching the bamboo arrow in his thigh. You really dared to shoot? He was both shocked and scared. Yifeng pressed his lips tightly, pulled another bamboo arrow, and aimed again. This time, he aimed at Baldy's neck. Don't. I'll leave, okay? Baldy limped away, leaving drops of blood on the ground. After he left, Yifeng sat back by the fire. He had to be ruthless. Otherwise, with 7 men on Baldy's side, they would never take his group seriously. And Baldy's words were dangerously persuasive. Even he, a decent man, almost wavered. Really, faced with so many beautiful women, who wouldn't want to indulge? Luckily, the 2 bodyguards weren't too lustful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to protect the women. Morning came quickly, but Yifeng hadn't slept at all. The women lazily walked out of the cave, heading to the waterfall to wash. Yifeng's bloodshot eyes turned to downstream. Wang Xiong's 7 men were also at the stream, washing, their green eyes often glancing upstream. Baldy, even after being shot yesterday, hadn't changed. He stayed close to the bodyguards, whispering nonstop. The birds in the forest chirped too much, so Yifeng couldn't hear clearly. But from Baldy's lewd look, he knew he was stirring up the bodyguards. After washing, Long Wu personally came to the boundary marker. Yifeng, on our side, we'll start smashing bamboo with stones, then cut it into suitable lengths. On your side, please weave sailcloth, strip the bamboo skin and weave it. Do you know how to weave? Long Wu asked. Yifeng looked Long Wu up and down. The man's eyes still had some righteousness. At least he wasn't staring at the women. I know weaving. I'll teach them. You can start. Yifeng said. Good. Long Wu nodded, showing respect to Yifeng. Just then, Wang Tao limped up with his crutch. Brother Xiaodao, this isn't fair. Our side does all the heavy work, while they do handwork. So their side should also provide us 3 meals a day, otherwise we lose out. Wang Tao said loudly. He hated Yifeng and couldn't resist stirring trouble, hoping to create conflict between Yifeng and Long Wu. He could also see that Long Wu and Yifeng had some mutual respect, which prevented the 7 men from uniting as one. The useless man's loud voice drew everyone over. My son is right. Yifeng's people do the easy work, so they should provide us food. If not, then we'll split.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.